ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of A Dance of Cranes, written by Steve Burrows and read by David Thorpe. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by ISIS Publishing Limited. Chapter 1. 6. 6. The most dangerous number of all. It meant perilous conditions. It meant violent, unpredictable forces, and, for Annie Pryor, it had meant death. The man stared back up the river, transfixed for a moment by the raw energy of the water boiling down through the narrow chasm. A low roar reverberated off the rocks, filling the air with its dull thunder. He had never seen Category 6 rapids before, but he knew these would qualify. Surely, no level of river danger could exceed the way this water was churning through the steep-sided gorge, crashing down in explosions of white spume onto the jagged rocks below. Even for the most experienced whitewater canoeist, any attempt to navigate this stretch of rapids would be madness. For a novice, without a helmet or life jacket, it was tantamount to suicide. But, for someone who is in fear for their life, any escape route must be tried, no matter how terrifying. The man still found it hard to believe that this stretch of river was undocumented. In most places on Earth, such waters would have been part of the local folklore, highlighted on the maps, most likely with a sidebar warning about their dangers. But in this vast, remote wilderness, even deadly Category 6 rapids could go unrecorded. They were merely one more hazard in this unforgiving landscape that offered no quarter to those who dared to challenge it. Those like Annie Pryor. He had suspected the body would end up in this eddy. The two of them had noted it during their earlier reconnaissance of the river, when they had decided the drops and ledges of this section were far too risky, far too treacherous to be navigated. He had headed for this spot as soon as he'd seen the canoe disappear into the rapids. Annie Pryor hadn't bailed out by then, and that meant she wasn't going to. All that remained for her now was a short, dizzying descent towards death. As the raging waters thrashed the canoe to pieces on the razor-sharp rocks, she would have been rag-dolled into a state of near unconsciousness even before the craft flipped and submerged her in the frigid currents. After that, there would have been no hope. Annie Pryor's body would be pounded against the boulders time and again by the force of the churning water until it eventually broke free of the rapids and drifted downstream to this spot. He saw Annie's lifeless form now, a few meters from shore, turning in a slow spiral. Set against the manic rushing of the river beyond, the movement of the water in the eddy was as benign as the swirling of cream in a coffee cup. The silence here seemed to fill the air like a pocket of empty time. But, despite the peace of this place, he could not allow Annie Pryor's body to remain like this. He took off his clothes and laid them in a neat pile on the shore. As cold as the water was going to be, it would be vital that he had warm, dry clothes when he was done. In these temperatures, damp clothes wouldn't dry for a long time, and as evening approached, they'd leach out what little body heat he had. With no heavy jacket to protect him, it would leave him vulnerable to the cold night ahead. After 2 steps, the shallow incline disappeared into a steep drop-off, plunging him thigh-deep into water so cold he couldn't even breathe. Numbness seized his legs, freezing out all feeling. The still air all around him seeming only to heighten the intensity of the icy chill. Carefully testing the footing, he began wading forward. He felt his chest contract as the icy water rode up his ribcage, and he opened his mouth repeatedly, as if trying to bite off chunks of the cold air to gulp down into his lungs. Part of him had hoped he would not see her face. But as she drifted round towards him, he could not bring himself to look away. She stared back at him, through cold, dead eyes, her face so bloated and battered it was almost unrecognisable. He had not seen many smiles from Annie Pryor, amid the firm set of her jaw, her intense concentration, her determined expressions. But those few that had come his way had been worth waiting for. Face-brightening moments of unfettered joy. She should have let herself smile more often, he thought. He stretched out his arm across the glassy surface, and his fingertips touched the rough Gore-Tex material of Annie's jacket. He tugged at it, and the body began to drift gently in his direction. He felt in the pocket of the jacket to retrieve Annie's in-reach device and clicked it off. Then he removed the battery and threw both parts of the unit into the fast-flowing waters beyond the eddy. He reached out once again and pushed Annie's head under the water, forcing the body down against its natural buoyancy until it snagged on a submerged log. His grisly task completed, he was in the process of turning away when the body broke free and burst up beside him in the water. He recoiled from the grotesque mask of discoloured flesh with its dead, unseeing eyes, sputtering and gasping furiously as he splashed back into the frigid water. Recovering, he approached the body and tried again, pinning it beneath the log and securing it firmly. He paused for a moment, in case the body broke free and once more floated to the surface, but this time it held fast, and he backed away carefully until he reached the shore. He emerged from the water, shivering violently. He pulled on his clothes as fast as his numb hands would permit, hugging his thick, lined sweater around him tightly when he had finished. As he stepped into his boots, he stopped to fish out his own in-reach device. He pried off the case and removed the battery. Pausing, he held the two parts as if testing their weight, and then he slid them both gently into the water. For a moment, they seemed to hang suspended on the surface, and then they slowly sank, until, through the clear water, he saw his only contact with the outside world disappear. He stood up and took one last long look out over the eddy. From this shore, the body was completely invisible, as he knew it would also be from the air. Annie Pryor's final resting place in this empty landscape was now a secret known only to him. Out beyond the body, the foaming white waters of the river continued to race past the eddy. It may have been the Category 6 rapids that had claimed Annie's life, but it was the two men who had pursued her who bore the blame. They had come looking for her, tracking her through this uncharted wilderness until her only way out was to plunge a flimsy canoe into the deadly waters of the Little Buffalo River. But with Annie Pryor's death, the men would now be turning their sights on another target. They would have already found the campsite, found the 2 backpacks, the 2 coffee cups, the 2 metal food dishes, and the 2 sleeping bags, but only one unrolled. They would have surmised that couples who shared a sleeping bag also shared secrets. They would be wrong. He didn't know what Annie Pryor had been involved in, but these 2 men who had pursued her to the death would think he did, and that meant they would be coming after him. Chapter 2. There was grace in the turn. That would have been important to the man once. A slight lowering of the shoulder blade to lead into the spin, the chest held square, the other shoulder sweeping around to complete the move. It had been a signature movement in some of the man's best routines, the slow, elegant swirl transporting the audience seamlessly from one sequence into the next. The only thing the turn lacked was symmetry. Both hands should have been held to the sternum, drawn up, making butterfly wings of the elbows as the performer clutched them in tightly to enhance the spin, but only the right hand was raised, pressing against the chest. The left hand trailed off awkwardly, reaching towards the floor, leading the body down into an inelegant backward pirouette. The clumsiness of the turn's conclusion would not have pleased the man at all. His legs seemed to collapse beneath him as he spun, and his body slumped to the ground, splaying out across the width of the hallway, flat on his back. From the open doorway, the visitor looked on with astonishment. The blood had come more quickly than expected. It had gushed from the chest wound immediately, seeming to bubble up even before the knife was fully embedded. It hadn't sprayed, pooling instead in a dark red stain, first around the knife, then spreading over the man's white shirt. Now, as the body lay on the floor, it continued to flow out across the torso and onto the harlequin-tiled floor. From the doorway, the figure peered down at the man sprawled in the hallway. The left arm was extended, the hand still clutching the telephone receiver. The phone's grey cord coiled back up to the base mounted on the wall. It was an overlong cord, designed specifically to allow a wide range of movement in the days before untethered home phones became the norm. The visitor looked again at the clunky, old-fashioned receiver in the man's hand. It could have just as easily fallen from his grasp as he stumbled back in his final death spiral, but instead it had remained clasped in his vice-like grip. The evidence would tell investigators that the man had died instantly from the knife wound, collapsing back and falling where he now lay. It would be obvious there had been no time to hang up the receiver or press down the pegs on the wall-mounted base. A rueful smile curled the corners of the visitor's lips. You could plan things meticulously, plot them with the minutest precision, and still there would always be these chance details for which no amount of choreography could account. Taking care to avoid the spreading pool of blood, the visitor stepped lightly over the body and moved towards the interior of the house. It seemed like only seconds, although time was always going to be an elastic commodity when one's mind was dealing with the knowledge that a newly dead body lay in the hallway behind you. Still, it was hardly credible that in such a short space of time so much blood could have flowed from the body. Returning now to the tiled hallway, the visitor saw it had spread across the entire floor, covering the pitted black and white diamonds from wall to wall. There was now no way to reach the front door without stepping in blood. To take the back door would mean leaving the interior bolts unlocked, and anybody who knew the man would point out these would have been secured when he was at home. Leaving by the front door was crucial, perhaps the most important detail of the entire sequence of events. There needed to be no trace at all that anyone had entered the house after the stabbing. Beyond the body, the front door was still slightly ajar. The front of the house was shrouded by a hedgerow, a small screen of privet behind which the visitor had waited patiently until the time was right. But perhaps a faint sliver of light from this dimly lit hallway might still be visible from the street. It might encourage casual inspection, even a neighbourly call to remind the man that the door had been left unlocked. A knock might follow the answering silence, and a solicitous inquiry, just to check that everything was all right. With the knock, the door would swing slowly open to reveal the sight of the homeowner sprawled out in the hallway, lying in a pool of his own blood. The visitor needed to get out of here before that knock came. There was enough room just between the far edge of the blood and the front door. With the right momentum, it might be possible to land there. But to judge the leap so you could clear the body and the pool of blood and still plant a firm landing on the far side in such a narrow margin of safety? Perhaps it could be done by someone with enough agility and athleticism, by the dead man himself perhaps in his youth, but certainly not by this visitor. There was only one other solution. In its way, it was every bit as challenging as the leap. It would require balance and precision. It held great risk, but time was moving, and that knock on the door could come at any moment. The receiver in the dead man's hand, too, meant there were only minutes left to get out. The chance had to be taken. Approaching the near edge of the pool of blood, the visitor leaned one gloved hand on the wall of the hallway for support, took a long, steadying breath, and stretched out a foot. The hilt of the knife moved unsteadily beneath the weight, even as it drove down deeper into the man's chest. Teetering dangerously, the visitor reached out to press the other gloved hand against the far wall, fighting for balance. The calf muscle was clenched in tightly and then released to launch its owner off the knife handle and into the air. As the foot landed in the narrow space between the blood and the door jamb, the sole of the shoe skidded on the polished tile. The visitor's body began to sway back into the hallway, the momentum dragging it into a fall. With a desperate lunge, leather-clad fingertips scrabbled for purchase on the inside edge of the doorframe and held on tightly. Pausing for a moment to drink deep breaths into grateful lungs, the visitor eased upright again on taut arm muscles. Pulling the door open slightly, the figure squeezed out into the waiting night. There was no backward glance. A calm demeanour was a minimum requirement for a front desk associate of the Domenic at Saltmarsh. How much greater, then, the need for poise under pressure as one ascended the management ladder? To have attained the lofty rank of evening duty manager, Nigel must have had a considerable supply of ice in his veins, which was good, thought front desk associate Stephanie, as she carefully replaced the phone receiver. He was going to need it. That was the Saltmarsh Police Department. They're on their way, but they're requesting we send a hotel representative down to room 111 immediately. They'd like someone to stay with the guest until they arrive. Nigel broke off his survey of the hotel lobby and turned his eyes to Stephanie. Do we have a problem? Nigel liked to remind his staff that they were in this together. Whatever endangered the smooth running of the five-star resort posed a shared threat to all of them. I really think you should go over there as soon as possible, Nigel. The police are insisting that on no account should the telephone connection to room 111 be interfered with in any way. Even if Stephanie's tone hadn't piqued Nigel's interest by now, the police's instructions would have done so. Why on earth would they care about that? Despite her training, Stephanie couldn't maintain her own calm demeanour any longer. For God's sake, Nigel, get over there now! The bloody woman is on a call with someone and she thinks she heard him being killed! Chapter 3. Cheese Puffs. Lindy Hay licked her fingers and tucked the package guiltily into the drawer as the man set a coffee on her desk. Large, 1 cream, no sugar. Thanks, Jeremy. I've already told you it's Jer to my friends. He pointed a forefinger at her in a gesture that was usually accompanied by a wink or a clicking of the tongue. But in this case all he offered her was a hopeful smile. So we on then? For tonight? Lindy gave him a puzzled frown. The pub? Remember? Trivia night? She shook her head, surprised still at how it felt with her new, shorter hairstyle. She had worn her corn-blonde hair shoulder-length for as long as she could remember, and was only a couple of days into her new look and feel. I don't think so, Jeremy. I'm not really up for it tonight. Jeremy nodded, his disappointment obvious. Oh, only you said you'd see. Still, it is what it is. Perhaps next time. Whenever you're ready, though, no pressure. I understand it takes a bit of time to get over these things. She offered him the same confused look as before. You cold? You said you thought you might be coming down with one last time? She hadn't expected him to have stored away her previous excuse like this, but if it served a purpose. Yes, right. I think a quiet night in might be the best thing for me. A quiet night in at Emma's, said Jeremy, as if confirming the plans. "With her being away and all?" Lindy looked at him carefully. For somebody who had only recently begun delivering coffees from the local cafe, Jeremy was remarkably up on the office tittle-tattle. Everyone at work was aware that Lindy had been staying at Emma's since her breakup with Domenic. For the most part, people had managed to avoid making reference to the fact, but discretion was not something Lindy would have called one of Jeremy's strengths. He seemed to be lingering with intent, and she was afraid he might be gearing himself up for another try at the pub date. "Great chatting, Jeremy, but I've got a mountain of work to catch up on, so—" She gave him what she hoped was a kind smile of dismissal. "Do you want to settle up now, then? Only I've got to cover my outgoings, haven't I?" He tweaked the word with quotation marks in the air, his bunny fingers, the girls in the office called them. It wasn't Lindy's favourite gesture at the best of times, and the frequency with which Jeremy managed to trot it out had done nothing to increase its appeal for her. As Lindy fished in her bag for some change, Jeremy affected a look out of the window, and she took in this awkward person who had suddenly become such a major feature of mornings in the office. Nobody could ever remember actually agreeing when Jeremy came in and offered to begin delivering coffees and pastries in the mornings. "Order first thing, I'll whip down and get them from the cafe. You settle with me on delivery." For the most part, the staff of the magazine supported his enterprise. In truth, Lindy suspected they felt the same way she did about Jeremy, willing to tolerate his annoying habits to support an awkward young man struggling to make a living. Life wasn't going to offer many chances to someone with limited social skills and a wardrobe seemingly consisting exclusively of shabby shirts with frayed collars and cuffs that he always kept buttoned. She added a small tip and handed the money over to him. "Sorry, I don't have any more change." "I get what I get." He lowered his voice and looked around him furtively. I take it you haven't found those keys yet?" Lindy shook her head. In the turmoil following Dominic's departure and her temporary move, she had mislaid her keys. It wasn't catastrophic. Emma's place had a keyless lock, and the car dealer had provided a spare fob when she leased her new Volkswagen Jetta. There was also a spare key to the cottage beneath one of the marram grass planters, if she ever felt like returning to the scene of the crime, the place where Domenic had killed their relationship. But her office keys had also been on her keyring, and revealing to her boss that she had been careless enough to lose them was out of the question. Eric Chappell had been watching for signs that she'd been damaged by the breakup, that she really did need the time off he had been advocating so insistently. The loss of the office keys would provide him with all the ammunition he needed. Lindy couldn't imagine what had possessed her to confide in Jeremy in the first place, but her normally sound judgment had been a bit off lately. Chopping off her hair may have been one example. Leasing the diesel version of that Jetta certainly was. She suspected enlisting Jeremy's help with the keys might be another. She was fairly sure he had read more into her whispered confidence than she'd intended, and while he would undoubtedly get the message sooner or later that it was just an innocent request for help, sooner would definitely be better. A tall, willowy woman came over to pick up her soy latte. It eluded neither of the women that Jeremy never quite seemed to make it all the way to Claire's desk to deliver it directly, the way he did with Lindy's order. "I saw that man again this morning," she said. "The one I told you had been watching you that day?" Jeremy's interest was immediate. He bent to look through the window and scoured the street intently. "Nobody out there now? Did you say he's been here before? What day was that, then?" Behind Jeremy's back, Lindy offered her friend a pair of extravagantly raised eyebrows. "Oh, don't worry about him," she said. "As I say, Jeremy, it's been lovely to chat, but—" "I do think you should take it a bit more seriously, Lindy," said Claire earnestly. "Perhaps even mention it to the police?" Lindy gave her a soft smile. He is the police, Claire. His name's Sergeant Mike. It was an inadvertent turn in the high street a couple of days earlier that had allowed Lindy to catch the brief glance of her watcher. He ducked out of sight as soon as she spun around, but she had seen Danny's bulky form often enough to have no doubt who it was. "If you know him, why doesn't he just come up and say hello? Why keep shadowing you like this?" "Because somebody asked him to, Claire," thought Lindy. In truth, it seemed like pretty menial fare for Danny Mike, checking up on Lindy and reporting back to his old boss, Detective Chief Inspector Domenic Jejeune. And why bother anyway? It had been weeks now, and there had been no word from Lindy's ex-boyfriend. He wasn't coming back, that much was clear. But even if he was having trouble letting go, involving his former sergeant in this silly spying game seemed a bit much. And it seemed stranger still that a sensible, no-nonsense man like Mike would have agreed to have anything to do with it. "Well, as long as you're sure he's no threat, Linz," said Claire uncertainly. No threat at all. Despite Lindy's assurance, Jeremy surveyed the high street once more. Apparently satisfied, he turned and approached Lindy's desk as Claire moved away. "Don't worry, Lindy. I'll keep an eye out. See you tomorrow." Lindy watched him as he made his way to the door. As cloying as his attention seemed at times, at least it was an indication that somebody out there was interested in her. Disappointment. That was the word. The dissolution of a relationship was never easy on the circle of mutual friends, but the way that lot at the police station were carrying on, you'd have thought it was a contagious disease. Beyond this foolish, furtive surveillance by Danny, there had been no contact from anyone at all. She'd have expected at the very least a call from Dominic's boss, Detective Chief Superintendent Colleen Shepherd. She had been through her own share of troubled relationships, and she knew how close Lindy and Dom had been. The suggestion of a quiet chat over an afternoon tea wouldn't have been too much to ask, surely. Lindy might have refused, probably would have, but the offer would have been nice. It would have at least shown that she was still in the thoughts of somebody down at the station. She shrugged aside her resentment and brought herself back to the present. She stood by the window, sipping her coffee absently, watching the people moving along the street outside, oblivious to their surroundings, to the emotional earthquakes that might be ready to shake them to their foundations at any moment. The pain of the break-up with Dom had been almost paralysing at first, but the rawness of the feelings was dulling slightly with each passing day. Perhaps it helped now, with distance, that she could understand some of the reasons for Dominic's sudden departure. He was tormented by the guilt over a boy's death that he felt he could have prevented. Compounding it, he felt he had let so many people down. His findings in the case had been mistaken, allowing them all to believe in a solution that he now knew was wrong. For a while, Lindy had tried to convince herself that there was some hope in the anemic comments he had left with her about his return. He wasn't sure. Maybe. Perhaps. But one word stood out, the one that had cut so deeply. Alone. He had things he needed to work out alone. It was the word that told her Domenic could no longer find what he needed from her or their relationship. The word that told her it was over between them. Lindy focused again on a sunny Saltmarsh High Street, busy with mid-morning activity. So many of the places flashed memories at her. The trattoria where she and Domenic had shared an occasional glass of Chablis. The travel agency where they had stood shoulder to shoulder and considered tropical destinations they might visit if he could ever get time off work. A sudden wave of sadness swept over her. It doesn't come when you're ready for it, she thought, when you have steeled yourself and are prepared to handle it. It lies in wait, ready to ambush you when you're distracted by other things. So you have to be on the alert, prepared at all times. But it was so wearying, this constant vigilance. It wrung you out, until eventually you couldn't do anything but let your guard down. And then sorrow snuck in, delivering its stab of pain before melting away again like the coward it was. She gave a deep, soul-shuddering sigh. No more. No more sadness. No more dwelling on the past or what might have been. It was time to move on. She'd have a quiet night in tonight, and in the morning she'd find a way to tell Danny Mike that he could end his watching brief. Perhaps she'd just go up to him and deliver the message straight to the sergeant's stoic, world-weary face. "I'm okay, Danny, really I am. Look at me, footloose and fancy-free, without a care in the world." Well, perhaps one care. She still had to find those bloody keys. Chapter 4. Juan Traz Perez took a long drink of his Lone Star beer and considered his reflection in the neon-framed mirror behind the bar. Even without the disturbing hue the blue light gave his complexion, the expression that looked back at him was a long way from the easygoing one he usually wore. 3 days ago, he was a St. Lucia resident with loose plans for a trip back home to Canada. One text message later, here he was in the south of Texas, preparing to embark on a task he didn't really understand, but one that troubled him just the same. The bar was called the Stock Pond, and it billed itself as Amblin's favourite watering hole. There wasn't much water in evidence, but Traz believed they'd got the other part of the description pretty much spot on. He'd been hoping a casual beer or two might give him the chance to collect his thoughts, but he'd known as soon as he set foot in here that this wasn't going to be the place for quiet reflection. On the stage, behind him, a morose guitar player was sharing his 3-chord anguish with the half-empty room. He had just concluded a song called "I'm Gonna Put a Bar in My Car and Drive Myself to Drink," and while Traz could have pointed out there were a number of levels on which this might be inadvisable, if the singer's circuit consisted of many places like this, he could at least understand the man's sentiment. He looked over his shoulder and listened to a few bars of the singer's newest offering before turning away again with a slight wince. The woman who had just taken the vacant bar stool beside him offered a sympathetic smile. "Country and western oldies not your thing?" It's not even the end of the 3rd verse, and already his truck has broken down, his dog has died, and his truck's broken down again. Traz shook his head. Makes you wonder why he doesn't get a more reliable truck. Or a more reliable dog. "His sweetheart's going to be leaving him any time now, too," said the woman. "Hardly surprising, though, with the run of luck he's on. I mean, who'd want to hang around a loser like that?" She held up her bottle by the neck and chinked Traz's glass. "Verity, by the way, Verity Brown. My friends call me Very." As she turned to watch the singer, Traz took the opportunity to study the woman in detail. She wore a lip ring, and her fingernails were individually painted with tiny designs. But her chopped auburn hair had a lustrous shine, and her sun-tanned skin glowed healthily. There were no signs that sitting in Amblin's favourite watering hole was a long-time habit for this woman. Perhaps her bright eyes held a touch of discontent, but just because people took their troubles to a bar didn't necessarily mean they were open to sharing them. Besides, Traz had enough problems of his own just now. He looked toward the stage, where a haze of blue smoke hung over the empty dance floor. "They still allow smoking in here. Is that even legal anymore?" "This is South Texas," she reminded him. "They don't take kindly down here to folks telling them what they can and can't do. I take it you're new in town?" Traz nodded. "Flew in today. I came to visit the Aransas Wildlife Refuge." "You're a birdwatcher, huh?" She didn't sound overly impressed. "Down here doing the South Texas circuit?" Traz shook his head regretfully. I'm driving north in the morning, so unfortunately I won't have a chance to see any of the other sights around here. The woman's slightly skewed expression could have indicated a number of things, a comment on his itinerary among them. For a birder to come here for a single day in Aransas and then drive out without taking in the Gulf Coast's other rich birding opportunities suggested either very bad planning or another agenda. But if Verity Brown had any further interest in the matter, she masked it with a long drink from her bottle. She waved the empty in the bartender's direction, gesturing for 2 more. The final notes of the song were greeted with what could only generously be called applause, but more enthusiasm accompanied the announcement of the next tune. Traz pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger and closed his eyes. "If you don't mind my saying," said the woman, "I wouldn't exactly have you figured for a place where the set list includes songs like I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy." "Why, gave me away." "Well, for one thing, y'all way too neat to be a cowboy. Don't get me wrong, some of these guys clean up pretty good when they put their minds to it, but you take things to a whole nother level." Traz gave her an ironic smile. "Thanks, I think." It said something about the alienation he felt in this part of the world that he was genuinely unsure if the woman's comment on his well-groomed appearance was a compliment or not. The bartender set 2 opened beers on the bar before them. Verity handed one to Traz and cast him a quizzical look. "I'm curious. How'd you manage to book a car to drive on out of here if you only got in this morning? I tried a couple of days back and all the rental agencies were cleaned out for the week." "This drive's not a rental. Some snowbird has been down here restoring a car over the winter, and now he's flown back, and he needed somebody to take it back to Saskatchewan for him. There's an agency that arranges these things, a few of them, I guess." The singer ended his set to more lukewarm applause and told the audience he would be taking a short break. As far as Traz was concerned, it was the best thing he'd heard through the PA system since he had walked in. But as the singer trudged off stage to slump dispiritedly against the far end of the bar, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the man. However difficult Traz's own task was going to be over the next few days, at least he knew his efforts wouldn't go unappreciated. The audience, such as it was, broke up and people moved off in various directions to stretch their legs. Verity smiled and nodded to some of the people as they passed, exchanging pleasantries with 1 or 2. "You're obviously from here," said Traz. "Not originally. I was born and raised in Lafayette, Louisiana, but I don't get back there much these days. What you call snowbirds, they call winter Texans down here. I come here in autumn and do some research over the winter months, but once my subjects leave in the spring, I head up to a place called Scenic, South Dakota." "What's the big attraction in Scenic?" "Not much of anything anymore. It's a ghost town, kind of sad and kind of scary at the same time. But my grandmother has a farm just on the outskirts. As a place to sit on your front porch on a summer's night listening to the crickets and watching the sunset, it's about as good as it gets. 'Cause whether I can ever get there is a whole nother question." "Can't you get a flight?" Verity shook her head and sipped her drink again. "I need to take a bunch of lab equipment along with me. I'd rather not run the risk that some bored airport worker thinks fragile is some kind of secret code for indestructible. Please try." She smiled sadly and nodded towards the singer at the end of the bar. "You know, you listen to enough of his songs, you might come to believe all of life's problems can be solved by sitting in the bar and having one more cold beer." Verity raised her bottle and took another long drink. "Just not mine, I guess." Traz scrolled through his phone and turned it towards her. "Well, this is the agency that set up my drive delivery. Perhaps if you call them in the morning, they might have something for you." "Yeah," said Verity ruefully, "'cause my luck's been running that way." but she put the number into her phone anyway. She scooted off the bar stool, heading for a door beneath a sign that read Phillies. While he waited for the return of the woman he was already finding strangely captivating, Traz thought once more about his task. 3,000 miles. 48 hours of driving time. A week out of his life. And for what? He didn't know. He had been sent only a series of coordinates that tracked straight north for the first half of his journey and then veered off to the northwest for the second part. He had no idea what he was going to find when he reached each of his checkpoints. The implication had been that this was all going to make sense at some point, but at the moment it made none to him. He packed away his doubts when he saw Verity returning and offered her one of his best smiles. In her absence, at least one light had gone on for him. "Your subjects leave town after the winter," you said. "As in, migrate? You're studying birds, aren't you? And down here, that probably means whooping cranes. Avian genetics, specializing in migratory imprinting." Verity eyed him warily. "And there's that look. The one that says an accent like this has no business in the company of such fancy-sounding words." No, not at all. But Traz's guilty grin suggested the thought had at least crossed his mind. "But working with whooping cranes, I mean, wow," he said, giving it a little extra by way of apology. "That must be great." "It is," she conceded. "But now the birds have mostly moved on for the season. I'd kind of like to do the same. Instead, it looks like I'm going to be stuck here listening to this guy's tales of woe for a few more days yet." "You know, I'm heading that way myself," said Traz casually. "Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, then the Dakotas. Leaving tomorrow, bright and early. There'd be room for one more. And a few fragile packages." He raised his eyebrows, perhaps not even sure himself how serious the offer was. "You seem nice enough and all," she said uneasily, "but driving across the country with somebody I just met in a cowboy bar isn't right up there at the top of my bucket list, if you know what I mean. Thanks all the same, but my rent is paid to the end of the month, so all waiting's going to cost me is time. And now the birds have all but gone, I have plenty of that." Traz nodded his understanding. "Probably wouldn't have worked out anyway. I'll be making some stops along the way. If you were looking to get to Scenic in a hurry, I wouldn't be your best bet." The woman seemed grateful that he hadn't taken the rejection to heart. She indicated the singer beginning to make his way slowly from the bar back towards the stage. "We should get another round in before he starts," she said. "He tends to feature some gospel songs toward the end of the night. Trust me, drop kick me Jesus through the goalposts of life is not something you want to experience with a clear head." A clear head was not something either of them needed to worry about by the time they stumbled from their shared taxi into the motel's neon-lit forecourt. They had packed in a couple more beers and even a brief swirl around the dance floor during the singer's last set, and, as they watched the departing lights of the taxi, both would have admitted the night had turned out a good deal better than they'd been expecting. They stood for a moment, listening to the silence that seemed to hover somewhere beyond the glare of the motel's lights. Above them, a halo of insects swarmed around the neon sign. The sultry air still held the last remnants of the day's warmth, and the soft coastal breeze played around them, riffling the fronds of the nearby palm trees with papery snaps. "This is me, neighbour," said Verity. As she mounted the curb, she lost her footing and lurched into Traz, supporting herself with a hand on his chest. He held her upright and smiled. "Allow me," he said, taking her keys and unlocking the door. He peered inside the room to make sure all was well, and then stood aside, holding the door open for her. "Well, you don't find old-school manners like that much anymore." Verity paused in the doorway and looked up into his face teetering slightly as she tipped back. "You know, if it wasn't so late, and I wasn't so drunk, I do believe I could enjoy the company of a gentleman like you." "Of all sad words of tongue or pen," quoted Traz wistfully, "the saddest are these. It might have been." "I hope you make it to scenic, Verity Brown. You and your fragile packages. Good night." Chapter 5. Domenic Jejeune stood on the shingle beach and looked west across the flat surface of Lake Ontario. The haze had robbed the Toronto skyline of its edges, and now the distinctive profile of the CN Tower and the cluster of skyscrapers surrounding it seemed to hover over the water like a distant grey mountain range. Jejeune marvelled at how many new buildings had sprung up in his absence. But if the view had changed so much since he was last here, how different then must it be from when the spies had gazed upon it, when this place had functioned as a training centre for covert operations during the Second World War. In those days, a man approaching this area with a pair of binoculars and a backpack might not have been met with the same polite disinterest that Jejeune had encountered today. He left the shoreline and retraced his steps back up to the paved lane leading into Thixon's Woods. Stopping along the way to check the tops of the overhanging trees for signs of movement, he entered the tall stands of white pine and turned right, heading for the northwest corner. From here, he would follow the track across to the marshy area in the northeast, before doubling back to cross the lane and check out the meadow on the far side. It was his long-established, unvarying route in these woods. Patterns, he thought. What a hold they have on us, staying in our memories even during our absences, ready to impose themselves once again the moment we return. The interior of the woods still held much of the day's earlier coolness, as Jejeune had known it would. The spring arrivals were in by now, the warblers, the vireos, the thrushes, but the numbers seemed lower than he recalled. Individual birds were sprinkled through the trees and undergrowth like garnish. Perhaps this was what normal days had always been like here. Maybe there was no place in our memories for the mundane, only for the glories or the disappointments. So perhaps a typical day in Thixon's Woods wasn't one where the spring migrants were dripping from the trees, as he had so fondly recalled when he was overseas. A figure flickered in and out of view behind the stands of dark tree trunks. Jejeune picked up the approach in his peripheral vision and knew immediately who it was. In that way, the familiar can sometimes form itself in the mind even before the senses have a chance to register it. "Known whereabouts?" said Roy Buchanan as he approached. He offered Jejeune a smile, but there was little warmth in it. "You didn't have to track me down, Roy. I'd have come to you if you'd called." Roy shrugged easily. "No trouble, just found out why Damien never responded to the invitation to the family reunion. He never got the voicemails." Roy had a habit of jutting his chin forward slightly when he spoke. When he was first dating their sister, Suzette, Damien had secretly referred to it as Roy's gecko move. But for a long time now, Domenic had found something slightly more sinister and confrontational about his brother-in-law's gesture. "Damien's somewhere out in Wood Buffalo National Park, miles out of range of the nearest cell phone tower. The comms equipment he has with him seems to be out of order. Same with his partners." "His partner?" "He's in there with some researcher. Her device doesn't appear to be working either. The park staff don't think there's any cause for alarm, though. They're not overdue on any reporting schedule, and they've both got backcountry experience. If one had got into difficulties, the other would have had plenty of time to reach somewhere to get help by now." Roy paused to let the information sink in. When the two men had renewed their acquaintance recently, Jejeune had been too preoccupied with other matters to pay much attention to his brother-in-law's appearance, but now he regarded him carefully. In overall terms, Roy was little changed from his youth. Always stout and barrel-chested, his frame had filled out a little as he approached middle age, and there was a touch more colour in his cheeks. There was a dash of salt and pepper in the closely trimmed hair now, too. But Roy Buchanan still projected an imposing presence. In his capacity as an RCMP sergeant, it was a useful trait to have.
"What's that one, then?"
Roy pointed at a small, sparrow-sized bird flitting through the tops of the cedar trees along the side of the clearing. It had a crimson dusting on its cap and chest. "Housefinch, male," said Jejeune when the bird had ducked out of sight deeper into the cedars.
"Rare?"
"Common enough, though you don't usually see them down here. At least, not when I was here before. Perhaps they've expanded their range since I've been away." Roy nodded.
"Perhaps we all have."
Silence settled over the men again, heightened by the sound of the wind brushing through the tops of the tall pine trees. There had always been wariness to their exchanges. Roy had never made much effort to hide his contempt for Damien's undisciplined lifestyle, but his issues with Domenic traced back to a different source. The family attributed the men's strained relationship to Roy's annual hunting trip in the autumn, but while Jejeune had never been able to fully understand the appeal of killing as a recreational activity, both men knew there were deeper issues between them. Roy was a faithful husband and a good father, but his career was central to his identity. Only he had to work hard at it, pouring every ounce of energy and dedication into being a police officer. For Domenic, on the other hand, the job always seemed to come so easily. Solutions occurred to him, suspects materialized seemingly out of nowhere, and he always appeared to be so unappreciative of his gifts, so dismissive of his God-given talents. Despite the veil the two men drew over Roy's resentments for the sake of the family, whenever it was just the two of them together like this, a faint thrum of discord would always flow between them. But that hadn't stopped Jejeune from seeking Roy's help when he needed it. And despite the prelude about Damien's whereabouts, Jejeune knew it was this that Roy had come to discuss today. Wordlessly, he handed Jejeune an envelope. Although Domenic didn't look inside, he knew what it contained. A thin gold bookmark with 3 birds intricately traced into the metalwork.
"Single print,"
said Roy, with another chin jut.
"Spread across the filigree work. It'd be open to challenge if you were planning to use it as evidence."
He waited, in case Jejeune wanted to offer confirmation, but after a moment's silence, Roy continued.
"Our guys are good, though. They say it's a match to that name you gave us, Ray Hayes. They did an entire workup, DNA, fibers, chemical traces, but the fingerprint is the only thing on there."
Jejeune nodded slowly. Through the silence, the flute-like call of a Baltimore oriole came to the men from the black cherry trees beside them. It had been a gamble, and it had not paid off. To his DCS in the UK, Jejeune had sold his sojourn here in Canada as a temporary situation, just until Ray Hayes emerged from hiding and could be captured. Whether she had ever truly believed it, or merely willed herself to, Shepard would know by now that Hayes was not going to resurface. Jejeune's unauthorized gambit in having the bookmark examined had been one last attempt to find some evidence that might lead them to Hayes. A single fingerprint was not enough to do that. With no new leads to follow, it seemed that the final doorway back into his old life had now been closed forever. Roy looked around.
"So, this is where Camp X was located. Supposed to be where Ian Fleming came up with the idea for James Bond. I never was much of a one for stories about evil geniuses and all that. Seems to me there's enough villains in real life to keep the likes of you and me busy, eh?"
Jejeune peered into the dark, quiet spaces of the cathedral-like groves of trees. He thought about Fleming and those long-dead British spies who had been stationed here, contemplating their temporary new home, nestled in this remnant of white pine forest on the shores of Lake Ontario. Would they have experienced the same sense of dislocation he now felt, the feeling of transience, of a life held in abeyance, while the rest of the world turned without him? "Do you think you could get me Damien's records from just before contact was lost?" he asked quietly.
They were both using a system called InReach.
Roy allowed himself a small smile at the irony.
I'm sure Damien and his new lady friend are fine, Domenic. Apparently she's intelligent, single, and good-looking. According to the park super, the two of them seemed to be getting along very well, even before they went into the park.
Roy looked at Jejeune frankly.
I don't imagine they're in any great hurry for their cozy little holiday in the woods to be over.
Still, if it's not too much trouble. Jejeune summoned a smile from somewhere, and Roy responded in kind. There was too much between them for a genuine friendship, but Jejeune still respected his brother-in-law as a father and a husband, and perhaps as a surrogate son to their parents too, during the prolonged absences of the brothers. This was a long way to come to deliver the findings from the bookmark in person, whatever Roy's motives, and Jejeune knew he should make some overture to acknowledge the fact that he had made the journey. "Do you want to get a coffee before you head back? There's a donut shop a little way up the road." Roy declined with a shake of his head.
I'm going to see if I can grab the last flight out tonight. Surprise Suzette and the kids.
He reached out for Dominic's hand and shook it.
I'll send you those InReach records, but believe me, communications in the interior of Wood Buffalo are a lot sketchier than you might imagine. The authorities up there get 100 reports like this a year. You can count the number that amount to anything on one hand.
Jejeune watched him walk up the tree-lined laneway and checked the time on his phone. There was no chance Roy could get back to the airport on Toronto Island in time to catch a flight north tonight. But part of his commitment to his job meant Roy was a fully paid-up member of the police officers' brotherhood. No summer barbecue, no poker night, no retirement party fell beneath Roy's radar. As he disappeared around the corner behind the bank of trees, it occurred to Jejeune that even though the inhabitants of Camp X may be long gone from this place, the ghosts of secret lives still lingered. Chapter 6. Detective Chief Superintendent Colleen Shepherd often singled out individuals in the morning briefings for praise or otherwise, but she rarely summoned them to the front of the room. Today, though, everyone gathered in the incident room at Saltmarsh Police Station knew what was coming. Lauren Salter coloured slightly as she stood. She took a moment to smooth her crisp white blouse, but seemed to accept that further hesitation was only going to delay the inevitable. Whether she welcomed the invitation or not, she too had been expecting it. With so much emphasis on the team approach to policing these days, I always feel there's a danger that individual achievements might not get the credit they deserve, said Shepherd, as Salter joined her in front of the assembly. But when a member of this department does something worthy of note, you can rest assured it won't be allowed to pass unnoticed. She looked across at Salter, whose expression suggested she wished she had chosen a blouse that might have done less to emphasise the pink flushing of her cheeks and neck. I don't think it's a surprise to any of us that Constable Salter was able to pass her examinations, though I'm not sure even she would have expected to achieve such frankly ridiculously high scores on the written component. And I am reliably informed she did just as well in her interviews. Her ideas about the application of new technologies in policing seem to have struck a particular chord with the panel, which I suppose means we'll now have at least one person in the police service who knows how to use the new phone system. Detective Sergeant Danny Mike had always felt Shepard's attempts at humour in these situations were received far more warmly than their actual merits deserved, but today's generosity from the assembled group, he recognised, was more about the popularity of their colleague. The DCS turned to Salter once more as she made her announcement. "Congratulations, Detective Sergeant Lauren Salter." The derisive cheers and apathetic half-hearted applause reinforced the genuine affection among the ranks, and Salter shifted slightly with embarrassment. As she stood there, with her frozen smile and her eyes flickering for an exit sign, Mike's heart went out to her. Shepard had grasped one of her hands and placed the other on Salter's shoulder, turning her to face the room like a new midfielder being welcomed to the local football club. As stilted and awkward as the moment was, even Danny realised it was a photo op. Only he had never yet taken a truly successful photo with his phone, and, even if he did, it would likely take him the better part of a day to work out how to post it anywhere. Eventually, one of the bright young things from traffic grabbed Salter's own phone and took a few shots that could be posted on her social media network, where they could be instantly commented on and just as quickly forgotten. "And, as it turns out, Sergeant Salter," said Shepard, "your timing could hardly have been better. With Inspector Jejeune off on his leave and Tony Holland on secondment to the Met, there is room for a second sergeant here at Saltmarsh, at least for the time being." Others in the crowd turned to seek out Danny Mike's face. He was renowned for his stoic expressions, but it was obvious he had already been informed of Shepard's decision and approved. From the front of the room, Salter flashed him a smile, equal parts gratitude and nervousness. "With the temporary manpower shortage, you might both find you have to go it alone a bit more than usual, but make no mistake, I'll be expecting you to share out the sergeant's duties equally," Shepard told her. "That means Danny puts the kettle on while you fetch the biscuits," offered somebody from the cheap seats. Salter shook her head gravely. "Sorry, no can do." Shepard looked slightly startled by the new sergeant's response. "I'm off the bickies just now," explained Salter, patting her stomach. "Doing a bit of running, too." "I do hope these are not new requirements for the position of sergeant. Jogging and no biscuits. Sergeant Mike will have his retirement papers on my desk by the end of the day." Like the crowd, Mike was in a generous mood today, and he rewarded the effort with a smile. Of sorts. He watched Salter now as she thanked those who came up to offer their individual congratulations. He had already taken care of that as soon as she walked into the building. As the assembly broke up, it crossed his mind that if it had been anyone else at the station being celebrated in this way, the event would almost certainly have been marked by a cake, courtesy of Lauren Salter. He felt disappointed in himself that he hadn't thought to arrange something. It wasn't as if he could have expected any of this useless lot to have done anything. He was still watching Salter from his safe distance when he heard Shepard's voice beside him. "I'm going to give her the lead on this domestic stabbing, Danny." Sergeant Mike wasn't a man who normally went about avoiding people. If anything, he was aware people sometimes found his own presence a touch on the intimidating side. But he had studiously avoided getting anywhere near the orbit of his chief superintendent recently. It wasn't a situation that could continue for much longer, so there was almost a relief for Mike that she had finally caught up to him. Almost. "I trust you'll be keeping an eye on things, though? There's something about this one that I don't like. This business of the extra force for the second stab wound, for one thing." By making it about the case, rather than the investigator, Mike realised Shepard had hoped to draw him out. But even if he had any misgivings about giving a new detective sergeant such a tricky case as her first lead, he would have kept his silence. He'd be ready to offer his thoughts whenever she wanted them, but he'd let her make her way alone until she asked. Only, he suspected the new sergeant wasn't going to ask, no matter how bogged down her progress became. She'd be too afraid of looking out of her depth. Nor would it do any good for Danny to reassure her they were all out of their depth, in every situation, every minute of the bloody day. So, if Shepherd did want him to keep an eye on this case, it wasn't only for the developments in evidence-gathering and investigative procedure and such like. It would be to watch Salter, too. Shepherd left her shoulder-to-shoulder position and turned to face him. It was what you might do if it was important to see somebody's reaction when you spoke. I've received a report about a request that came through from the RCMP in Toronto recently, asking for access to fingerprint records for Ray Hayes.
Yes, ma'am.
Like his expression, Mike's tone was giving nothing away. She looked at him dubiously. Yes, ma'am, as in how interesting? Or yes, ma'am, as in you already knew about this? There's only one reason I can think of why the RCMP might be making such a request. How about you? And where do you suppose they may have obtained a fingerprint for comparison? She waited.
There was a bookmark in Lindy's car,
said Mike eventually.
I believe the DCI may have taken it with him when he left.
Are you telling me Inspector Jejeune removed evidence from a crime scene? Evidence that he's now having independently assessed in another country? Has he taken leave of his senses?
It wasn't a confirmed crime scene at the time he took it,
said Mike.
Just the scene of a motor vehicle collision.
Shepherd's complexion darkened slightly. A word of advice, Sergeant. If this goes as far as a review board, I would strongly advise you not to voice an observation like that. They are not overly tolerant of people who insult their intelligence. Shepherd shook her head incredulously. God almighty, what was he thinking? That bookmark could have been vital in a case against Hayes, but there's no hope we'll be able to use it as evidence after this.
With respect, ma'am,
began Mike. He stopped at her stare. The phrase was bandied about at the station far too easily for Shepherd's liking, but she could usually be at least reasonably sure Danny Mike's use of it was sincere.
Since we didn't request the print match, the results won't be reported back to us. But the one thing we can be sure of is that there was nothing on that bookmark that could bring us any closer to finding Hayes. If there was, the DCI would have already let us know.
If you believe that in any way excuses his actions... She stopped, accepting Mike's point. It didn't excuse them, but until anyone asked, it gave them some breathing room. So, the two of you have not been in touch? Despite her frustration, Shepherd had lowered her voice slightly. Mike's search for Hayes had been purposely kept from the rank and file. Ray Hayes wouldn't have the resources to breach the sophisticated firewalls of the police department's secure communication systems, but he might well tap into a source of equally rich information, the unguarded gossip of officers patrolling the streets of Saltmarsh or having a quiet pint at the Boatman's Arms.
No, ma'am. No contact, as agreed.
Shepherd gave her sergeant a look designed to remind him that, in the past, both Mike and Jejeune had occasionally followed procedures that were not entirely as agreed. I have not had a chance to check my inbox this morning. Anything in there from you that might help push this bookmark business to the back of my mind?
No new leads to report, ma'am. All the existing ones have been rechecked, but there's nothing coming to light there either. We're no closer to finding Hayes than we ever have been.
Shepherd nodded slowly. It was a variation of every update she had received from him so far. He'd even stopped adding the other part, she noticed, some vague assurance that he was doing all he could, a statement so vapid It sounded like it had come directly from a police press release. Not at all what she might have expected from the sincere, straightforward officer to whom she'd entrusted the most important task of his career. She knew the probability of Hayes's arrest was diminishing with each passing day, and, with it, the prospects for Domenic Jejeune's return. "Your latest written report suggests you have stepped down your surveillance on Lindy." Mike understood her need to check and recheck the small details. It was always that way with one's superiors when there had been no progress on the larger ones. "I didn't want to take any unnecessary chances that I'd be seen on the off chance Hayes is still around these parts." But Mike's tone did not suggest he felt this was a very real possibility any longer, if it ever had been. Shepherd knew he believed they were now out of options, and while she didn't want to accept it, at the moment she could find no reason to disagree. "You feel Lindy's safe, then?" "There's been nothing to suggest otherwise." Shepherd nodded. So, DCI Jejeune had been proven right. He had predicted his absence would ensure Lindy's safety. He had always felt Ray Hayes would only pose a threat to Lindy again if Jejeune himself came back to Saltmarsh. But, unable to confide his reasons for leaving to Lindy, he had left her discreet surveillance in the hands of the one man he trusted most. It was a duty Sergeant Mike would execute as diligently as any he had ever taken on, and Shepherd knew that Danny would never have scaled back his watching brief unless he, too, was convinced there was no longer any threat to the DCI's girlfriend. The two officers watched as the last of Salter's well-wishers left the room. With a final lingering glance in Mike's direction, the newly minted sergeant followed them. Shepherd gave a sigh and looked at Danny. "As I say, Sergeant, keep me apprised. Any developments. Any at all." In either case, she meant. But they both knew there was only one he would be reporting on. The other one was already closed in all but name, and soon DCS Shepherd was going to have to make it official. Chapter 7. Mince! In truth, Jeremy's constant habit of identifying the items he saw Lindy holding was beginning to wear a bit thin. Mince, cheese puffs, and once recently even lipstick. He was like someone learning a new language, trying the words out loud to show he had mastered them. But if this minor irritation was the price she needed to pay for having a fresh coffee delivered to her desk every morning, she continued to find it worth it. For now. She proffered the pack of mints to Jeremy, and he took one eagerly. "You're later than usual, Jeremy. Busy day?" "Trying to drum up a bit more business," he said, punctuating the word with his air quotation mark fingers. "No go. Still, we have what we have." As if his Captain Bunnyfingers routine wasn't enough, it didn't help that Jeremy was a fully paid-up member of what Lindy referred to as the Inanity Squared mob. His response to a depressingly wide range of subjects seemed to revolve around variations on the same theme, each delivered as if it was a new frontier in profundity. It is what it is. We have what we have. We know what we know. It was the last one that separated Domenic Jejeune from most people, she thought. He spent his days striving to know what he didn't know, to plug the gaps in his knowledge about timelines, circumstances, motives. But Lindy's observation belonged to her past, and she was making a concerted effort these days to ensure all thoughts of Domenic Jejeune remained firmly stored there. She steered her thoughts back to the present day, and to Jeremy, who was now standing by the window, stooping his gaunt frame slightly to peer out. "No sign of that man, the one who was watching you. Did you warn him off? Only you said you were going to." "Did I?" Lindy sipped her coffee. "I don't think it'll come to that." She wasn't sure exactly where Jeremy called home, but she got the impression he spent enough time on the streets around the office that Danny Mike's presence anywhere nearby would have been noted. She hadn't seen Danny either, and she had also been...
That was a fascinating segment, wasn't it? Now, take a moment to pause, breathe, and enjoy a calming melody before we dive into the next part.
looking, despite her resolve not to. If neither she nor Jeremy had spotted him, it likely meant the sergeant had discontinued his surveillance of her. Perhaps the man who requested it had finally decided it was time to move on too. "No luck on the keys front, then?" The question startled Lindy. She'd assumed Jeremy was still at the window, but when she looked up, he was standing at her desk staring at her with that awkward, disquieting grin of his. "I suppose it doesn't matter much at the moment, with Emma's place being keyless entry and all." Jeremy gave Lindy what he intended to be a nonchalant shrug. "She mentioned it to me once. It must be nice for you to have the place all to yourself while she's away." "Spain, Linz," Emma had told her. "You should come. Do you good. It's just me and a couple of mates. A few days in the sun and the sangria. It'll be fun." Spain might be fun, but Lindy knew she wouldn't be. Not yet. So she had declined, agreeing instead to stay and house-sit, luxuriating in the quiet time, collecting her thoughts and readying herself for her next steps in her new post-Domenic world. By the time Emma got back, she'd have found a place of her own to move into. It wouldn't be the cottage, though. The cottage was their place, their shared place, with its long driveway and the deck overlooking the sea, and its key still under the marram grass planter on the back patio. Lindy wondered idly if she had ever mentioned that to Jeremy. She couldn't remember doing so, but he seemed to have a way of wheedling information out of people, and her defences weren't exactly intact in the wake of her split with Dom, so it was possible she may have let something slip. Perhaps she'd move the spare key somewhere else the next time she was over there, she thought, just in case. The next time she was over there. Lindy knew that visit would involve sorting Dom's things out, separating his stuff from hers, and making some arbitrary decisions about those they had shared. It wasn't as if Domenic would put up a fight about anything, but she wanted to do everything fairly anyway. At least there were no pets or valuables to squabble over, she thought practically. There'd need to be contact at some point, though, when she got down to the stickier point of disposing of the cottage itself. Perhaps Danny would be willing to act as the go-between one last time. It was not something she looked forward to asking of him. It wasn't really fair to impose that sort of burden on such a kind, decent man. But he had been willing to act on Dominic's behalf to keep tabs on her. Maybe he owed her one last visit, bearing an address to ship Dominic's things to and the contact details of a lawyer in Canada. Lindy stood up, hoping it would signal the end of Jeremy's visit. "I need to speak to Caitlin. Some accounting thing." She flapped her hand vaguely. "Why don't you just call her?" "I need the exercise." "That's the trouble with mobile phones. They make for immobile people." "Oh, that's good, Linz," said Jeremy. "Really killer stuff." Linz? Where had that come from? Had it been there all along, and she'd simply missed it till now, or had Jeremy, Jer to my friends, taken it upon himself to ratchet up the familiarity an extra notch. It was time to start thinking about gentle ways to ask him to back off. She caught herself in the thought. Gentle. The old Lindy would have already dealt with this, probably even seen it coming long beforehand and headed it off. She'd have deftly disarmed Jeremy, kept him as a friend, but left him in no uncertain terms where they stood in terms of a relationship. But the one thing she wouldn't have worried about was doing it gently. Where had she gone? That old Lindy, that clear-eyed, self-confident version of herself that she had spent so much time honing over the years. Vanished, she thought sadly, along with her dangling blonde hair, and her belief that love really could conquer all. She returned from her thoughts to find Jeremy over by the window again, peering out. "Coast's clear." He gave her a smile that was meant to be reassuring. "I'm on the case, Linz. I'll keep watching out for you. I'll take care of you, and more too, if you'll let me." Poor Jeremy. She wished it was as simple as that. A slow, easy drift into another relationship, but, as welcome as Jeremy's attentions had been when she needed them, he was never going to be the one when she did, eventually, start rebuilding her life. It was time he was encouraged to come to terms with that reality. Claire materialised at Lindy's desk, even though there was no order from Jeremy for her to collect. It crossed Lindy's mind that it might be in response to some perceived need on Lindy's part. Protection from Jeremy? Surely not. "I saw him again, Linz. Your stalker." Jeremy snapped his head around. "Again? When?" Claire looked at him uneasily, as if unsure Lindy would want him involved in her business like this. But Lindy was making no effort to deter Jeremy's interest. "This morning? He was watching you as you made your way in from the car park. He was hiding, Linz, tucked away in the doorway. If I hadn't been looking straight in that direction by accident, I'd never have seen him. It's getting a bit much, Lindy. Policeman or not, it's creepy." Lindy couldn't disagree. Whatever Mike's brief from Domenic was, this nonsense had gone far enough. "Which doorway?" asked Jeremy. "What time was this?" Lindy held up a hand. "It's okay, Jeremy. I'll deal with this now." For once, Claire made eye contact with Jeremy, because Lindy's tone had left neither of them in any doubt that she would. Chapter 8. Domenic Jejeune wheeled his rented Range Rover Evoque into the car park at Fairchild Flats and drew up to the low wooden barrier. He turned off the engine and lowered the car window, looking out over a shallow stream and listening for a moment to the bird calls coming from the stands of pale grass around him. Common yellowthroat, bobolink, brown thrasher. Even after his long sojourn in the UK, the names came back to him now as effortlessly as memories. But he could not hear the call he had been hoping for. And the lack of other cars in the lot was further evidence that the bird he had come to see was no longer here. Only one other parking space was occupied. Jejeune saw the person he presumed to be the car's owner standing at the edge of the water. He was peering into a stand of scrubby cedar trees on the far side. Jejeune grabbed his binoculars from the front passenger seat and walked towards the man, the crunching of his shoes on the gravel over-loud in the quiet morning air. The man half-turned at the sound of Jejeune's approach and offered him a wan smile.
"Come for the pabu?"
He shook his head.
"Nothing doing, I'm afraid."
There was a posting on Aunt Bird's this morning that said it had been seen.
"Ah, yes. Mistaken identity. A correction was sent out shortly after, but clearly not soon enough for some. It's been my unfortunate duty to disappoint people all morning."
Jejeune drew in a sharp breath. Exactly what else could you mistake a painted bunting for? A Gouldian finch? He asked testily. He found himself quickening to frustration more easily these days. Even if he understood the underlying reasons, it was not a side of his character he enjoyed. But impatience had no place in this tranquil setting, and he found a smile from somewhere to meet the sympathetic one the man was offering him.
"Indeed, there can be few more instantly recognizable birds than a male painted bunting. Sadly, reports are only as reliable as their reporters. I didn't know these particular ones."
Jejeune wondered whether the man had appointed himself guardian of the site, as certain individuals sometimes did when a rare sighting occurred. If he had, Fairchild Flats could do worse than this kindly, articulate man in whom there seemed to be no sense of self-importance, merely concern for the place, for the bird, for the birders. Jejeune looked around, taking time to consider his surroundings now that the urgency to see the bird had passed. All the same features were still here, and yet they were not quite as he remembered them. It was as if he was looking at his memories through a faintly distorted mirror. The tall blue spruce he had parked beside he remembered as a newly planted sapling. The stands of sumac, with their crazed candelabras of burgundy blooms, had spread farther along the bank. Even the water, a silver ribbon in the flat morning light, seemed wider than he remembered. Only the sounds hadn't changed. The raw, scolding cries of the American crows from the bare treetops, the gentle chuckling of the water as it danced over the stones of the creek bed, and, in the background, that soft hum that hung in the air like dust. Jejeune had always marvelled that less than half a mile from this quiet, peaceful setting, 16 lanes of traffic soared over the Rouge Valley, carrying almost 250,000 cars per day between Toronto and its eastern suburbs.
"Those cedars, that's where it was."
Jejeune looked up to find the man was pointing to the stand of trees that rose on the far bank, dark against the aspens higher up on the hillside.
"Its pattern was to show up for about 15 minutes in the morning and then disappear for the rest of the day, but it's not been reported."
The man paused to allow himself a slight tilt of the head.
"Reliably reported for 3 days now. I fear it may have moved on. Caused a lot of excitement, I must say. Lots of Ontario ticks. A few lifers, even."
He shook his head in what might have been regret. Jejeune understood. He shared the disquiet that accompanied the sighting of a bird so far outside its range. The knowledge that the bird's survival was likely at risk. But with food now available, and the spring temperatures, this visitor to southern Ontario had a better chance than many rare visitors he had seen here. True, it would almost certainly not find a mate this far north, but there was a reasonable chance it would recover its navigational radar well enough by fall to make the southward migration. He played his bins into the branches of the trees, but he detected no movement of any kind. He tried lower down, amongst gnarls of undergrowth and the bleached grey wood of the dead trunks, before lowering his glasses in defeat.
"Ever seen one?"
asked the man. Jejeune shook his head.
"I've been chasing one for a long time," he said.
"This and the scissor-tailed flycatcher."
"Our nemesis birds."
The man offered a soft smile.
"I have a friend from the old country who claims the time and energy consumed by his enemies far outweighed that he invested in his friends." "But surely there have been a few sci-flies around southern Ontario over the past few years. You never managed to catch up with one of them?"
"I was overseas, in the UK."
"Oh, I see. You live there now?"
"Yes. No. Sort of." Jejeune was disturbed not so much at his inability to articulate his answer, but to know what that answer really was.
I do have a few photographs of the Pabu that I suspect may offer you some consolation.
It was all Jejeune could do to suppress a look of disdain at such an offer. He had driven a long way to see a bird that would have been a lifer for him, a nemesis bird at that. If he had merely wanted to see pictures of painted buntings, he could have looked at his field guide. Surely this man, who seemed to know so much about birders and birding, could appreciate that photographs would provide no consolation at all. But courtesy was as ingrained as Jejeune's other traits, and he managed to find a smile of gratitude from somewhere. He peered closely at the images the man called up on his camera screen, and then looked up at the cedars where the photographs had been taken.
"It's not the light," said the man. "The colours really are that washed out."
He shook his head.
"As I say, a lot of lifer ticks."
Jejeune nodded, understanding the man's earlier gesture now. Not regret, but pity.
"The trouble is, feathers don't change colour once they are grown in. It's nutrition that influences feather pigmentation. I'm not sure specifically which food sources provide the carotenoids for painted buntings, but if we assume this bird simply migrated too far north from South Carolina or Georgia, its diet when the feathers were growing in would have been its natural one. Given that pabus are commonly kept in captivity, and this one's plumage is suggestive of a seed diet, I'd suggest the Ontario Bird Records Committee is going to be hard-pressed to accept this sighting.
He smiled.
Though I can assure you they'll have plenty of other photographic evidence to consider besides this."
Jejeune didn't doubt it. A spectacularly attractive bird so close to a major urban centre would have received more lens time than a Hollywood A-lister. Fortunately, he suspected the fast-flowing water in front of him at least would have been deep enough and cold enough to have kept the barrage of cameras at a safe distance from the bird.
"I expect the committee will come to me sooner or later. I've probably seen the bird more often than anyone else."
The man paused thoughtfully.
"Of course, I'll not offer my own thoughts, just my observations, the details as clearly and accurately as I can recall them."
Where were witnesses like this when I was investigating my cases, wondered Jejeune, back in my old life, when Lindy was a part of it? He thought sadly.
"Well, I should be getting on. Leave you to enjoy the rest of your day. There are plenty of other birds to see here. A black-throated blue warbler has been moving around in those sumacs, and I heard a white-eyed vireo somewhere nearby, too. And do keep your hopes up about your pabu. This could still be your year. One of the reasons such a dubious sighting has gained so much currency is because there seems to be an eruption of sorts this spring. Painted buntings popping up everywhere. Indeed, there has even been a report of one in the UK recently. A place called Norfolk, I believe."
Jejeune allowed himself an ironic smile. He bade the man goodbye and watched him leave. Alone in the parking lot, he looked around. He couldn't remember the first time he had visited the Rogue Valley. It seemed he had always known this natural corridor that flowed like a green river through the concrete sprawl of the city. But he had never known it as a national park. Not some distant, remote destination, as the words conjured up in his imagination, but a national park within easy access of a third of the country's population. He looked around him now for telltale signs that the new designation had left its mark on the area. The parking lot had been graded. It was no longer a minefield of potholes so deep they seemed to hold rainwater long after everything else in the park had dried up. The wooden parking rail here was new too. But the natural areas that surrounded him seemed unchanged. He took in the dark smudge of pines on a distant ridge and the smoky purple haze of maples running down into the valley below. Would these things change when the authorities had finished developing new access routes and public education programs? Would some of the wildness have to be sacrificed to the proposed new hiking paths and bike trails? He was glad he had known Rogue Valley in former times, just in case. He followed one of the older trails, now all but overgrown, and came upon the arches that supported the massive steel beams transporting the highway over the park. His thoughts turned to all those people traversing this spot 20 metres above him. They were so close to this place, but so utterly separated from it. The commuters would pass over this valley, reassured by the presence of this green space, feeling a deep affection for it even, but content to let the highway carry them across the ravine on its massive concrete legs, without ever truly experiencing the wild, natural wonderland just below them. He knew better than anyone the price you paid for separating yourself from the things you loved. Perhaps it was necessary in some cases, but you always lost a part of yourself in the process. But then, perhaps the true measure of how much you loved something was how much of yourself you were willing to sacrifice for it. He sat beneath the arches, a pocket of silence beneath the drone of traffic, amid a strange half-world of graffiti and coyote tracks. He remembered coming to the Glen Rouge campground as a child. He had snuck off one afternoon to sit beneath these same concrete pillars. He fancied he could feel the heartbeat of the city above in the vibrations, while the slow-moving river in front of him ran like blood through its veins. He recalled his young boy's excitement at his unfettered independence, at being completely free and alone. Now he was once again facing the same prospect, but this time the thought brought him only sadness. When he returned to Fairchild Flats, Jejeune's rented Evoque was the only car in the parking lot. He checked his phone and found a message from Roy. He had forwarded Damien's in-reach records, as Domenic had requested. He knew Roy believed this was just some distraction to relieve the boredom of Dominic's endless days of waiting and holding on. Perhaps it was. But 2 tracking devices had failed in the same place at the same time, and that wasn't something he was inclined to write off as a coincidence, at least not without further investigation. As he started the Range Rover, he stared at the stand of cedars on the far bank. Was this how he was destined to spend his time now? Trapped in places he had once loved, like a man imprisoned by his memories. He wanted there to be other reasons for putting his life on hold like this, for every passing day he spent in this self-imposed exile. But there were none. Only the impossible hope that Danny Mike would find Ray Hayes, and he knew the time had come to let that hope go. The rest of Jejeune's life awaited his decision to move on. He looked over one last time at the spot where the painted bunting had been seen. Whether it was a wild bird or the escapee Jejeune now believed it was, he knew it would not be returning. There was a point at which you simply had to accept that your nemesis had won. Chapter 9. The old Victorian house was showing its age, but beneath the rusty tears that dribbled from the drainpipe fastenings and the peeling paint flecks around the window frames, there was something else. Character. Lauren Salter had never been one for fanciful analogies, but there was something in the red brick facade, in the half-round columns that framed the doorway, that emanated strength and steadfastness, enduring qualities that the passage of time couldn't diminish. Well, that was settled then, thought Salter ironically. Put in her report that What is Right lived in a solid, dependable house, and that would be her character profile of the murder victim in the books. She remained a moment longer on the top step, looking up at the house. She understood the reason for her reluctance to duck under the yellow incident tape and enter the building. It was because, once she crossed that threshold, there would be no turning back. This would become her case, her investigation, and she was going to have to conduct it according to one simple guiding principle. It would inform her every decision, guide her every movement. Don't fail him. The lead? Yes, ma'am. Great. Thank you. Even in playback, her response sounded wishy-washy and unprofessional. But, in fairness, the news had come as a bit of a shock. "You've already been to the scene?" Shepherd had said, as Salter was still recovering. "So tell us, Sergeant, first impressions." Danny Mike had been beside them, but he'd held back. He'd known which Sergeant Shepherd was asking, so Detective Lauren Salter, newly appointed to equally shared sergeant's duties, had taken a deep breath and plunged in. "There's no sign there was anyone else present, so we should go with, she'd corrected herself, the idea of a single assailant for now." "A random attack?" Shepherd's eyes had gone to Danny here, as if the two of them might know better. She couldn't bring herself to believe it was random, Salter had told them, but if it was targeted, it was hard to see what for. "Certainly not robbery. There are no signs the attacker entered beyond the hallway. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing appears to have been taken. In fact, there was a certified cheque made payable to the victim in plain view. Granted, it's not easy to cash a stolen cheque, but it's not impossible either. You'd have thought it would have been worth the killer's while to take a chance on it, especially for that amount of money." Shepherd had nodded. "And the method, Sergeant Salter? Do you have any concerns about that?" She did. The first stab wound to the chest would have proven fatal. There would have been a lot of blood. But it was followed by a second thrust, much, much harder, delivered some time after the first, possibly even minutes later, when it would have been obvious the victim was already dead. But what was the killer doing between those two knife thrusts? To deliver that blow, the killer would have had to step into the hallway. But why stand there all that time, waiting, before delivering that second thrust? Shepherd had looked at her for a long moment. "Plenty for you to be going on with, then," she'd said finally. "I'd suggest you get started." Salter drew a deep breath, unlocked the front door, and entered. The heat from the spring morning hadn't yet found its way into the hallway of the house, but the light had. Pale swatches of colour spilled onto the tiled floor. Salter thought at first they might be spots the post-crime clean-up crew had failed to mop up, but, turning to look over her shoulder, she realised it was sunlight filtering through the small stained glass panels in the front door. She stood for a moment, looking down at the place where the victim had been found, still clutching the telephone receiver, a carving knife driven into his chest up to the hilt. A large room opened off the hallway to the right, and she entered through the wide, doorless archway, hearing the soft creak of the wooden floors beneath her footsteps. A parlour, the room would no doubt have been called on the Victorian builder's plans. It was an office now, a curious jumble of old furniture and antiquated electronics. An oak roll-top desk dominated the facing wall, flanked by a fax machine and a cumbersome freestanding photocopier of the kind Salter had not seen since she was a teenager. On an exquisite reproduction Elizabethan writing table stood a computer set up of only slightly more recent vintage than the photocopier. The tiny screen and keyboard shared the standard grey-beige colour of computer generations past, as did the bulky tower resting against one of the legs of the desk. No wonder the Socko team had dubbed this place Jurassic Park. She moved from the office into the room behind it, another empty space ringing with silence. She had never felt so much an intruder in a crime scene. It was the solitude, she realised. Usually, she was in attendance with a senior investigator, Danny or Inspector Jejeune. Often there were forensic techs around, fingerprint teams, even a medical examiner. Now it was just her, D.S. Lauren Salter and a house full of secrets. And her mantra, don't fail him. It was cooler in here, at the back of the house. The room drew no warmth from the sparse furnishings. A well-worn armchair, a set of heavy brocade curtains, a faded area rug that looked like it would have been worth a lot of money when its colours were vibrant and new. Along the back wall was a heavy wooden sideboard, on which a turntable and receiver stood. Beside the sideboard was a shelf unit holding a neatly arranged stack of vinyl albums. Neither had the coating of dust Salter had seen on such items in other crime scenes she had visited. These were not relics from some forgotten past. They had been used recently and regularly, she suspected. She crossed to the chair and sat down, listening to the silence in the room, trying to collect her thoughts. What had she seen so far? What had she learned that might help her? Beside the chair was a side table. Salter silently recited Socko's inventory. 2 empty beer cans, 1 glass. The brand was Danny's beer of choice. Perhaps there was a marketing campaign there somewhere, she thought idly. Pardons. The choice of men who prefer to stay home at night and listen to old songs. Should have the stuff flying off the shelves. Neither the cans nor the glass were here now. They had been bagged and taken for analysis, as likely the last items the victim had touched before he went to answer the door for the final time in his life. In a holder beneath the table there was a small address book. Salter took it out and riffled through the alphabetized pages. Most of the categories were empty, page after page of blank sheets. In fact, there were so few entries, she was able to count them individually. 11. Perhaps somewhere in the list lay answers about what had happened here. Certainly, at this stage she had none. She leaned back in the armchair to consider what, if anything, she knew about the case so far. The silence of the room settled in around her, and she closed her eyes, enjoying the peace of it for a few moments. The shrill ring of Salter's phone startled her awake, but she'd reflexively answered it before she was fully alert. Sutton Salter? Susan Bonaccord. I understand you've been trying to contact me. I'm sorry? About that night. When I was on the phone with Wattis Wright. Oh, right, yes. Salter rubbed her face awake with a hand. Yes, thanks for getting back to me. She stood up and began to move around the room, getting her thoughts in order. Don't fail him. I wanted to go over things again with you. If you're still at the hotel, I could come over. A thought struck her as she looked around the empty house, although perhaps you could just talk me through it now. Now? What you mean on the phone? I'm at the house. The scene. The crime scene. She sighed irritably at her own fumbling. Well, if you're sure. Bonaccord sounded dubious, and, in truth, Salter could think of no good reason to do things this way. Except she was here now, and Bonaccord's first recollection was always going to be the clearest one, the most visceral, closest to the emotions. Setting it against Salter's own observations as the woman's account led her through the scene might just help the sergeant to see things in a different light. We'd been talking for some time, when I heard the doorbell go in the background. It was one of those old-fashioned chimes, I remember, quite loud. Salter entered the hallway, its pitted harlequin-tiled floor still dappled by pools of stained glass light. Beside her, the wall-mounted phone sat on its cradle, its long, twisted cord dangling almost to the floor. She stood facing the doorway, recalling the large round doorbell on the door jamb outside. He asked me to excuse him while he spoke to the person at the door, and then I heard... It was like he was gasping for breath. Drowning, almost. Only not quite. Salter stared down at the tiled floor, at where Wright would have lain as the blood bubbled up, filling his lungs, creating the gurgling sound Bonnecord had heard. I asked if he was all right, what had happened, but of course he didn't reply. Salter saw Wright now, lying on the cold tiles, the phone in his hand, the life spilling out of his body in a pulsing red stream. He was listening to Bonnecord's voice, wanting to say he'd been stabbed, to tell her he was dying, but unable to move or speak, or, finally, to breathe. Perhaps the silence on the phone meant Bonnecord was dwelling on those details too. Salter needed her not to. They could distort other impressions she might have. "Did you hear the other person's voice at all?" "No." "And Mr. Wright didn't say anything after he excused himself to open the door? A name? Anything?" "No." "Hello, that was all?" "Hello, like he knew the person?" "I suppose so. I never thought about it." Salter stared at the doorway, imagining someone standing there, someone he knew. The address book provided meagre pickings, but perhaps that was no bad thing. It certainly limited the suspect pool. "Are you still there?" Bonnecord's inquiry sounded slightly impatient. "Is there anything else, Sergeant? Only I have rather a lot to do this morning." Salter looked at the stained tiles in the empty hallway once more, at the phone cord hanging forlornly down the wall, at the door with its pastel patches of light shining through. They were discussing a man's violent death, and still Bonnecord had her mind on other priorities. "This cheque your company issued, the accompanying letter says something about a rights purchase?" "That's correct. We purchased the rights to some properties from Mr. Wright. He wrote all the music for the Chamalars. I'm too young to remember them, frankly, as I imagine you are, but they were a big act in the 60s. The name may have rung a distant bell somewhere in Salter's memory, but she couldn't conjure up any pertinent facts. She'd ask her dad, Davy, when she got home. As hard as it was for her to believe, looking at him these days, he had apparently been an avid music fan when he was young. If the Chamalars were as big as Susan Bonnecord seemed to be implying, Davy would likely have heard of them. "This deal, was everybody happy with it? No disgruntled parties being forced into something against their better judgment?" "Absolutely not. In fact, we were both delighted to have concluded our agreement. Mr. Wright was, quite frankly, very keen to have the money, and we needed the rights. Our clients are staging a large West End production that should be a very strong fit for the current nostalgia market. This represented a very good deal for both sides. I'd be happy to discuss this all further at some point, Sergeant, but I'm afraid I really do have to get on just now." Salter tucked away her phone and looked around. From the hallway, she could see the chair she had been sitting in when she'd fallen asleep. How many nights had Wattis Wright sat there, she wondered, immersing himself in the tunes from another era, reliving the memories of some earlier time. If only it was that easy, she thought. If only we could revert to the innocence of our past lives just by spending a couple of hours listening to music. Whether it had ever worked for Wattis Wright, she couldn't have said. All she knew was it would take more than a few old songs to bring back her own carefree days. A lot more. Chapter 10. Shadows of birds tracked across the pink gravel of the parking lot. Their calls told Traz they were laughing gulls even before he looked up. Dozens of them had been roosting on the waters of San Antonio Bay when he had left for the stock pond the previous night, and now they were up, riding whatever thermals they could find, their incessant squeals filling the warm morning air. He was standing in the doorway of his motel room, sipping thoughtfully on a coffee as he admired his ride for the next few days. The tangerine bodywork of the 1971 Buick Riviera glittered under the tinfoil bright sunshine of the Texas morning, the metal flake finish twinkling like a constellation of tiny stars. Traz wasn't somebody who sought attention as a rule, but he had little doubt that the elegant lines of this boat-tailed beauty would be turning heads wherever he went. He leaned back on the doorjamb and closed his eyes for a moment. The breeze carried the salt tang off the water to him and played panpipe music over the hole in the lid of his styrofoam coffee cup. "I thought you would be long gone by now." Traz opened his eyes to see Verity Brown poking her head out of the doorway beside him. "Well, that was the plan, but that low-down Lone Star beer had other ideas. How about you? Sleep well?" "Well enough. Rapid recovery is a trademark of field researchers. If not, it would mean no drinking the night before early morning field work, and that would be just no fun at all." Verity's short hair was wet and spiky. However long she had been awake, it was enough for her to have had a shower and get dressed in tight jeans and a loose cotton pale blue blouse. She looked out over the bay, holding up a hand to her brows as she squinted at the light spangling off the water. "Nice day for it." Traz nodded. "Can't wait. As soon as I finish my coffee, I'll be on my way." "You're not going to eat breakfast first?" Traz held up his coffee cup and smiled. "Caffeine and hydrogenated creamers are no way to start a day. Your blood sugar levels will be low after the beer last night. Your body needs proper nourishment. Come on, I'll buy you a decent breakfast before you go. It's the least I can do for an old dancing partner. We can reminisce about all the great tunes we heard last night." "Not if you want me to keep my appetite," said Traz. "Maybe you could just quote me some more poetry then. I've always had a soft spot for Whittier. Give me 5 minutes and I'll meet you by the car." As he watched her disappear back into her motel room, it occurred to him that Verity might not have been as drunk last night as he'd thought. It occurred to him, too, that this meant all the compliments she'd paid him couldn't just be written off as the beer talking, though, if that was the message she'd intended to convey, he couldn't have said. They were sitting on the outside patio of a restaurant called Pop's that was perched on a wharf overlooking the bay. The waitress brought them their orders and told them if they needed anything else, all they had to do was holler. He enjoyed the easy courtesy of the South Texans and the strain of gentle, self-deprecating humour that lay just beneath the surface. But if he was being honest, in Verity's presence, he seemed to like pretty much everything down here. "You going to eat that?" she asked. Traz looked down at the bacon sandwich he was holding. "It crossed my mind," he said. "I hope you're not going to tell me bacon's not good for you. I'd remind you I am Canadian." "There can be a lot of antibiotics in bacon if it's not responsibly sauced. But if you are intending on eating it, at least give the white bread a miss. You may as well be eating furniture upholstery for all the nutritional value that stuff has. Plus, there's that whole gluten thing, not to mention this wheat belly, wheat brain business." She held up her hands. "Hey, just the messenger here. My parents are both nutritionists. I got a lot of homeschooling in this kind of stuff." Traz's eye was caught by a couple of birds slowly circling the bay. Though they were deeply silhouetted against the cloudless sky, he finally decided he'd seen enough to identify them as gull-billed terns. Eventually, one settled to roost at the end of a battered wooden fishing pier that stretched at least 100 metres out into the bay. With its missing boards and twisted support struts, the structure looked barely capable of supporting a man's weight. At the pier's entrance stood the trunks of 2 palm trees, each snapped off at a height of about 3 metres. A no-entry sign, that had also been severed from a post somewhere lay propped against the base of one of the trees.
"I guess Hurricane Harvey hit this area pretty hard," he said.
"About pounded it back into the Dark Ages," Verity told him. "They'll rebuild, though." She pointed along the wharf, where skeletons of new timber framed a fishing hut and tackle shop. "Stubborn breed, the South Texans." To Traz, it seemed not so much a question of whether the town would rebuild, but whether it should. Before the storm, Amblin had taken advantage of its proximity to the winter home of whooping cranes, offering a range of services for visitors to the reserve. There was a petrol station, a motel, and a couple of places to eat. From what Traz had seen of this part of the world so far, that made Amblin practically a metropolis. For all the devastation brought by the hurricane, the carnage had provided new opportunities for reconstruction and development. But the town also had the option now of allowing itself to dwindle back into the sleepy farming community it had once been. Backsliding would be the easier option. The wide, flat fields of dark earth surrounding the Aransas Wildlife Refuge meant farming was always a viable alternative in these parts. It would take a significant act of will to re-establish the infrastructure needed to support any kind of tourism industry here again. When it came to hurricanes in South Texas, it wasn't a case of if, but when. In Traz's view, daring Mother Nature to come by and wipe out all your hard work over and over again went some way beyond stubbornness. It required a resilience he wasn't sure he would have been able to find in himself. Verity had turned her head away from Traz. "I was wondering," she said, staring out over the water, "whether that offer of yours was still good." Traz set down his sandwich so hard the plate banged against the table, startling a pair of laughing gulls from their wharfside perches. "I'm on your bucket list now?" "A drunk woman who doesn't even know your real name all but invites you into her room, with you already planning an early morning getaway? If you chose to do the right thing in those circumstances, maybe you'd be okay to travel with after all." A breath of soft, warm air came to them across the bay. The piercing squeals of the disturbed gulls had subsided now, and all they could hear was the water gently lapping against the shoreline. Traz picked up his sandwich again to give himself a moment to process the wider implications of Verity's statement. "Well, I suppose it's nice to be trusted." Verity shrugged. "Trust has nothing to do with it. In case you haven't heard, all us Southern girls sleep with a gun under our pillow. But at least if you're given to gentlemanly behavior, I wouldn't have to shoot you." Traz smiled, but he realized it was time to take things seriously. If Verity's proposal was genuine, he'd need to remind her of his plans. They weren't up for negotiation. "I'll be making a few stops," he said. "Overnighters. 4 at least, maybe 5. If there's time, I'd planned on visiting a couple of bird reserves along the way, too." He realized, even as he spoke, that something inside him was hoping these details wouldn't put her off. The prospect of travelling with Verity Brown for the next few days had suddenly become very appealing. "I'd be okay with that," she said easily. "I've got the whole summer off. A couple of extra days to get where I'm going makes no difference." "Can you tell me where your stops are, or is this going to be some kind of a mystery tour?" Traz shook his head. "I know it sounds a bit crazy, but I don't really know. A friend sent me a series of coordinates and asked me to check what's at each one. I'm hoping it makes a little more sense as I go, but at the moment I've got no idea what'll be waiting for us when we get there." "Nothing you're saying is making this any less appealing," said Verity. "Like I said, if that offer's still on the table, I'm in. I just have to pack up at the motel and grab a few things from my research station at the reserve, and I'll be ready to go. In fact, If you'd care to give me a ride over to Aransas, I could make it worth your while." "And just how might you do that?" asked Traz, standing up. He put an upturned saucer over the remains of his half-eaten sandwich in case the marauding gulls scavenged it before the waitress returned. Verity stood to join him. "By showing you a secret place or two," she said, "where you can see some pretty special birds close up." Chapter 11. From a live oak at the edge of the small gravel parking lot, a northern mockingbird trilled out its twice-repeated phrases, running through its repertoire of the calls of the local species. Traz had offered no resistance when Verity had suggested taking the jeep after she had emerged from her porter-cabin office at the reserve's visitors' centre. It wasn't a decision he regretted. If he had been forced to subject the pristine Buick to these rugged dirt tracks, he was fairly sure his nerve would have failed him long before they reached this place. He'd asked about the porter cabins as they'd pulled away from the visitor centre, and Verity had told him the researchers used to have work areas in the main building. Until Harvey. It was 8 days after the hurricane hit before anybody could get in here to assess the damage. The rain had pounded in through the soffits, and the water inside the building was a foot deep by the time folks got here. South Texas heat and standing water isn't a great combination for buildings. They were never going to get the mold out of that visitor center, so they decided to tear it down and rebuild. The crane researchers and everybody else, too, are out in the porta cabins until they finish. They climbed out of the jeep and strolled towards the edge of the lot, where it looked over a small marsh. There wasn't a leaf left on the trees in this reserve by the time Harvey was done with us, said Verity. The live oaks, the blackjacks, even the hackberries, all of them totally stripped. It was kind of amazing to watch how quickly the reserve greened up again, though. Nature's ability to regenerate itself is pretty amazing, huh? Traz looked around at the abundance of vegetation surrounding them in every direction. His gaze stopped at a ragged line of dried grasses and other natural detritus. "Is that a tide line?" The storm surge drove stuff 1.5 miles inland. We were really concerned about the impact on the crane habitat. Places like the sandbanks at Heron Flats were just about wiped out. But by the time the cranes got back from Wood Buffalo, there were plenty of places for them to settle in. "There's your whoppers." She pronounced it whoppers, like the locals did, but the announcement was so nonchalant it had Traz looking up in the live oak for a moment. Then he saw her pointing to a stand of tall grass at the edge of the marsh, and he noticed the 2 birds, resplendent in their stately white plumage and distinctive black masks, carefully picking their way through the water. He raised his bins and looked at them in wonder. Whooping cranes, once one of the most endangered creatures on Earth. Only 15 migrating adults were known to survive when a recovery plan had been put in place in 1941 to pluck the species from the brink of extinction and rebuild the population. And that had happened here, on this small stretch of nondescript shoreline around St. Charles Bay. He shook his head as he took in the breathtaking significance of the place he now stood. Verity watched the birds intently. Can you imagine what would have happened if they had allowed the last few whooping cranes to be taken into captivity? They were seriously considering doing that? They sure were. They could have ended up in Cincinnati Zoo, she said. It was a leading destination for rare species at that time. She shuddered. The thought of them ending up there just about turns my blood cold. Traz looked puzzled. The world's last passenger pigeon died there. 4 years later, the world's last Carolina parakeet did too, in the same cage. What? You're not serious. Verity nodded. How's that for luck? To think the last whopper might have died in there as well. Talk about an unwanted hat trick. So, you don't think taking those whoopers into captivity would have saved them? Verity shook her head. I'm convinced. Preserving the migration mapping in the genes was what saved the species. If they'd have been taken into captivity, their ability to trace these routes to the summer breeding grounds would have been lost forever. You don't think it could have been re-established once the numbers had recovered? Traz spread his hands. They've successfully led captive-bred birds and migrations in Wisconsin. She nodded. But they have never created a viable breeding population there. Too many wild characteristics have been lost. Species restoration is not like rebuilding that old car of yours. You can put all the shiny new parts in place you like. Enhanced habitat, breeding resources, predator protection, but you can't restore natural instincts. Once they have been lost from the DNA, they take many generations to redevelop. Maybe some never do. That population of whoppers out in Louisiana, for example, just seemed content to stay put. Traz looked back at the birds, and Verity let him have his observation in silence. It was only the crane's sudden burst of activity that broke the spell. The male reared up and extended its neck, flapping its wings and kicking out its legs before him. Traz watched every movement, drinking in the experience, storing up the images. For all the ease of finding these birds, he hadn't lost sight of what an incredible privilege it was to see them in their natural habitat, and even more so, to watch them displaying their most celebrated behaviour right in front of him. Somebody needs to warn him that dancing can lead to all sorts of unforeseen consequences, said Verity darkly. Males can get pretty worked up. I watched one get so excited during a dance he lost his footing and took a faceplant straight into the mud. She smiled at the memory. And they say females have trouble corralling their hormones. They watched as the male jumped again, its legs flailing in awkward, spasmodic movements, like someone having their reflexes tested with a knee hammer. It's not the most elegant thing you'll ever see, is it? She asked. Still, it works for them, I guess. But why here? Asked Traz. Isn't dancing a courtship ritual? I thought they'd wait until they're on their breeding grounds up north. These stragglers will be on the move soon enough, said Verity. There's a strong link between the hormones that drive the courtship display and the migration instinct. Brain activity in the areas that trigger migration increases significantly when the breeding hormones kick in. If you track the synaptic functions, your monitor lights up like a Christmas tree. She paused and looked at him. Too much information? No, not at all. It's fascinating. The birds disappeared into the bank of tall grass, and Verity turned to go. The heat was building, and Traz could feel the sun on his shoulders through his shirt. Another couple of hours, and this open, exposed area wasn't a place he'd want to be. He said as much to Verity as they got back in the jeep. Yeah, the cabins are kind of cramped when I've got my equipment set up, but at least the air conditioning works. Maybe they'll surprise you with a nice new lab in the visitor center when they rebuild, said Traz brightly. Verity shook her head doubtfully. I'll be surprised if I even get my workstation in the main building back, never mind a lab. Traz looked across at her. Really? You're studying one of the most iconic birds in North America. It sounds like pretty important work to me. Oh, it is. But my research doesn't get taken real seriously down here. Well, pretty much anywhere come to that. I don't know what in the world difference it makes the way I say things, but it sure does seem to matter to some people. They hear this accent, they figure I should be in a kitchen somewhere, fixing up biscuits and gravy. I can't believe that's true. You only have to talk to you for a couple of minutes to realize how much you know about your subject. A couple of minutes is more than I usually get. All I know is every time I say evidently instead of apparently, the academic world's estimation of my IQ goes down about 50 points, just like yours did last night. Traz tried to laugh off the accusation, but he couldn't deny it. Nevertheless, he doubted things were as bad as Verity claimed. It was possible, likely even, that she had encountered some prejudgment because of the way she spoke, but the wounded are rarely interested in giving a balanced view of their injuries. Verity pulled off the road onto a narrow track so overgrown with vegetation, Traz would have missed it completely if he had been alone. The jeep rattled along the track for 100 metres or so and emerged into a small clearing. A shallow pond of still water was fringed by the same tall grasses as their previous stop, but here a pair of large blackjack oaks leaned in from the water's edge, bathing half of the clearing in cooling shade. Verity drew the jeep to a halt beneath the nearest tree and put an arm on Traz's as he moved to get out. No need. On the far side of the pond, a small dance of cranes stood still, their elegant stances reflected in the mirror-smooth surface of the water. It was a family group, 2 adults and their single offspring, a colt with rusty colouring still trailing up its neck. Raised last year, and ready now to begin the single most important flight of its life, the one that would show whether the route it had taken on its southbound journey last autumn had imprinted itself deeply enough to allow the bird to return safely to the breeding grounds of Wood Buffalo National Park in Canada. On some unseen cue, the birds all turned and lifted into the air, their wing beats as slow and effortless as an unfolding dream. In seconds, they had disappeared from view. Traz looked at the empty pond. Not a ripple disturbed its surface. It was as if the birds had never been there at all. Vanished from the face of the earth, he thought. How close we had come. The thought stayed with him for a long moment, until Verity spoke. "You all ready to head out?" "I am, but I'll have to check with the rest of us." The smile that met Traz's mischievous grin seemed just a touch colder and more forced than Verity's usual efforts. There were no-go areas for all of us, he thought, and he had just touched upon one of his travelling companions. He was sure there were going to be plenty of topics they would have fun with during the next few days. Verity Brown's speech patterns wouldn't be among them. The shrill ring of Traz's phone saved him from the uncomfortable silence that had settled between them. "JJ!" he said delightedly as soon as he recognized the voice. "I'd heard you were back on this side of the pond. Is Lindy with you?" "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, I'm sure you guys will work everything out eventually. So what's up?" he asked, ensuring his tone didn't reveal the true sadness he felt about the news of his friend's breakup with Lindy. "I'm in Aransas," he said in answer to Dominic's question. "I was just thinking about you, as a matter of fact. Know what I'm looking at right now? A scissor-tailed flycatcher." He looked at Verity and pointed up to a dead snag on one of the oaks where a bird with an extravagantly long tail was perched. Even from below, the delicate salmon-pink flushing on the bird's sides was clearly visible, contrasting with the soft grey plumage of its back. Verity didn't seem too enthralled by the sight, and it occurred to him that she probably saw these birds all the time down here. "I seem to remember that's one you've dipped on a few times. Did you ever see one?" He smiled at the answer he heard. "Really? Wow. Pity you're not down here then. They're all over the place. In fact, there's another one now. And another." "Are you kidding me? Another one just dropped in right in front of me. Man, it's just raining scissor-tailed flycatchers down here." Verity hadn't seen any other birds come in, but when she looked at Traz, he gave her a big wink. "You should see the travelling companion I've picked up too, JJ," he said. "Gorgeous body, and looks to die for." Verity raised her eyebrows in surprise, and he offered her a smile. "A 455 V8 under the hood with a Rochester Quadrajet 4-barrel carb and positive traction differential. A Buick Riviera GS boat tail. She's a dream.
I'm also with a pretty special woman who's going to be road tripping with me for the next few days. Her name's Verity. Want to say hi?
He handed his phone over. So, you've actually met him, and you're still prepared to travel with him? Said Jejeune.
Verity laughed. Yeah, he seems harmless enough. We've only just met, but we found out we were heading the same way, so everything just kind of worked out. It's cool when stuff like that happens, huh?
There was a beat of silence. It is, agreed Jejeune.
Traz came back on the phone. You'd love her, JJ. She studies whooping cranes. Her field is brain activity.
What's she doing with you?
Trying to establish a baseline? Aha! Comedy gold. I'm so glad you decided to carry on when Curly and Moe called it a day. From here, we're heading to Oklahoma. Know what the state bird is? Why, that would be the scissor-tailed flycatcher. I hear the place is just lousy with them. They're a garbage bird up there.
A dirt bird, Jejeune's British birding acquaintances would have said. He knew Traz's use of the derogatory term for overcommon species was just to needle him. In truth, his friend despised the phrase as much as he did. Is it Verity's work that's taking you up there?
No, she's heading up with me to her home in scenic South Dakota.
There was a long silence on Traz's end of the line.
Hold on,
he said eventually. He held up a finger to Verity and climbed out of the jeep, retreating to a safe distance along the dirt track before speaking again. JJ, I'm in Aransas because Damien asked me to come here. Is that what his text to you last week was about? Jejeune didn't say it was Damien's last text. You don't know about any of this, do you? Damien sent me a list of coordinates and asked me to check out the sites. They run in a straight line north from Aransas to North Dakota and then veer off to the northwest. Whooping crane stopover points? Couldn't be anything else.
I was at a loose end, so I said sure.
Did he say why he wanted you to check those sites out?
No, but I'd really like to know if you're planning on asking him.
Traz knew when Domenic spoke that he had not imagined the uncomfortable pause. I would if I could reach him, Traz. His tracker is off. He's somewhere in Wood Buffalo Park, but there's no way of getting in touch with him. Verity and the jeep were still a long way down the track, but Traz lowered his voice and hunched over the phone slightly anyway. Damien didn't want me talking to anybody about what I was doing, JJ. He said guardedly. Anything I found out was to go straight back to him. I don't know what your brother's mixed up in, but you know Damien, it's probably nothing good. Traz gave a momentary pause of his own. If Damien is out there in the middle of Wood Buffalo and he's gone dark, that could mean he's in a lot of trouble, JJ. Yes, said Domenic quietly. That was what I was thinking too. Chapter 12. The room seemed different. Everything in it was familiar, but DCI Jejeune had left a large gap when he returned to Canada. Salter was surprised at the impact the absence of such an unassuming personality could make. But other things had changed within the room too. There was a new dynamic to the association between the two occupants. It filled the space between them like an awkward piece of furniture, and it wasn't something Salter intended tiptoeing around for very long. Sarge, we're okay, you and me? To Mike, the question came from nowhere. He looked at Salter for a moment before answering. We are, he said earnestly. I mean, this new situation, this new relationship between us, I suppose you'd call it, she said with a half-hearted laugh. You've worked hard to get your promotion, Sergeant, said Mike. It's well deserved. If it wasn't exactly what Salter had been asking, she'd accept the response for now. Mike had his music on, as usual. From his laptop, The Temptations' The Way You Do the Things You Do provided a backdrop to the silence between them. Tony Holland had complained about Mike being mired in songs of melancholy and loss recently, but this one was lively enough. Come to think of it, the other songs Mike had been playing since she had returned to active duty had been noticeably upbeat too. She began to walk towards his desk and Mike looked up. In the past, she had often come over for a chat, but this time her approach seemed just a touch more hesitant. "Would you mind if we listened to something else today?" Mike muted his laptop and looked at her over the top of it. "Did you have anything particular in mind?" She held up a flash drive. "The Shyamalars. What is Right wrote their songs. I'm not really expecting to get any clues from them, but I thought I should probably give them a listen anyway. You know, just to be thorough. Only I wouldn't dare listen to this stuff at home. Max already thinks that I spent my teenage years eating dinosaur meat. If he thought I was listening to this kind of music, it would only confirm to him that I'm older than dirt." "The Shyamalars it is," said Mike gallantly. He inserted the drive and opened the file. The sound of swirling strings and punchy brass arrangements began to drift from the speakers. Mike gave the music the courtesy of a short listen before deciding it was time to move on to other topics. "How are your inquiries progressing?" he asked. She shrugged. "Somebody named Albert Ross is looming large, and I mean that literally. Apparently he's a mountain of a man. He's an acquaintance of Wright's, of a sort anyway. I'm not sure what the connection is yet, but he's one of the very few people who made it into the victim's address book. He was heard by a neighbour in a nasty shouting match with Wright the afternoon before his death. Apparently, Ross was standing on his doorstep, literally screaming at him about something." Mike looked interested. "It's not as promising as it sounds," said Salter. "Ross has got a file as long as your arm for public order disturbances, breaches of the peace. He's clearly got impulse control issues, anger management, all that. There have been several spells in facilities for treatment, but—" Mike inclined his head. "But none of the previous targets of his anger have ended up dead." Salter nodded. "Still, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a chat with him. I mean, just because there's been no serious afters with anybody else, he does seem to have had run-ins with most of the inhabitants of Saltmarsh at one time or another, over the most ridiculous stuff sometimes. He even assaulted a fortune-teller at the Saltmarsh Fete one year, for God's sake." "Was the fortune-teller laughing at him?" Salter looked puzzled. "I've no idea. Why?" "I thought it might just be a case of him wanting to strike a happy medium." Salter laughed out loud. "You're wasted here, Danny, truly." She became suddenly serious. "But really, have you never considered taking the next step up the ladder yourself?" "I've been out of school a long time," said Mike frankly. "The studying might be a bit of a stretch, if I'm being honest. I get the feeling I'd have to dedicate so much time to it that the promotion would end up taking priority over the work. I suppose I just could never really convince myself that it was worth that. Besides, there's plenty enough you can achieve working away in the background. Look at Herb Dickerson." "Who?" "My point exactly." A joke from Danny Mike was a rare enough commodity. A wink was a genuine collector's item. But the two in combination? The effect left Salter wondering who this imposter was, and what he might have done with the Danny Mike she knew. She looked over to the vacant desk of Tony Holland, another absentee who had often filled the room with his personality, albeit in a completely different way to DCI Jejeune. "I wonder what Tony and the Met are making of each other. He said he's enjoying himself, but you know, Tony, that doesn't necessarily mean the work." "You've spoken to him, then?" "He called to congratulate me. He said somebody had tipped him off that I was back." She paused to see if her suspicion was correct, and despite Mike's impassive expression, she decided it probably was. I have to say, he was amazingly supportive and sincere. I'd expected a bit of banter, but he was very complimentary. She paused and looked at the empty desk again. Full of surprises, our Tony?
Well, you were missed.
Was I, Danny? By any one individual in particular, or just by the universe in general? Why was it so difficult to talk about something that had never happened between them? Was it because the faintest glimmer of hope remained deep down inside her somewhere, that the possibility was still there? She'd have given the idea short shrift if Tony Holland or anyone else had suggested it, but she had to at least be honest with herself.
Well, I know their harmonies, this lot, I'll give them that.
Danny's comment brought her back to the present. His expression suggested he wasn't as impressed with the song itself. To be honest, Salter wasn't overly taken with the doo-wop sound either. In her opinion, if the best you could come up with for lyrics was bip-bippity-doop, you were probably better off leaving the song as an instrumental in the first place. But the melody was pleasant enough. And like Danny said, the Shamalars could certainly sing. To her, the silky smooth harmonies were every bit the equal of those Motown artists Danny liked. The Temptations he'd just been listening to, the Miracles, the Four Tops. She wouldn't say that out loud, though. Danny had obviously gone out of his way to try to find something positive to say about the Shamalars. There was no point in pushing her luck. She moved her shoulders and rolled her head gently to the beat of the music. Isn't it amazing how something from so long ago could suddenly gain this sort of popularity again, all because of the internet? It started as a meme, you see. Salter paused for a moment, toying with the idea of asking Mike if he needed a translation, but thought better of it. It was one thing for Mike to have a curmudgeonly contempt for today's frivolous trends. Having to confess to missing them entirely as they hurtled on by was another matter altogether. Someone used one of the Shamalars' songs as a soundtrack to a video, she continued. Two teenage lovers who can't find the right words, so they speak in all this sha-la-la-la-la-doop-doop nonsense instead. It was really quite sweet. Mike's expression suggested he wasn't entirely being won over by her description, and Salter hurried on. Anyway, it caught on, and all of a sudden the internet's on fire with Shamalamania. These things generally peter out pretty quickly, but with the nostalgia train everybody seems to be riding these days, this one's showing no sign to going anywhere. Susan Bonacord's company is responsible for securing the rights for a musical all based around songs by the Shamalars.
So, this is what that big check on his desk was for? The rights to these songs?
Asked Danny. Not even a note of disbelief in his voice, she noted. He really was on his best behaviour today. Not exactly. The publishing rights to all the songs had long since been signed away. What Susan Bonacord was purchasing from Wright were the dance moves. He had never sold those rights to anybody, so he still retained ownership of them.
You can't copyright dance moves, surely? Said Mike, in surprise. Charlie Atkins would have spent his life in court the number of times his routines have been copied. He was the one who choreographed all those moves for the Motown artists in the 60s.
He explained. Actually, you can copyright dance moves, said Salter, if you have visual evidence that the choreography was designed as a specific performance piece to accompany a song.
So, Wright had some film of his routines?
He'd managed to hang on to some grainy old 60s film of the Shamalars in rehearsal, with him and his assistant working out the choreography with them. Was Albert Ross a fan of this stuff? Despite his best efforts, it was clear that Danny's tolerance for 8-bar breaks consisting entirely of shamalala-la-la-las was reaching its limit. He looked ready to make a case for justifiable homicide if Ross had been subjected to very much of this kind of music. Salter gave a small smile. Motive's the thing I'm struggling with at the moment. It wasn't a targeted robbery. If you knew Wright at all, you'd know there were no fancy portable electronics lying around. There was no flat-screen TV.
His only phone was fixed to a wall, and you'd need a crane and a flatbed truck to get that bulky office equipment of his away, the photocopier and computer system and such. The only thing that seems to fit at the moment is something personal. But Wright had no family, no business associates, so again, it's hard to see why anybody would want to kill a man who just wanted to sit at home listening to his old songs. In a case like this, I might be inclined to look at the who first and worry about the why after, said Mike casually. It would have been immediately obvious to the killer that the first attack had done the job. From a knife wound that had penetrated the heart, there would have been a lot of blood. But there had been that second thrust, made with extreme force, long after the first one, long after the victim would have appeared dead. It spoke to rage, and it spoke to an extremely powerful individual. A big man with impulse control issues. Shepard may have assigned the lead investigation to Salter, but she knew that hadn't stopped Donny Mike from mulling it over in his mind. He stopped the Chamalars mid-song and removed the drive, holding it out to her. Heard enough? If you need a lift when you go to see this Albert Ross, he said, let me know. Chapter 13. The domain at Saltmarsh had created its share of controversy during the planning and construction phases, and though the active opposition had subsided now that it was a fait accompli, there was still a marked difference of opinion among the locals as to its merits. To the local Chamber of Commerce, the resort's state-of-the-art facilities were a sign of Saltmarsh's willingness to embrace the future. For many of the residents, however, a 30,000-square-foot complex of high-tech innovation and design had no place in a quiet country town. Not even if it was set in a refurbished 18th-century manor house on its own 20-acre estate and with an enviable stretch of riverfront access. Salter hadn't really settled on a side during the contentious early times, and she remained ambivalent now. But as she pulled up in the sweeping gravel forecourt, she had to admit the developers had done an admirable job of restoring the shell of the old building. The whitewash gleamed beneath the heavy black timbers crisscrossing the facade, and the thatched roof was in better repair than any she had seen in the area for a very long time. She remembered passing the house on her walks along the riverbank with Max when he was a baby. Even then, long into neglect, the building had impressed her with its grandeur. A remnant of another age, it had survived the centuries virtually intact, awaiting its rescue with dignity and patience. When salvation had finally arrived in the form of an investment group with a plan to house one of the country's most technologically advanced hotels behind an exterior restored to all its former glory, perhaps it was, for once, the best of both worlds. Even a brand-spanking new detective sergeant's warrant card wasn't enough to get Salter past reception, and she waited patiently while the clinically efficient front desk associate dialed Susan Bonacord's room. In stark contrast to the rustic exterior, there was an uncompromising utilitarianism to the ultra-chic lobby. Clean edges and sharp lines gave the space a bracing clarity and definition. All in all, thought Salter, it was a good place to begin a search for the truth. Once admitted, she walked along a corridor so plushly carpeted it seemed to suck in the surrounding sounds, leaving only a strange, unsettling silence echoing between the unadorned walls. She knocked on the door and heard Bonacord issue a muffled command. The door lock clicked, and Salter tried the handle and entered. Susan Bonacord was seated at a work desk on the far side of the room, beside an open computer. She flashed a brief smile of greeting at the detective. "Sergeant Salter, would you like coffee?" Salter could see the coffee maker near the bathroom, but Bonacord was making no move to get up. "If it's not too much trouble." "2 creams, please." "Benson," said Bonacord to the empty room. "Coffee, medium strength, 2 creams." The coffee maker hissed into action, and Salter watched as the machine produced a perfectly brewed cup.
with 2 creams. "Impressive," she said, walking over to collect the cup. "Not really. Voice-activated technology has been with us for a while, though admittedly not as much in the hospitality sector. Digital age amenities are one of the domain's major draws." Bonnecord closed her notebook and swivelled in her chair to face Salter, indicating that the detective should take a seat in an armchair in the corner of the room. Salter obliged, regarding the woman closely. Even though she had never met Susan Bonnecord, she would assume the woman might be in her element in this hotel room. Her crisply efficient demeanour, her fit-for-purpose business suit, even her neat, no-nonsense hairstyle, all suggested a person who might prefer not to have to clutter up her day engaging hotel staff in small talk. Salter looked around, taking in the pristine layout of the upscale hotel room. Every surface was shiny and uncluttered, every crease crisp and neat. Who lived like this in the real world? With Max and his friends constantly in and out, Salter's own place generally looked like a film set from the Jungle Book. She couldn't remember a time when her home had ever been this tidy or this clean. Of course, this was taking things a touch far, but a bit of neatness around her house would be nice, she thought wistfully, not least for the sheer novelty of it. "You chose to stay in the same room," said Salter, leaning forward in the armchair to sip her coffee. "I thought you might prefer to move. I imagine it must be difficult, looking around and remembering what happened on that call you took in here." Bonnecord nodded briskly. "Oh, yes, it is, of course. But this room is convenient for me. I have everything I need here. And the fitness centre is right next door." Salter wondered how long she worked out each day. It would be a precise amount of time, with each exercise scheduled and its output monitored. Whatever her exercise regimen was, it would be a far cry from Salter's own shambolic daily efforts, grabbing a few minutes for a jog wherever she could. Regardless of its encouraging results, or perhaps even because of them, she felt a momentary pang of envy for Bonnecord's ability to plan her day so rigorously. "I'm trying to press on. Put it behind me," continued Bonnecord. "I think that's the best way, don't you? Besides, moving to another room would cause me further inconvenience I don't need at the moment." Further? Was this her subtle way of sending a message about the sergeant's intrusion into her day? Nevertheless, she admired the woman's determination to avoid being held hostage by her circumstances and focus instead on the parts of her life she could control, like her work. Salter rocked forward slightly in the chair once more, still unable to find a comfortable position. If Bonnecord had been sending a message, she would no doubt appreciate the sergeant getting down to business. "I'm trying to put together a picture of Mr. Wright's lifestyle," said Salter. "Frankly, his world seems a bit on the small side, and since you played such a big part in it recently—" "Did I? How sad." "Sad? Well, I mean, I had so little to do with the man, really. I typically have a number of projects on the go at any given time. It's hard to think of any one of them playing a major role in someone's life." To sip her coffee, Salter had to hunch forward in the armchair again. It was an awkward, inelegant posture. She began to understand why Danny Mike usually conducted his interviews from a standing position. "Had you ever met Mr. Wright prior to this transaction?" "No. And the truth is, there was really no reason for us to have met in person this time. It's not unusual these days for me to conclude a business deal, even a fairly significant one, without ever having laid eyes on the other party. But Mr. Wright insisted on coming down to the offices so we could meet face to face. They're like that, aren't they? These older men who have lived alone for a long time. They pour their attention into the small details, promptness, courtesy, formality. They weren't small details as far as Salter was concerned. But Susan Bonnecord wasn't wrong. Salter could think of at least one other man who lived alone who would have checked all those boxes. Still, nice in a way, isn't it? Yes, I suppose it is, said Bonaccord, as if considering the idea for the first time. Salter gave up her seesawing in the armchair and lifted herself to her feet, still holding the coffee cup. She felt faintly pleased with herself. She hadn't been working on her abs particularly, but she wouldn't have been able to manage a manoeuvre like that before she had begun her exercise routine. There were no problems with the deal, you said? No points of contention? Bonaccord shook her head sharply. None whatsoever. I did get the sense that in parting with these performance rights, he was letting go of something that had once meant a great deal to him. But once he had decided to do so, there was never any hesitation. I assume you had been talking to Mr. Wright quite a bit lately. If he had other worries, someone in prolonged negotiations with him might notice. Was there anything you were aware of? Bonaccord had taken a moment to check her phone and laptop screen. If there was anything of note on either, it wasn't urgent enough to distract her from the sergeant's question. Nothing at all. He seemed concerned about how the production company intended to use the dance numbers we were acquiring. That was the purpose of our phone call, actually, to reassure him the integrity of the original Chamalars numbers would be preserved in their entirety. Salter saw the hotel phone on the nightstand, and it reminded her of a detail in the incident report from the earlier night. It was a small one, insignificant, but it would nevertheless send a signal to the other woman that Salter too was thorough and professional. The duty manager said he noticed the phone had been moved to the far side of the bed. Was there any particular reason you'd done that? Bonaccord nodded easily. Mr. Wright liked to talk, she told Salter. And in fairness, we did have a number of items to discuss. I suspected the call might be a long one. I thought I might as well make myself comfortable on the bed. You were expecting his call, then? The way she seemed to be peppering Bonaccord with questions smacked to her more of an interrogation than a conversation with a witness, but she suspected that, rather than finding it unsettling, such a ruthlessly efficient approach would be standard fare for someone like this. He'd called previously a couple of times, but I was busy on other calls. I told the front desk associate to tell him the next time he called I would be available at 8:30. That's when he called. On the dot. She raised her eyebrows at the sergeant. Old-school values, thought Salter. Again, just like Danny. Another man whose manners seemed to harken back to a different era, now lost in the mists of time. I'm curious as to why you wouldn't use an electronic funds transfer instead of issuing him a certified cheque. Surely it would have been more secure. After all, your agreement did involve a significant amount of money. Did it? Bonaccord nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I suppose it would have been. To someone in his circumstances. Circumstances where five-figure amounts didn't slide across balance sheets like pieces on a chessboard, thought the sergeant, as they apparently did in Bonaccord's world. He'd specifically requested payment by cheque. I'm not sure Mr. Wright would have been comfortable with something as radical as an EFT. Bonaccord gave her approximation of a smile. It wasn't one that had seen a lot of practice. I suppose we should be grateful he didn't ask for it in cash, said Salter. There's no sign the attacker went any farther into the house, but he might well have done if there'd been a pile of money on the table. Are you all right? A strange look had flickered across Bonaccord's features, and Salter let her question hang in silence until the other woman eventually broke it with a nervous laugh. It's silly, really. It's been bothering me that the killer might have been there, listening, while I was on the other end of that call. I just kept talking, you see, saying things, even though it was obvious by then that something terrible had happened. I just felt, as if I had to. It seems a bit ridiculous in retrospect. "No, I understand," said Salter. She had once knelt beside a stabbing victim, whispering words of comfort as she watched the life slowly ebbing from the man's body. She had held on to his hand long after it was clear he was dead. It seemed to her that it was only when she released it that he would truly be gone. "The thought that the killer might actually have heard my voice on the other end of the phone," said Bonnecord, "even as he was stabbing that poor man to death. It felt like there was a connection between us, between me and this person, this monster. I've been thinking about it since it happened." "But now you're saying the killer would never have heard any of it? That he never entered the house at all?" Salter hadn't said that exactly, but Bonnecord's assumption had clearly brought the woman such relief the sergeant made no move to correct her. "The events of that evening are going to stay with you for a while yet, unfortunately, but at least that's one part of it you can stop worrying about." Bonnecord nodded her head, but not a tightly coiffed lock moved out of place. Salter wondered what it must be like to live in a world where not even your hair was allowed any freedom. This control went some way beyond a desire for efficiency, she realized. Susan Bonnecord was someone who needed to manage every aspect of her life, to determine every outcome. The world could be a hard place for people like that. It had its own views of how matters were going to proceed, and if they didn't match your own, there was only going to be one winner. The incident the other night was a perfect example. Bonnecord's perfectly laid plans for the next few days had been disrupted by life's sudden spin in another direction. Her points covered, Salter wrapped up the interview and bade the woman goodbye. On her way out, she looked around the well-appointed hotel room again. As she progressed up the career ladder, perhaps she'd experienced some of this world herself. There would be conferences, seminars, meetings that would necessitate stays in hotel rooms like this one. She wondered if Bonnecord ever got tired of the life and yearned for a night in her own home. All Salter knew was it would take some time before the appeal ever wore off for her. As she reached the door, she considered briefly whether she would be able to open it for herself or whether she would have to ask Benson to unlock it for her first. She stopped suddenly and turned. "Did you like him?" From her seat at the desk, Bonnecord shrugged. "In his dealings, what is right was just as you'd wish the other party to be. Organised, efficient, and reliable. But he was simply a person who owned something we needed to purchase. Liking him didn't really come into it." She paused, as if she was looking for something else to offer. "There wouldn't have been a lot of common ground between us on a personal level, I'm afraid." In the forecourt, Salter paused beside her car and looked along the river toward the village. Behind her, the domain at Saltmarsh hummed on in its effortlessly digital way. It was a dispassionate world of order and precision, of relentless efficiency and uncompromising functionality. It crossed Salter's mind that on the far side of the forest, less than a mile along the riverbank from here, a man had died in a house that seemed by comparison to be almost from the Stone Age. She could see what Bonnecord meant when she said there would not be a lot of common ground between them. Besides, this was a woman who seemed to have poured her life into her career, invested all she had in herself. There wasn't much space in a world like that for other people. Chapter 14. Domenic Jejeune lingered over coffee in the Spartan breakfast room of the Borealis Motel, watching the building across the road intently. As soon as the doors to the Wood Buffalo National Park Visitor Center were opened, he drained his cup, dropped some change onto the Formica table, and stood up. The morning air was crisp and cool as he crossed the road. Despite North America's steady pirouette towards spring, the cold wasn't ready to give up its grip on the Northwest Territories just yet. He had seen large ice floes on Great Slave Lake as he had flown into Fort Smith from Yellowknife the day before. And while the afternoon sunshine had been pleasant, he had already concluded the clothes in his hastily packed overnight bag were only going to be warm enough for evenings outside up here if he wore them in layers. The cold air helped to freshen his senses. It had been a long flight from Toronto, gaining daylight hours all the way. The park offices had still been open when he checked into the motel the previous afternoon, but he had chosen to wait. He needed to study the records Roy had sent him, to match them up to the information he'd received from Traz, and he wanted to test his theory too, that bored hotel clerks everywhere shared the same penchant for gossip if only they could find a willing ear. So he had checked in, ordered room service, and read. Only he had stayed awake longer than he'd intended, reading by the light from the window, deceived, like so many visitors to this land of extended daylight, into believing it was far earlier than it really was. He looked around the reception while the visitor services coordinator wandered off to find out if the park superintendent was available. Such waits were another part of his new life that he was still coming to terms with. When people were told a detective chief inspector was waiting to see them, other priorities were generally put on hold. Without official rank, or even the urgency of a crime to investigate, private citizen Domenic Jejeune seemed to command no such consideration. Though the visitor centre had only been open a few minutes, there was already a sense of industry about the large open-plan office. Beige-shirted officers moved briskly about the building, and the space pulsed with quiet activity. He made his way into the diorama exhibit and stood for a moment in front of a glass case displaying a wolverine posed in an aggressive attack posture. Wouldn't like to meet him on a dark night, would you? The coordinator had materialized behind Jejeune and startled him slightly. There are reports of them taking down moose. That's like your house cat bringing down a full-sized deer. And the wolverine is only one of the predators you'd have to worry about on your dark nights in Wood Buffalo. Bears, lynx, wolves, even the bison can pose a threat. Jejeune offered the young woman a smile of sorts. He had not yet explicitly stated that his visit was to express his concern about two people he believed to be lost in the park. He suspected the coordinator may have been keen to point out some of Wood Buffalo's more benign features, if he had. Superintendent Bracker can see you now. If you follow me, I'll take you to her office. The woman led the way through a warren of desks and room dividers to a corner room at the back of the building. Large windows looked out onto a dense stand of white spruce, from which dark-eyed juncos made forays to a well-stocked feeder outside the window. Carol Bracker noticed the close scrutiny with which Jejeune examined the hanging wire basket. If you're interested, there's a hoary redpoll that's been visiting lately. Oh, can you believe it? How often does a bird drop in right on cue like that, just as you're speaking about it? Not as often as birders would like, conceded Jejeune. He watched the redpoll as it worked intently to pry a seed from the wire feeder. In this flat northern light, the bird looked like an exquisite Fabergé confection, the delicate pink blush of its forehead and chest feathers almost like an embellishment, applied as an afterthought onto its frosted white plumage. Jejeune marvelled at the bird's fragile beauty, barely an arm's length away beyond the glass, unaware or unconcerned that two humans were staring at it with rapt attention. When the redpoll departed, Jejeune turned his gaze to Ms. Bracker, thanking her for finding the time to see him and taking the seat she offered on the other side of her desk. In her forest green sweater and pants, she barely looked old enough for the role of superintendent of the largest national park on the continent. But then Jejeune had often been subjected to the same prejudices about his own appearance. He couldn't speak to Bracker's administrative abilities, but she had the lithe, lean frame and healthy tan of someone who had spent a good deal of time outside in these parts. A former field operative, he would have guessed, rather than an administrator promoted up through the ranks. She would know the park well, both its attractions and its dangers. Bracker opened a laptop and took notes as Jejeune spoke. "Okay, so your brother is currently doing research work in the park?" she summarized, "and you haven't been able to contact him." Jejeune nodded impatiently. He understood the need for the formalities, but he was anxious to get on to the real reason for his visit, to request that a search be launched immediately. "I see your brother wasn't issued a research permit himself, though. He entered under the one issued to Annie Pryor." Jejeune's eyes widened in surprise. "He was working for her?" Bracker nodded. "Essentially. We would have seen the relationship as employer and employee, yes. Pryor was issued an umbrella permit. It would allow her to bring in anyone she feels has the requisite skills to assist her with her research. Your brother wouldn't be permitted to operate independently in the park. Any work he would have undertaken would have fallen under the aegis of Pryor's own research." "Your expression suggests you weren't aware of any of this? Perhaps your brother may have told you otherwise?" "No, not at all. I've not spoken to him directly about the purpose of his trip, but I did know he was with someone. And now both of their in-reach devices have stopped transmitting." Carol Bracker took a moment to study the bird feeder outside. The redpoll had not returned, but a male pine grosbeak, resplendent in its spring breeding plumage, now sat proudly atop the feeder, defying all rivals to enter his domain. "We weren't aware either of the devices was malfunctioning, since no one had been tasked with tracking them. It was only when your brother-in-law requested Damien's contact information that we discovered his device was not working." "Not receiving?" "Nor transmitting either. Unlike some tracking devices, the InReach is capable of both functions, but your brother's has ceased all data transmission in either direction. We tried to get a message to him via Pryor's device, and that's when we discovered that hers wasn't working either." "And that didn't raise any red flags for you?" Bracker moved her shoulders easily. "An InReach device uses internal lithium batteries, Mr. Jejeune. If they weren't fully charged before they went into the park, if the USB port got wet and became corroded, if the charging cord was lost or broken—" She opened her hands. Any number of explanations suggest themselves. Jejeune looked at the map of the park on the wall behind Bracker's desk. 48,000 square kilometres of wilderness, an area the size of Switzerland, filled with predatory carnivores, fast-flowing water, and mile after mile of empty open space. "I think they may be in trouble, Superintendent Bracker," he said quietly. "I think we should begin a search." Bracker eased herself back from her desk. It was clear she had a strategy for dealing with requests like this one. She was summoning her standard set of responses now, marshalling them into a reasoned, ordered denial. "They both have a great deal of experience in backwoods camping, Mr. Jejeune." She consulted a paper on her desk. "According to his form, your brother even has survival skills training. May I?" She seemed to hesitate, but Jejeune left his hand extended. If Damien had omitted anything noteworthy from his extended stay permit application, or even deliberately lied about something, it may be important. Seeing that Jejeune would not relent, Bracker handed over the form. It was a comprehensive questionnaire, but even with a brief scan, Jejeune could see his brother had not misrepresented himself or his background in any significant way. She leaned forward intently. "Mr. Jejeune, I am not making light of your concerns, but I must tell you, Ms. Pryor and your brother wouldn't be the first people to deliberately disable their devices out there. There is a psychological element to severing all connections with the outside world, even for a short time. There is an exhilaration, an excitement in knowing that you are now truly alone in the wilderness, surrounded only by natural things, with no hint of our hurried human world, and no way for it to intrude upon your experience. It's the kind of feeling many people come to Wood Buffalo in search of, and to fully experience it, a number of them have taken the step of disconnecting themselves, literally, from the outside world. Her eyes shone as she spoke, and Jejeune recognized the field officer starting to rise within her. Being shackled to a desk by administrative duties would chafe with Carol Bracker. She would probably seize any opportunity to be back out there doing what she really loved, what she had signed up for. Would the draw of the wilderness be enough for her to accompany a visiting off-duty policeman on a trip into the park to search for his lost brother? Jejeune wondered. I understand that Annie Pryor spoke to someone named Gaetan Robideau before she left. He advised her not to go into the park. Do you know why that might be? Although they were a long way back in the office, Bracker's eyes darted in the direction of the motel. Jejeune clearly wasn't the only one who knew about bored hotel receptionists. I've no idea. But he went into the park himself recently to perform a ritual. He's still in there now, I believe. She paused. We strive to stay on good terms with the local First Nations people, and for the most part we maintain an excellent working relationship with them. But there are always outliers, individuals like Gaetan Robideau looking to make mischief. She tried hard, but she was unable to keep a small glimmer of distaste from creeping into her expression. There's usually some element of personal gain in it. Did my brother go with her to see Robideau? Did he receive the same warning? I have no idea. But as I say, Miss Pryor was the research team leader. I can't see any reason your brother would have met with Robideau. I think you need to put a search party together to go in there and look for them, Miss Bracker. It wasn't a plea, it was a statement, but it wasn't dispassionate either. Carol Bracker closed her laptop and leaned across the desk. A missing person search in Wood Buffalo is no small undertaking, Mr. Jejeune. There needs to be cross-jurisdictional coordination between provincial and territorial RCMP. Dogs need to be brought in. Divers prepped and equipped. Someone needs to organize volunteers. The cost for helicopters and plane flights alone can run into the thousands. We don't take requests such as yours lightly, but we don't respond reflexively either. Your brother and Dr. Pryor are not overdue. They are not scheduled to return for another week. They have not missed a single scheduled call-in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I see it, all we have to suggest anything may be wrong is your instinct. I see your brother mentions on his form that he has previous experience working with whooping cranes. A long time ago, yes. The birds are just now beginning to establish their territories. The low-level flight of a search plane over the nesting areas could be incredibly disruptive to the process. She paused and gave a slight sigh. My point is, would it be your brother's wish to compromise an entire breeding cycle of one of North America's most protected species, one he has actually worked with himself, because of a piece of malfunctioning equipment? 2 pieces. The superintendent acknowledged the point with a nod. Unusual, I'll admit, but on its own, not enough, I'm afraid. To get to these people's last known location, it will be necessary to fly directly past the breeding grounds. Jejeune was puzzled. Past them? Surely the crane breeding grounds are exactly where they would be. Carol Bracker shrugged lightly. I don't see why. Though she didn't specify any particular location for her studies, Annie Pryor's permit wasn't for crane research, Mr. Jejeune. It was for anthropological exploration. Chapter 15. I don't think anything restores a person's love for their country like its wild places, said Verity, leaning back against the Buick's tangerine bodywork and looking around. All around them, dry rangeland rolled away to the horizon on a series of low, undulating hills. The midday heat had brought a strange, eerie stillness. A long-abandoned windmill stood motionless in a field of unmoving grass. Black vultures rested on the bare branches of cottonwood trees, waiting for the sun to bring them a death. And, over it all, the heat haze hovered, faint and intangible, but colouring all it touched. To see all this open land, and to know your country had enough sense and enough foresight to protect it, how could you not feel good about that? Same in Canada, I guess. I hear you've got some pretty spectacular national parks up there. Beside her, Traz nodded. Provincial parks, too. Don't think any of them look quite like this, though. They had stopped to stretch their legs before continuing on their way to Salt Plains National Wildlife Reserve. Traz had driven them to Enid that morning to check out another set of coordinates, only to find they lay somewhere beyond a heavily secured wire fence. A military compound, he would have guessed, or an industrial research facility. They had tracked their way along the boundary roads of the fenced-off area, but it was secured on all sides, and the coordinates definitely lay inside. So Traz had abandoned his mission and decided the extra time they now had could be better spent elsewhere, watching birds. Verity looked across at the sound of a spoon scraping plastic. What's that? Traz held up a carton. Yogurt. See? Eating healthy. I took your advice. Dairy is healthy? Since when? I'm aiming for a balanced diet. The bacon had antibiotics. This has probiotics. As far as I can tell, that should make me biotic neutral at the very least. Mock all you want. I can't say I willingly choose to eat lactobacillus, not to mention the hormones stored in the saturated fats and dairy products, but whatever you put in your body is up to you. I take it that means you don't want some. She shook her head. I prefer my traveling companions strong, dark, and hot. Even before Verity indicated the coffee nestled against her chest, Traz's smile showed he had already recognized the comment as payback for his references to the Riviera's looks. She seemed willing to meet him on so many levels. He felt as connected and comfortable with this woman as he had with anyone in a long time. Which was why it troubled him so much that something was bothering her. He saw it in her unguarded moments when she was staring out at the passing countryside as they drove, or while she was waiting for him to return to the car. She was able to let it go quickly enough when they began chatting, so whatever it was, he supposed it couldn't have been anything too serious. A car slowed down almost to a stop to look at the Buick, but drove on before Traz could acknowledge the interest with a wave. He watched it go. Along the side of the road, a row of telephone poles disappeared into the distance like a procession of penitents, arms outstretched as they marched away. He looked again at the land around him, at the orange sand that burst through the seams of the hills like stuffing, and at the horizon. So far away, it looked like it was a day's walk in any direction. This gig you're on, said Verity, checking out these spots for your friend, it's a lot of trouble to go to. I just wondered why you'd take it on. Traz shrugged. Because he asked me to, I guess. We've known each other a long time. He knew I'd help if I could. He's lucky to have a friend like you. Yeah. His brother, too. I make sure I tell them so all the time, just in case they forget. He paused for a moment. How about you? Any special friends? Verity shook her head, the highlights in her hair catching the sun. I'm one of those people whose best friend is her work. What is it you're studying exactly? She gave a sigh and sipped at her coffee. I'm trying to track how changes in DNA over time affect the migration impulse. Why are the Aransas cranes driven to migrate when others, like the Louisiana population, are content just to stay put? I get that birds may lose their migration route imprints over time, but have these just lost the drive to migrate altogether? I think the allele variations that trigger migration are being irretrievably lost in birds in captivity. If I'm right, it calls into question the whole idea of captive breeding programs to supplement wild populations. Then I'd say the cranes are lucky to have you. She shrugged. I guess it's just too bad nobody else feels that way. She cocked her head to one side and looked at him frankly. It's okay to want a little bit of respect, isn't it? I mean, to want the value of your work to be acknowledged, to be appreciated as the one doing it. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? It was the first sign of insecurity he had seen in her, and it was all the more surprising coming from someone he had thought of as so self-assured. Perhaps it was this that gnawed at her in her quiet moments. She reached to take his empty yogurt container and looked at him. I take it you are biotically balanced enough to continue? She climbed back in the Buick without waiting for an answer. Verity stood beside Traz, waiting for him to finish his survey of the glittering salt plain. In front of them lay the flat expanse of bleached gypsum deposits that gave the reserve its name. In the autumn, upwards of 60,000 American white pelicans would populate the shallow pools of water that interspersed the wide salt flats. But today, Traz wasn't looking for pelicans. A report on the board at the park offices said a pair of whooping cranes had been seen earlier that day. There was mention of other species Traz wanted to have a look at too. Behind them, dark scars stretched across the land all the way back up to an area of pine forest. Tussocks of shiny black vegetation dotted the ground like wads of chewed-up licorice, charred and blackened, and still holding the acrid scent of smoke. A controlled burn, Verity told Traz. She knew about burns like this. They did them at Aransas from time to time. This one was done recently, a couple of days ago at most. The fire had reached the point where they now stood, but it had been in its final throes here, finding little vegetation on the white sand plains to fuel its onward march. Pockets of scorched sand plums stood beside thriving clumps of wild millet and smartweed in a tapestry of black and beige. The wind picked up slightly and moved a stand of charred cattails at the edge of the water. Verity pointed to them. Sometimes in Aransas, the cattails way out in the wild to catch fire, she said. I go out late at night to watch them burn out. They look like candles reflected in the dark water. It's one of the prettiest sights I've ever seen. She'd been hesitant to come through the woods at first, telling Traz tales of cottonwood trees that had smouldered away for days after a burn. I've seen logs 2 weeks later with their ends still going. It wouldn't take much to set them off again. But she knew getting out to the plains was important to him, and although there was still a layer of unburned vegetation in among the trees, she could see no indication of live fire, so they had, cautiously, entered the trail. Evidence of nature's astonishing resilience was all around them. A spring of blue-winged teal drifted unhurriedly around a dark slough fringed with fire-licked tree stumps. Farther on, a plague of boat-tailed grackles gathered to pick at the insects in an area of blackened stubble. Eventually, Traz and Verity had emerged from the forest out onto this point of land, on the edge of the wide white sea of the salt plains. "No cranes," said Traz, finishing his scan. "Snowy plovers, though. I'll take those. They're the tiny white blobs scurrying around out there." He turned and handed Verity his bins, and she took a quick look before handing them back. "I could have used these when I was doing my classes in college." "For your field work?"
so I could see my professor at the front of the lecture hall. Traz smiled. Yeah, I heard at some colleges there can be as many as 500 students in a single lecture. Verity nodded. It's why I decided to do most of my courses online. I figured if my professor and I weren't going to be in the same zip code anyway, I may as well study from home. Do you think that has anything to do with why your work isn't as well regarded by your peers? She shook her head. It wouldn't have mattered where I studied or how much. Undergrad, couple of postgrads, I got more degrees than a thermometer. But when I speak, all they hear is my accent. In fairness, there does have to be some consistency in academic language. You start allowing people from all around the world to use their own colloquialism, and nobody's going to know what anybody else is talking about. Oh, I can write in academic ease when I need to. I just prefer not to talk in it, that's all. He began to understand her frustration. There was no reason why this engaging, knowledgeable person should have to compromise anything to be taken seriously. He was sure he would have been outraged if he was confronted with the same dismissive attitudes. He raised the bins again for another scan of the salt plains, but the plovers had gone. Not a single flicker of movement disturbed the shimmering stillness now. When he lowered his glasses to look back at Verity, he found a stillness there, too. We shouldn't be here, Traz. The wind's picking up again. I don't like this. We're fine. They wouldn't have opened the path back up to the public if it wasn't safe, but if it's making you uneasy, we can go. They turned to leave and were already on the path through the pines when Traz realized everything had stopped. The birdsong had disappeared. The branches had ceased moving. Even the air seemed to be still. And there was a faint breath of wind, and a ribbon of scarlet began racing through the undergrowth. "Fire!" Verity shouted. "Run!" The flames raced through low vegetation, tracking them through the trees on both sides of the path as they ran. They were both fast, and that was good. There would have been no time to wait for anyone. As the fire pursued them, they could see flames ahead of them too, tearing through the trees towards the trail, consuming the low brush and dead tinder in a crackling trail of glowing orange. They sprinted over the hard-packed earth of the trail, the fire closing in on them now on both sides, threatening to overtake them and cut off their exit. Ahead of them, more flames flared up, setting the undergrowth aglow as they raced beside it. Still they sprinted on, urging more from their bodies until their lungs burned with the effort. Finally, through the smoke, Traz could see the clearing at the end of the trail. Beyond it, the gravel parking area and safety. But first they had to reach it. If the fire got to the end of the forest, it would leap the narrow trail and they would be trapped. Beside him, Verity had reached the same conclusion, and she surged ahead, digging down for one last burst of energy. Traz's feet hit the gravel surface, and suddenly there was light. They kept running, and didn't stop until they reached the far side of the parking lot. They turned, doubled over with their hands on their thighs, drawing deep breaths gratefully into their lungs. On the far side of the lot, the fire burned on, spitting and clawing against the gravel barrier like a caged animal. It was still burning when they had recovered their breath enough to begin making their way to the park offices. "This your car?"
Traz was momentarily startled. He had had the exquisitely sculpted trunk of the Buick up, searching for a fresh shirt in his kit bag, and hadn't seen the Ranger approach.
"Some guy came asking after you. Said he'd noticed it up around Enid earlier today."
"The owner lives in Canada," said Traz, pulling on a shirt and closing the trunk. "He spent the last couple of winters restoring the car down in Texas. I'm just driving it up there for him." The Ranger indicated the park offices with a tilt of his head.
"Your girlfriend's just been telling us about that flare-up you were almost caught in. I'm truly sorry to hear about that. We had the path blocked off with a warning sign this morning. I guess folks don't always think through the consequences when they remove things like that.
He paused to see if Traz was buying the apology.
We have someone heading up there right now to rope off the area properly. The fire will burn itself out soon. It rained here yesterday, and the flames won't run for long on moist ground. They just take the top dead biomass, which is why the fire was moving so fast. It must have been pretty hairy.
Traz shrugged. It's all good now. Behind the ranger, he saw Verity approaching them from the offices. You said this guy was asking to talk to the car's owner? Any idea what he wanted?
Didn't say. Maybe he took a shine to it. It's a fine-looking automobile. He sure spent a long time looking at it.
Traz shook his head dubiously. I doubt the owner would be willing to sell, given the amount of time and money he must have put into the restoration, but if this guy left a number, I could pass it on. The ranger shook his head.
I asked, but he said since you weren't around, he'd let it go.
Verity had joined them now, and the ranger turned to her.
Again, I'm sorry about the fire, but at least nobody got hurt. Might not have been such a happy ending if you'd have been caught out on those salt plains. No place to escape it there. You folks have yourself a nice day.
Traz watched the ranger leave. He turned to Verity. In the future, he said, if anybody isn't interested in listening when Verity Brown has something to say, how about you just refer them to me? Chapter 16. The light from the pale Norfolk sky filtered through the perspex roof of the greenhouse, suffusing everything with a soft, milky glow. It was like being inside a light bulb, thought Salter. The world outside now a curious place of opaque shapes and undefined shadows. All around the quiet, airy space, potted plants were arranged on steel tables, in rows so neat they looked like designs printed on a silver tablecloth. Standing in the doorway, Lauren Salter found the pattern of the endlessly receding pots almost hypnotic. It was easy to forget she was looking at living objects. Colour, height, size. If there was variation between the individual plants in any given row, she couldn't see it. In the centre of them all, the massive form of Albert Ross looked like a rocky outcrop in a sea of green. Although he had his back to her, Ross seemed to sense her presence.
You can get to the ones at the back by going along the walls,
he called out.
For anything in the middle of a table, you'll have to ask me.
He turned slowly and watched Salter's approach with undisguised interest. What was he seeing, she wondered? The confidence, the sense of authority that she was trying to project, or her inner anxiety? She gave her approach a bit extra to make sure she didn't falter as she got closer and took in the man's true size. Albert Ross was a colossus, 6'7" according to his file. He had a large head and enormous tree-trunk arms. The way he held himself straight, with no hunching forward as so many tall people did, suggested he had come to terms with his immense size a long time ago. She introduced herself, and Ross inclined his great head slightly.
About Waddis, is it? I thought you'd be by.
Any particular reason you'd think that?
Murders. They're usually done by somebody the victim knows, right?
In the vast majority of cases, yes. Ross nodded, like a man confirming something troubling.
Waddis didn't have many friends. Not sure you'd count me as one, come to that, but I knew him right enough.
For a number of years, I understand. I'm told you had an argument with him recently.
I have lots of arguments.
Ross picked up a potted plant and turned it slowly in his massive hands, peering in closely at the leaves before returning it to the same spot on the table.
Arguing with people is mostly what I do when I'm not in here.
Can you tell me what your argument with Mr. Wright was about?
He'd made me a promise. Then I heard he was going back on his word, so I went round to see him.
Ross's eyes fixed on some distant place, and he began to pound a massive fist rhythmically on the steel tabletop, making the potted plants dance to the beat of the words.
Usual story, thud. Sorry, Albert, a change in plans, thud. Not possible at this time, thud.
His breathing seemed to quicken, and he picked up the pace.
Not possible, thud. Not possible, thud. Not possible!
He hammered his fist down with such force that pots at the far end of the table juddered violently. Salter was startled by both the speed and the power of the action, but she managed to avoid flinching, and her voice was nice and level when she spoke again. "You've had trouble controlling your temper in the past. It's got you into some difficulties."
"It goes a bit beyond that,"
said Ross ironically. His eyes had swum back to the present, and his breathing had returned to normal, but there was a faint sheen of sweat on his face.
"I have intermittent explosive disorder. At least, that's what the experts call it."
"I see," said Salter, in a tone that suggested she didn't really see at all.
"Clinically diagnosed debilitating rage. Not a pretty sight when it kicks off. Or so I've been told."
"Are you receiving professional help?"
"I see a psychologist twice a week. She's big on CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Spot the initial triggers. Remember, the anger doesn't need to rule you. Understand you can learn to control it. Develop a self-care plan."
He gave a short laugh.
"Sounds straightforward enough, when she says it."
Salter was struck by Ross's ability to speak in such an informed and dispassionate way about his condition. She had seen the same thing in other people who suffered from serious illnesses. At times, it was almost as if they were describing someone else's diagnosis, some third party with whom they had little personal connection. But then, perhaps that was who they were describing after all. Ross had picked up a small African violet, and he rotated the pot slowly in his hands. A number of its outer leaves were turning brown, and he removed them with a delicacy that bordered on tenderness.
"I have a sponsor, too."
"A sponsor?"
"Like in AA. Somebody I can talk to about things. Only drinking is a slow danger. You've got time to call somebody when you feel your problem's starting to come on. These rages I get happen so fast, there's no time for all that. All you can do is chat to somebody when it's over."
"So, you're never in contact with your sponsor when you're having one of your episodes?"
"It wouldn't be a good idea. I can't tell the difference between friends and enemies when I'm in the middle of one of my sessions. I only call after I come back."
"Come back?"
"From the dark side, Sergeant,"
said Ross, leaning in to add a touch of mock menace.
"I have blackouts. Sometimes seconds, sometimes more. The first I know about what I've been up to is when I wake up. There's usually a few reminders laying around. Broken stuff, torn up papers, furniture knocked over."
Ross's impassive expression gave her the sense once again that he almost felt he was describing someone else. "Is it possible you could have forgotten, even if you'd been in an altercation with someone?" He looked at her directly. His eyes swam for a moment with troubling thoughts.
"Are they saying I'm the one who killed Waddis?"
Salter recognised she was on the verge of something important. A swell of eagerness built within her, but she knew she had to approach the next few moments carefully. A man as unstable as Ross was likely to bolt back into his emotional cave if she pressed too hard too fast. "You didn't hurt him when you went to see him at his house that afternoon. We know that much. You just shouted at him, repeating the same thing over and over again."
Repeating.
He shook his head.
It can get bad when I do that. It winds me up, see? The repeating gets me going. That's one thing my sponsor keeps telling me. Stay away from the repetition, Albert. Don't let it drag you in. Easier said than done, though. What did I say?
You said what is right was a dead man. You said the same thing at least a dozen times.
I said that.
Ross fell silent. He looked so devastated by the news that despite herself, Salter's heart went out to him a little. It's about now that people normally tell the police it wasn't meant to be taken literally. But Salter's attempt at comfort found no resting place with Ross. He was staring blankly down the uniform rows of plants, trying to come to terms with something that Salter could not understand. She looked around the greenhouse. The diffused light filled the space. For the first time, she noticed the faint scents, too, hovering at the edge of her senses like a promise of spring. He picked up another African violet, identical to the earlier one, at least as far as Salter could see. He began the same process of gently removing the dead leaves from around its edges. It's very peaceful in here, isn't it? I imagine you must like working in a place like this.
Lot of wasted space, though.
He shook his head.
You've got a big gap around the walls.
He nodded, agreeing with himself.
Wide central aisle, too. And still you can't get to the plants in the middle. Circular tables would fix that, and narrower aisles. They should come off a central display area. Easier traffic flow that way.
He tapped his temple with an enormous forefinger.
I've got the ideas, see? No problem, the ideas. But nobody will listen to me, will they?
He raised his voice.
No, nobody here will listen to me. Just ignore me, don't they? Oh, it's Albert. We can ignore his ideas,
he shouted to the empty space again.
Just ignore me and my ideas.
He had gripped the edge of the steel table, and she saw his knuckles getting whiter. She could sense the struggle within him as he battled to suppress the welling anger, to drive it back down inside him. It must be so wearying, she thought, to be permanently hovering on the edge of the abyss like this, constantly fighting to retain his grip on the world. He looked down at his hands, as if seeing them for the first time.
They tell you to do that. Hold on to something physical when you feel it coming on. Chair, table, whatever's at hand. It obviously works.
The ironic smile was that of a different person, one Salter could go back to questioning. Perhaps. Are you capable of moving during these episodes you have? She asked carefully. I mean, travelling from one place to another?
Must be. Sometimes I'm lying in my own bed when I come back with no idea how I got there. I get tired, you see, after. Exhausted. Sometimes I sleep the whole next day.
Do you think it's possible you could have had a blackout episode the day of your argument with Mr. Wright? Or perhaps later that night? Do you remember going to his house later on? A few hours after the first time? Ross shook his head, but he didn't speak. Salter couldn't tell if it was shame at what he remembered or frustration at what he didn't. But perhaps it was something else altogether. Perhaps it was just the evasiveness of a guilty man. His eyes began to float slowly into focus once again, as if he was drifting back toward her once more.
I can't help you, Sergeant. In fact, I don't think I can tell you anything else at all about that day.
I'm sure your sessions with your psychologist are covered under doctor-patient confidentiality, but Do you think I could talk to this sponsor of yours?
She won't talk to you. She's not allowed to.
Even with your permission?
Permission denied,
he said. Ross looked to the door at the far end of the greenhouse.
You can show yourself out.
At the doorway, Salter took a final glance back into the greenhouse. The way the pale light bathed the neat rows of plants, the way the gentle silence settled over this space. It would be easy to lose yourself in a place like this. It might even be possible to convince yourself that bad things in the outside world had never really happened, if you tried hard enough. Chapter 17. Danny Mike's briefing had lived up to its title, and Colleen Shepherd looked out of her office window in frustration. And you're sure there's nothing we've missed? The royal pronoun wasn't lost on Mike. Finding Hayes was his job, but the DCS's stake in the outcome made her an equal partner at the very least. Mike let his silence stand as his answer, and Shepherd thought for a long moment. Finally, she turned from the window and looked at him. Could Hayes have gone back overseas, I wonder? Border Services have no record of him leaving, but perhaps he could have slipped out? He had that relative in Australia, an uncle, wasn't it? Is there a possibility he could be hiding out with him?
The uncle's dead.
Not past, thought Shepherd. The ending of a life might well be a passing, but for Danny Mike, who had seen so many lives end, it would always remain a death. In Sergeant Mike's reports, people died, they were killed. It was as if he wanted to remind himself and everybody else of the stark truth of what had happened, to make sure the reality wasn't diminished by softer, kinder words. Mike said what he meant. Which is why, when he told his DCS there were no leads, he meant no new ones, and no old ones that were still alive, either. You're still keeping an eye on the cottage, I take it, in their absence? He was, he told her, now and then. The motion detector lights Jejeune had installed were still in working order. They'd keep any vandals away for the time being. It wouldn't last forever, though. Lindy would need to move back in soon. Either that, or she'd need to put the place on the market. Mike didn't add the third option, the as-you-were one, involving Domenic and Lindy moving back in there together. That one didn't seem to be on the table anymore. Shepherd's sigh suggested she had mentally filled the subject as pending. She turned now to a new one. Sergeant Salter tells me she interviewed a suspect in her case. One Albert Ross. Does he sound like a viable suspect to you? Mike shrugged.
From what I understand, he has a history of violent outbursts, and he was heard earlier in the day issuing verbal threats to the victim.
His expression suggested if you were looking for viable suspects, you could do worse. Verbal threats of a sort, though, Sergeant, said Shepherd. It was the same phrase repeated over and over again, and even then, it was hardly what you'd call a string of invective, was it? You'd hear worse than that in the police canteen when somebody has left the milk out of the fridge.
What did she make of him?
Asked Mike. I think she rather came down on his side, though I'm not at all sure what her thoughts are just yet. I'm still waiting for an official report. Shepherd looked at Mike over her glasses, as though Salter's failure to submit the necessary document might have something to do with nefarious coaching on his part. She turned from him and contemplated the world outside her window again. Whatever it was that she found out there, it seemed to have a soothing effect. Her tone, when she returned to Mike, was gentler and more measured. You don't worry that her tendency to get too close might be a problem, do you? She is always connected to them as individuals, the victims and the suspects. Shepherd held up a hand. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'd hate it to compromise her objectivity. She seems fixated on the idea that Wright died on the cold floor of an otherwise empty house, friendless and alone. She asked the ME if he would have suffered, how long he would have lain there on his own. His loneliness seemed to be playing on her mind a great deal.
We can't know whether he was lonely,
pointed out Mike reasonably. The man's address book had 11 entries, Sergeant. Most of them were professionals, doctors, lawyers, accountants. I think we can fairly surmise his life wasn't a round of cocktail parties and gala openings, at least not anymore. It was just him and his record player these days.
Speaking of his record player, said Mike, I don't remember seeing anything on the Socko reports about a record being on the turntable. Are we sure he was listening to music at the time?
There was no TV in the room, said Shepherd. No book by the chair, no crossword puzzles, and the computer was in a different room from his beer glass. It's what you do, isn't it? If you like playing records on those turntable things, you pour yourself a drink and settle in to listen to all your old favourites.
I was thinking if there was nothing playing when he answered the door, perhaps it was because he was expecting his visitor.
Shepherd inclined her head to acknowledge the idea.
Conversely, if Susan Bonnecord could remember hearing any music in the background during that call,
and there was nothing on the turntable when Socko arrived, it would be a significant lead. Shepherd nodded slowly. This was Danny, giving Detective Sergeant Lauren Salter a few new directions in which to take her inquiries. Only he wasn't doing it directly. Shepherd was going to be the conduit. She understood. Direction from a superior officer was to be expected by a new sergeant. Somebody of the same rank, showing her just exactly how much she still had to learn, wouldn't do anything at all for Salter's fragile confidence. From her seat, Shepherd looked up at Mike, towering above her in his standing position. The money wouldn't sit well with him, would it?
No, thought Mike, it wouldn't.
The certified cheque, couriered to a house the day before the homeowner was murdered. DCI Domenic Jejeune wouldn't even have made passing acquaintance with the idea that this was a coincidence. Its mere presence in the house suggested some sort of connection with the death. Jejeune might not have worked out what that was yet, but he wouldn't have been ready to look beyond the money as a motive until a lot more questions about it had been answered. Shepherd drew in a deep breath. Jejeune always brought such a reassuring sense that things had been considered, evidence noted, possibilities weighed. He may not always have been able to prevent cases spiralling off in unforeseen directions, and he often got his own reasoning wrong, but you got the sense that any investigation in which Domenic Jejeune was involved was unlikely to get blindsided because something obvious had been ignored. Like the presence of a certified cheque at the crime scene, for example. Shepherd missed the comfort that it brought, knowing that Jejeune was on your side. Without the DCI's oversight on this case, she felt vulnerable in a way she couldn't quite explain. Not that she would have needed to. She suspected Danny and the rest of the team at Saltmarsh felt exactly the same way. Sergeant Salter was looking for you this morning, by the way. She wanted a bit of background on all that old technology. She shook her head in wonder. Record players? Freestanding photocopiers? VHS machines? Remember when we used to think all those lumbering great old things were indispensable?
Well, some of us still have our uses, said Mike.
Shepherd gave him a crooked grin as payment for his deadpan delivery. Those old photocopiers were all retired due to security concerns, though, as I recall. No danger of that with you, though, is there, Sergeant? You haven't said anything to Salter about the Hayes investigation yet, I take it. It may be wise to loop her in on it, especially now, given her new rank. Mike shifted uneasily. As much as he respected Lauren Salter, he had shied away from revealing any details of his task to her. Lindy Hay had once remarked Danny liked to keep his emotions under house arrest. How much more so, then, his secrets? He had no doubts about Salter from a professional point of view, but need to know was the watchword here. That meant Danny and his two immediate superiors. So, if it was all the same to the DCS, he'd carry on solo on this one, with only his misgivings for company.
There wouldn't be much point in telling her anything at this time, he said. It's not like there's a lot to report.
Point taken, said Shepherd quietly. Another thoughtful silence seized her, and as before, she stared unblinkingly at the scene outside. Mike could see the fields, the wide-open swatches of brown earth tilled in preparation for planting. A new season, he thought, a new phase. Shepherd left her gaze on the fields for so long, Mike wondered if she had already made some gesture of dismissal that he had failed to pick up on. But she stirred finally and turned, reluctantly, it seemed, from the window. Tell me honestly, Danny. In your opinion, is Lindy safe?
Hayes has had plenty of time to act, if he was going to. There has been no hint of any threat to her. I'd have to go along with the DCI's assessment that as long as he stays away from her, Hayes no longer has any reason to be interested in Lindy.
Shepherd nodded and sighed deeply. There was a moment of stillness as she considered her next comment, seeming to drag it up from somewhere inside her. Then it's time to wrap this up. We'll give it 48 hours, and if there have been no new developments, I'll end your active search for Ray Hayes. We all need to move on. Given the complete lack of leads, Mike couldn't see what purpose a 48-hour extension could serve from an operational point of view. But sometimes there were considerations that went beyond the operational ones. DCS Shepherd had long since worked out what Mike and his DCI had known from the beginning. Mike was never going to find Hayes. He was too resourceful, too intelligent to allow himself to be arrested. The extra 48 hours was for Colleen Shepherd to come to terms with the knowledge that the day she terminated the sergeant's search was the day Domenic Jejeune's ongoing twice-extended leave of absence in Canada became a permanent arrangement. Chapter 18. Domenic Jejeune strolled slowly along the narrow streets of Fort Smith. He could feel the sun on his shoulders, but the air carried a hint of coolness, and many of the gardens he passed were still struggling to display their spring flowers. In some ways, the tidy, fenced-off plots in front of the single-storey houses reminded him of Saltmarsh. The vegetation was different, of course, with the preponderance of conifers and subarctic shrubs here. But there was the same orderliness to carefully tended gardens, the same evidence of pride. There were other ways in which the town resembled the English village half a world away, like how the residents flapped a hand or nodded at each other with familiarity. Dominic got the impression that here, as in Saltmarsh, the sense of belonging would be strong. Victories would be shared, tragedies too. A family member lost in the wilderness just beyond the town's tidy grid pattern of streets would be a public concern, and the community would rally round to offer their assistance and support. He headed north and walked along the top of the ridge looking down at the Slave River as it curved around the town's northern perimeter. Was this wide, glittering band of light a barrier hemming the town in, or a protective blockade against the untamed lands that existed beyond the far bank? He supposed it depended on your point of view. He mounted a rise and stopped at an open information pagoda that told him the white water he could see from his vantage point was the Rapids of the Drowned. A man approached and stood at Jejeune's shoulder. For a moment neither of them spoke, as they watched the water coiling into rope-like wraiths of white foam as it threaded its way between the rocks.
"The Dean could have told those trappers running these rapids is a bad idea,"
said the man.
"Seems nobody thought to ask them."
Jejeune turned to look at the speaker. His lean, tanned face was patterned with deep lines, but there was no hint of grey in the long black hair that hung loosely over his shoulders. He was wearing faded blue jeans and a black shirt with a white eagle embroidered between the shoulder blades. The man's black hat, like the jeans, showed signs of wear. It was a wide-brimmed style known as a plateau. Even with no elaborate band, it was the 100% beaver felt it looked to be. It would have been an expensive item when it was new. Jejeune suspected he might already know the man's name, but he waited for him to introduce himself.
"Gaetan Robideau."
The man didn't offer a hand.
"Guessed you'd probably come looking for me sooner or later."
He moved his head.
"Thought I'd save you the trouble."
"I heard that you'd gone into the park," said Jejeune. "To observe some kind of ritual?"
"Drinking birch sap. A traditional purification ceremony. One-man show,"
said Robideau flatly.
"Done now."
"How were the conditions? I mean, would it be easy enough for people to survive in the park at this time of year?" Robideau gave a small shrug.
"Water's still cold. Ground still hard. Be a while yet before the last of the snow disappears. But life is coming to the land. The temperature won't get much above 10 degrees this time of the year, cooler at night. But if you had the right equipment, I suppose people would be okay. Still hard to find food, though, unless you took enough in with you. You'd need to know where to find edible plants this early in the year."
"The kind of wisdom that would be passed down by the tribal elders," said Jejeune, nodding earnestly.
"Or you could Google it. This person you have in mind, it's that woman?"
"Annie Pryor. Yes. I'm told you met with her before she went into the park."
"And now she's gone missing."
Robideau shook his head slowly.
"Those park people don't like me much. They'd be happy to tie me into this woman's troubles in some way."
"You think she is in trouble, then?" Robideau spent some moments looking out at the rapids, following the tumbling of the white waters intently. Despite the bright whiteness reflecting back at them, he wasn't squinting.
"A few weeks, there will be pelicans down there. You fly or swim, that river's a good place for you. You sit in a boat and float along, maybe not so much." I told her she must pay the water to ask for its protection and safe passage. Nothing elaborate. A small offering of tobacco, just before she ended it. But she said she had her own faith. She would get all the protection she needed from her own God.
He fixed the detective with his look.
You start telling the spirits you don't need their help, bad things are going to happen to you.
"Can you tell me why Miss Pryor came to see you?" Jejeune was surprised to find how uncomfortable he felt asking these kinds of questions without the safety net of his police identity.
She wanted to know if the Dean created middens. I told her the Dean moved with the seasons. We never stayed in any one place long, and anything the spirits gave us we returned to its rightful place. You took an animal from the land, like a deer. You put its bones back in the earth. A creature from the river, like a beaver, you put those bones back in the water. There was no one place we'd stockpile them.
Jejeune was quiet for a long time, but Robideau seemed content just to stand there, letting the wind wash over him as it crested the ridge. Whether or not he had more business with Jejeune, he appeared willing to wait for him to process the information he had just given him. Was she interested in where the whooping cranes were nesting? Asked Jejeune eventually.
She didn't ask me about them.
To Jejeune, it seemed that Gatin Robideau was being careful to make sure his responses were true. But that didn't necessarily mean they were complete. There was more that he and this woman had shared, Jejeune was sure of it. But if a man as taciturn as Robideau had decided to keep secrets, it was unlikely, to say the least, that the detective would be able to extract them. There was a man with her when she went into the park, said Jejeune.
He missing too? 2 people have got a better chance out there than one, providing at least one of them has some knowledge of how to live off the land.
He does, said Jejeune. He's got survival skills, and he spent quite a bit of time in the area. He knows the park and the ways of the people. The traditional landowners, I mean. The first peoples. The indigenous peoples, stumbled Jejeune.
Can't help you with that one,
said Robideau evenly.
Last I heard, I believe I was some kind of indigenous first person. Singular, presumably.
He shrugged disinterestedly.
I'm Dean. That's all I need to know.
Jejeune coloured with embarrassment. Would he have been better versed in these cultural nuances if he had spent his recent years in Canada? Or would he still have felt as disoriented as he did up here, as alien in this tiny, tidy outpost teetering on the edge of the great northern wilderness?
I saw her once before,
said Robideau flatly.
Long time now, when she lived here.
Annie Pryor was a native, a local. Robideau shook his head.
No, but she stayed here for a while. She came to the BAM one time to ask if the elders would reenact some of the old rituals while she filmed them. Wanted them for a degree she was doing at that university in the South, Black Hills State. Elders didn't think the spirits would like them acting out sacred rituals for the camera, so they refused. Didn't stop her asking a couple more times, though. She was persistent. I'll give her that.
Jejeune was silent for a moment. You said the park staff don't like you. Why? Robideau looked Jejeune in the eye.
I caused trouble. The water management programs in the park are being mishandled. Too much interference has disrupted the natural channels and drainage systems. These days, the water levels in the lakes rise too high too fast after a storm. That one that hit us recently will have backfilled the rivers way up into the interior of the park. If we get another one anytime soon, the land's going to drown.
So, you're asking them to address this?
No. I'm asking a lawyer to make them.
You're suing the park? Jejeune looked at Robideau in surprise. Suddenly the claim that the man caused trouble seemed to make a lot more sense. He nodded.
Them, and Parks Canada, and the federal government they represent. At least, I would be, if I could get my lawyers the proof they need.
What proof is that?
They say they're going to need empirical evidence, like a dying ecosystem leaves a track in the sand, or a snag of fur on a bramble.
Robideau shook his head sadly.
The land is giving us all the empirical evidence we need every day. Fish are drowning. Plants are dying of thirst. People keep telling me the effects of climate change will be with us soon. They're already here. Every time I go down to visit my brothers, the Mikisew Cree down in Fort Chip, The poplars are filled with caterpillars. That never used to be the case. Fewer mosquitoes, too, now that the land is drying out.
Jejeune, who had already been chewed upon by more than his share of insects since he arrived, reflected that some impacts of climate change were going to concern people more than others. What are you hoping to get the authorities to do, if you eventually succeed in bringing a lawsuit?
Nothing.
Jejeune gave a puzzled look.
They say they are working to restore the natural balance, as if this is something that is in their power to do. Humans cannot restore nature. Only the great Mother Earth can do this. Forget management. Forget remediation. Forget restoration. The best thing humans can do is stop causing the damage. Do nothing. Cause no harm, and let the park take care of healing itself.
Robideau fell silent, and Jejeune got the sense it was a long speech for him, and now he had made his point, he had nothing more to say. When Pryor came to see you, did you happen to notice if she was left-handed? An updraft from the escarpment tugged at the brim of Robideau's hat, like a polite inquiry, tousling his hair. His eyes showed no surprise at the question, only a kind of understanding.
You thinking of going after these people?
Would you have any advice for me if I was?
Get yourself a comfortable pair of slippers and a housecoat.
To go into the park?
To wear in your hotel room while you wait for them to return. College degrees like that woman has are one thing, but you need a different kind of knowledge out there. Anybody planning to go into Wood Buffalo would better ask themselves if they have it. You believe you are a wise man, and I think maybe you are. But yours is not the kind of wisdom that will keep you alive in that park. You won't be able to outthink the challenges the land offers. You start convincing yourself you're in control out there, and the spirits will pretty soon show you otherwise.
The man who went into the park with the woman is my brother. This time Robideau's expression did change. He seemed to recognize now that nothing would prevent Jejeune from going after them.
You plan to go in there. You need to think about making your own offering to the waters.
I don't have any tobacco, said Domenic simply.
Then you'd better hope any rivers you come across are non-smokers.
Robideau turned away and looked out over the river once again. It was clear he felt he had no more to offer this man. Jejeune murmured a word of thanks to Robideau's back and began to descend the steep slope leading from the overlook. As he reached street level, he heard Robideau's voice calling him.
"Hey, Mr. People Person!"
Jejeune turned to see the man still at the top of the rise, his lean frame silhouetted against the bright sky.
"That woman, Pryor. She was right-handed."
Chapter 19. The wide canvas of the American Midwest lay along the sides of the highway as the Buick and the countryside rolled past each other. Images and impressions that told the story of America's development through the ages. There were pristine valleys that still looked as they would have a century ago. Small towns that had long since seen their glory days. New communities that seemed to be prosperous and thriving. A journey like this was as much about driving through times as it was places, Traz realized. He turned north onto an arrow-straight country road cutting through the heart of the Kansas farm fields. The flat land stretched to the horizon in all directions. Green fields of winter wheat, sorghum, and soybean. Western meadowlarks trilled at them from the fence posts, and from a lonely telephone pole a prairie falcon tracked their progress carefully. Verity was sitting beside him quietly, contemplating the passing scenery. Her bare feet were resting on the dashboard. Traz might not have been so tolerant if it was his own lovingly restored car, but his remit was to get the Buick to Saskatchewan unblemished, not to ensure there were no traces of human DNA on it. Besides, Verity's presence wasn't making much else of an impact on the car. She'd even chosen to leave her boxes of delicate lab equipment behind in the porter cabins at Aransas. Traz's early morning coordinate search had been successful, and he had stopped the car on a rise overlooking a wide slough. It was within sight of a large complex of buildings, but far enough away that a group of migrating, whooping cranes might consider it a safe resting place on their journey north. From his vantage point, he'd scanned the area carefully with his bins, but he could detect no movement, no unusual features, other than the vast spread of structures, grey and indistinct, in the haze beyond the slough. From somewhere high above, he heard the distant drone of an airplane engine. It was the only sound that had intruded on his survey of the still, shimmering landscape. He slowed up now as a truck trundled out from a field onto the road ahead of them. It was laden with cotton, a relatively new crop here, a strain developed to withstand the harsh winters of the plains. It was a sign that change was inevitable even in the timeless tradition of farming. With the car's momentum already checked anyway, the snap decision was an easy one. "Lunch," he announced suddenly, turning into a roadside opening and slowing the Buick to a stop in front of a silver Airstream trailer. From the outside, Densley's roadside diner had the appearance of a genuine mid-century roadside diner, but as soon as they entered, Traz realised this was a faithful reproduction rather than a true original. The black and white checked floor bore no scuff marks. The formica-topped counter was unblemished by cigarette burns or elbow wear. Instead, the entire interior had been refurbished in a pristine tribute to a vanished past. From the gleaming porthole windows to the shiny silver jukeboxes along the walls, Densley's pride and passion glittered back at them from every surface. They sat at the counter on chrome-stemmed swivel stools with red plastic upholstery. Traz rubbed his hands together. "Okay, I promise I'll be full of remorse later, but I have to tell you, I'm going full-on in here the whole way. Heart attack on a plate coming right up." A waitress in a period uniform bearing a badge with the name Diner approached. She placed a menu on the counter between them, and Verity picked it up to peruse it. Unbidden, the waitress poured them both a cup of coffee. "This place is great," said Traz, looking around with genuine appreciation. "Why, thank you, honey. Dansley and me always dreamed about opening our own restaurant, so when this old trailer went up for sale a few months ago, it just seemed like the perfect vehicle for us. That there's a pun," Dinah informed him. "I take it you're the diner in the name?" said Traz, indicating her name badge. She leaned forward confidentially. "My name is actually Lacey, but it doesn't really go with the ambiance we were aiming for in here." She gave him a wink. "Dansley's really Dansley, though. He's out back cooking up a storm as we speak." Verity laid down the menu. "I'm just going to freshen up," she said. "I won't be long, though. I'm looking forward to see what you order off there." Traz looked at her as she left. But once he'd read the menu's preamble, he understood her strange parting glance. "Welcome to Densley's Roadside Diner. Our vision is to provide our patrons with a healthy dining experience in a setting from a bygone age. We proudly serve a wide range of organic, non-GMO, gluten-free fare for your dining pleasure." Traz felt his appetite waning even as he read, and closed the menu solemnly. He pointed at a chalkboard on the wall. "What's the soup du jour?" "Hold on, honey," said Dinah. "I'll go find out." Verity returned from the bathroom with a crooked grin on her face. "Your choice," she reminded him.
can I get the keys to the car? I have some ground flaxseed in my case that might go with a couple of the things on that menu if I sprinkle it on." He handed over the keys and watched her leave, still smiling to herself. Dinah had returned by the time he swiveled back around on the stool. "Soup du jour is soup of the day," she said. "Densley thinks it might be French." She paused just long enough to let the look of astonishment spread across Traz's face before offering him another lavish wink. "It's a terrine de grenade puree." In defeat, Traz ordered pasture-raised, grass-fed chicken on Ezekiel low-sodium sprouted whole-grain bread. As Dinah Lacey left, a stirring of interest among the other diners had him turning around on his swivel stool. Through one of the diner's curtain-framed portholes, he could see a military jeep that had just pulled up, and from which 2 military police officers had emerged. They were standing splay-legged at 2 points of a triangle. Verity was the third. He rose to go out and join her, but she had manoeuvred herself into a position where she could stare casually through the window of the diner as she spoke to the men. Her eyes were fixed on the spot she knew Traz was sitting. The headshake would have been imperceptible unless you were looking for it. He sat back down on his stool and, like the other diners, watched the unfolding events outside with rapt attention. Verity had come around to this side of the car and leaned in to retrieve something, but whether it was for the MPs or just her ground flaxseed, he couldn't tell. From his angle, he could lip-read some of the officers' questions, but Verity had her back to the window now, so he could only supply her answers for himself. "Are you the driver of this car, ma'am?" "No, that would be that drop-dead gorgeous guy in the diner." But neither of the green helmeted heads turned in his direction, so she hadn't told them that. "What company is that?" She took out her phone and began scrolling before turning the phone towards the officer. He reached to take it, but she held firm, and he leaned forward to read the information. He asked another question, but Traz could only make out one word: Canada. He saw Verity nod her head. With a slowly growing astonishment, he realized she was telling these men she was the person contracted to drive the car. The number she had shown them was the one he had given her in the stock pond the night they had first met, the one for the vehicle delivery agency. Discreetly, so as not to alert the other patrons, he checked his pockets. He had his phone and wallet with him. His sunglasses lay on the counter, and beside them the binoculars he always took with him whenever he left the car. He'd not worn a jacket that day, so the only thing of his that remained on display in the car was a black computer bag on the back seat, an item Verity could pass off as her own if she was intending to convince these men she was travelling alone. Unless they decided to search the trunk. Here was a question about ID now, and Verity fished in her purse for a wallet. As she handed it over, Traz knew she would be accompanying it with that beguiling smile of hers, the one you'd need a heart of stone to resist. But stone hearts must have been standard issue with this military unit, because neither of the soldiers responded. Instead, they seemed to be getting just a little more insistent, leaning in slightly as they questioned her, reinforcing their authority a touch more intimidatingly. Traz was about to go out and end all this, to protect her from whatever it was she thought she was doing, when the officer handed the ID back, and both soldiers took up a more at-ease stance. With a few more curt words Traz didn't catch, the men climbed back into the jeep and drove off. Verity re-entered the diner to a bank of furtive stares and a few more direct ones. She smiled easily at Traz, but in her eyes was a message. Not here. "Mistaken identity," she said, just loud enough for any other interested ears as well. "They thought I was their commanding officer." When it became clear they weren't going to get any more details from this chirpy auburn-haired girl with a lip ring,
The diners returned gradually to the business of dispatching their meals. But not Traz. His appetite for his pasture-raised, grass-fed chicken had long since disappeared, on Ezekiel low-sodium sprouted whole-grain bread, or anything else. Chapter 20. Danny stood in line in the coffee shop behind 3 young girls who seemed to find the process of ordering hot drinks doubled over hysterical. He watched them giggling and flapping hands at each other and felt like he was about 140 years old. The process of deciding over, 2 of them retreated to a nearby table while their friend awaited the order. The second she was alone, the girl took out her phone and began looking at it. "They should get a delivery service in here," said a familiar voice behind Danny as he placed his order. "Save us having to trek all the way down here for a cup of green tea when we're busy." The owner smiled at Salter's comment. "Good idea, Detective," he said. "We'll give it some thought. The walk is obviously doing you good, though. You're looking very trim these days, if you don't mind my saying so. Anything else?" Salter, who had felt her resolve beginning to crumble as she stood before the case of fresh cream cakes on display, suddenly had new reserves of willpower to call upon. "Just the tea," she said, with a smile. Mike had long ago given up attributing things to coincidence, but that wasn't quite the same thing as giving up belief in its existence. Things did still happen randomly, and perhaps Salter's appearance behind him in the queue was just such a case. But at the new sergeant's conversation opener, the idea left him, as it always seemed to do. "I've been giving this case some thought," she said. "Who am I kidding? It's been with me day and night. I'm so distracted I even sent Max off to school today without a lunch." Ahead of them, the girl still had her head bowed over her phone. Mike watched her for a moment.
I understand you wanted to chat to me about it earlier,"
he said, his eyes still on the girl.
"Something about Wright's old equipment?"
"Oh, that, yes. I was wondering about that old sound system he had. The record player and the rest. I was going to ask you how loud that amplifier would go. I couldn't get it to work when I was over there, but I was wondering if Wright could have been playing his music loudly enough to upset the neighbours." "Did the Socko report say there was a record on the turntable then?" asked Mike casually. "No, but Wright was on a scheduled telephone call at the time he was killed. He may have been intending to wait until the call was complete before putting on any music, but that's not to say there couldn't have been something on earlier in the day. If he played it all the time, loud enough to drive the neighbours barmy." She trailed off. "We haven't got any noise complaints on file, but I was just, wondering." Salter looked at him uneasily. He could tell she was unsure whether she was overthinking things or underthinking them, or perhaps not even thinking them through at all. But admitting you didn't have the answers, and being willing to consider all angles in order to find them, were both important approaches in any investigation. She hadn't come in with any preconceived notions that might have caused her to ignore evidence that didn't fit, or rushed into developing theories for the unknown or the unknowable. At this point, Sergeant Salter was open to all possibilities, and, in an ongoing investigation, that was about the most important approach of all. At the counter, the girl's order arrived, and she suddenly found herself with fewer hands than hot drinks. She reached inside her blouse and tucked away her phone so that she could carry the cups over to her friends at their table. Salter shook her head sadly. "I hate to see that. The young girls at the gym do it all the time too. Stick their phones into their bra while they're exercising. I can only imagine the health hazards they must be exposing themselves to." Mike shuffled ahead to the counter, but it was clear his interest in hearing about Salter's progress in the case wasn't over.
"You met with Albert Ross?"
Salter nodded her confirmation. Danny hadn't asked for the details. She knew he'd leave it to her to tell him what she wanted to. But, for once, that suited her. She lowered her voice a notch. The line-up at a bakery shop in Saltmarsh High Street wasn't really the place to be discussing the details of a case, but Danny Mike was proving difficult to track down these days. Whatever he was working on, and nobody seemed prepared to say exactly what that was, it was apparently demanding all of his time, so she'd take whatever opportunities came her way to bend his ear. Ross has a condition called IED, intermittent explosive disorder. I've been reading up on it. If he has worst-case symptoms, and I think he has, he'd certainly be capable of enough rage to kill someone. She paused to look around her, but there was nobody else in the queue behind them. He claims he can't remember what happened after his argument with Wright, where he went, what he did. Danny's eyes met Salter's. He claims he can't remember? Mike's expression seemed to say. Have you already made up your mind about Albert Ross, Sergeant Salter?
IED sufferers have anger blackouts sometimes, don't they?
He asked, reaching to take the cups as the cafe owner brought them over. He left enough change for both orders and a little extra on the countertop and handed Salter her tea, waving away her offer to pay. Some do, yes, she said. She nodded as the point became clear, and if it's true that he blacked out, then he can't even be sure himself whether he did it or not. So, you think I'd be well within my rights to give Albert Ross some serious consideration? Mike's answer, if he intended to give one, was interrupted by a burst of giggling from the nearby table. The officers looked over to see the three girls all craned in, staring at the tiny screen between them. Lindy's not answering her phone, said Mike suddenly. He looked almost as startled as Salter that the statement had burst from him like this, but he realised he couldn't simply leave things at that. Someone in HR left her a message asking if she had a forwarding address for the DCI, some form or other they had to send him. They followed up today when they didn't get an answer. Mike could have told the HR clerk Lindy wouldn't have an address for Domenic Jejeune, but that was hardly the point. He'd never known Lindy to be out of touch by phone for very long. For one thing, the nature of her job as a journalist more or less demanded she was contactable at a moment's notice. She's probably out on assignment somewhere. Why don't you ask her boss?
Eric doesn't seem to be around at the moment, but nobody else at the office has heard anything about any assignment. In fact, nobody remembers seeing her at all yesterday.
She should have realised Danny would already have checked the obvious lead. Perhaps she's just gone off somewhere for a couple of days. Down the smoke, maybe. Having a bit of R&R. God knows she deserves it.
Without her phone?
Salter met Mike's dubious expression head-on. Not everybody spends as much time glued to their phone as you seem to think, Danny. A lot of people like to take a break from it now and then. Used to be, if you wanted to avoid calls, all you had to do was not be home when your landline rang. Now there's no escape unless you deliberately turn your mobile off.
Not many do that, from what I've seen. You think Lindy could do without hers for this long?
It's not a life support system, Danny. People leave their phones at home all the time, on purpose. There was a metallic buzz and a second of agonised hesitation as Salter thought about ignoring it. Sorry, she said. That's Max's ring. I have to take this. She fished in her pocket for the phone and held it to her ear. Hello, sweetheart. I'm sorry about your lunch. Can you get something at school, just for today? She listened for a moment and nodded. Yes, I do remember our talk, but I'm sure nobody here heard me calling you that. She rolled her eyes heavenward and listened again as Mike looked on with an impassive expression. No, Max, I would never call you that if your friends were around. Look, Max, I'm a bit busy, so was there something special you wanted to talk to me about? Mike watched the standard pauses and nodding of a one-sided conversation. Well, did Jensen's mom say it was okay? And she's willing to pick you up and drop you off in the morning? Salter gave a brave laugh, Of course it's all right with me. I want you to go and have a good time at Jensen's. Just remember your manners. I'll see you tomorrow. She ended the call and looked at Mike. That's another quiet night in for me, then, she said. She didn't look ecstatic about the idea. Sorry, what were we talking about? She asked with heavy irony. You know, for the life of me I can't remember, said Mike, with such an uncharacteristic lightness it caused Salter to leave her glance on him a moment. Don't worry about Lindy, Danny. She's an independent woman. She doesn't have to check in with us before she leaves town. She'll call back when she wants to. We all need some quiet time now and again. I take it you've checked the love nest, the cottage, she said to Mike's questioning gaze.
She's not been to the cottage,
said Mike firmly. Salter looked at him carefully, trying to decide if she should be reading anything into his tone. But it was just Danny being Danny, certain of his facts and ready to state them.
I drove past there this morning. You saw that place when they both lived there. Can you imagine her letting it stay the way it looks now if she had been back?
Salter accepted Mike's reasoning. Tidy. That would have been the word for the garden when Domenic Jejeune and his girlfriend were living there. The lawn was always neatly trimmed and framed by carefully tended flower beds. The front porch was garlanded with annuals in neat terracotta pots. But the last time Salter had driven past, the cottage had the forlorn look of a place where love had died. Branches from the trees along the driveway lay scattered over the lawn. The flower beds were overgrown and tangled, the unwatered plants on the porch dead in their terracotta pots. Salter didn't know Lindy that well, but she suspected she would be heartbroken by the state of the garden if she had returned, and, to Mike's point, would have been unable to resist the urge to do something about it. The girls at the table were still fiddling with their phones. If he'd had one of those, what is right could have got rid of just about everything else in his office, she said. His sound system, his photocopier, probably even that antiquated computer.
Some people resist change even when newer technology is available to them. I remember the pushback in the military when they decided to get rid of those big photocopiers. They replaced them with electronic systems and people went haywire for a bit.
You can hardly blame them for the decision, though. I'm sure the new system was far more secure than trusting some dopey squaddy not to leave a set of invasion plans on the glass after he'd finished copying them. Apparently, security concerns were why the hospitals got rid of them too.
Except people could always leave a hospital if they were uncomfortable with the new system.
Mike gave her an ironic smile. The army generally doesn't give you that option. It wasn't just those copiers that were huge, though. You remember the first mobile phones? They weighed about half a ton. Salter followed Mike's stare back over to the girls. I'd like to see these girls storing those the same way as they do now. Talk about a health risk. They'd be so top-heavy they'd be going face first into the concrete every time they took a step. As he watched the three girls gathered over their shared phone screens in rapture, Mike couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Lindy was closer to these girls' age than to his. She would not have wanted to be away from the world her phone connected her to for long, and as one of the most conscientious people he knew, she would have checked her messages before now. Mike drained his tea and stood up, offering Salter a forced smile.
I should be going, he said. Plenty to be getting on with.
Salter nodded. Listen, for all I said, I'd be happy to help you track down Lindy if you needed me to. Was there any special reason you were checking on her? Like his earlier lightness, hesitation was not something Salter would have generally associated with Danny Mike. For a moment, it seemed like he might say something, but in the end, he merely thanked Salter for her offer anyway and turned to go, not even looking at the table of the three girls giggling into their phones as he passed. Chapter 21. The woman in the garden was standing perfectly still, straight-backed and shoulders squared. Lauren Salter had received no response to her knock at the front door, but the sound of a woman's voice had led her to the small, sunlit garden at the back of the house. She stood at the fence now, watching. The woman was standing barefoot on the grass, with her eyes closed, drawing in even, measured breaths. She spoke some words aloud, and slowly extended her right leg in front of her at an angle. Drawing her arms up from her sides, she held them across her chest. Salter watched, engrossed, as the woman gently swirled her hands into the air, redistributing her balance to compensate. When she had finished the routine, she drew her body back to its starting position, exhaled, and opened her eyes. She showed surprise at seeing Salter watching her, but as with her activity, her poise remained perfect. "Jenny Wynne? I'm Sergeant Salter from the Saltmarsh Constabulary." The title still sounded strange to her. "I was hoping you could spare a few minutes for a chat. It's about Wattis Wright's death." "Please, come in." Salter entered and crossed the soft turf to stand in front of the woman. She was a head shorter than Salter and slightly built. Although she was about a generation older, it was clear that she was in very good physical condition. Her muscles, beneath the blue leotard, were toned and well-developed, and she had already displayed a control over them that Salter herself would have been proud of. "Can I ask what you were saying just before you started that series of moves?" asked Salter. "Needle at sea bottom. It is the name of the final movement of my Tai Chi exercises. Announcing the moves as I go helps to remind me where I am in the sequence. If I'm in the last phase of part the wild horse's mane, I know I should be going directly into the white crane spreads its wings. As grasp the bird's tail ends, hand parts the clouds awaits me. Announcing the names also seems to add harmony to the progression." She smiled at Salter. "And things are so much better when there is harmony to them. Don't you find, Sergeant? So much more balanced." To a working mother, whose own days consisted mostly of trying to make it to the end of them, harmonious balance wasn't high on Salter's list of priorities. But she returned the woman's smile anyway. "I understand you were Wattis Wright's assistant back when he had all that success with the Chamalars," she said. "Wattis used to refer to me as his partner. I came on board shortly after the second big hit. It was about then that the record company realised the Chamalars had gone some way beyond being merely a novelty act and were becoming stars in their own right. As the band's manager, as well as the principal songwriter, the record company wanted Wattis to provide them with the full package the Chamalars were going to need to take them to the next level: outfits, dance routines, light shows. They were a novelty act. Originally, they were intended to be a parody of the American doo-wop groups from a couple of decades earlier," Wynne told her. "It was a time in the music industry when people were willing to try anything and everything. There were quite a lot of acts back then that would never have seen the light of day in earlier times. Or later ones, come to that." The woman reached down to pick up a bottle of water. Even in this simple action, her movements revealed a precision and control beyond many people half her age. "Did Wattis Wright make a lot of money from the Chamalars? Only—" The woman nodded in understanding. "There wasn't much evidence of it in his lifestyle? Long gone, I'm afraid. There were halcyon days when the hits were being rolled out, but his songwriting royalties dwindled away to nothing as the decades passed. His manager's percentage, too." Wynne set the bottle down again. It was warming up in the garden, and Salter wouldn't have minded a drink herself, but there were no other liquids to be seen. These dance routines the producers of this new musical were paying him for, were they really that good? Jenny Wynne allowed herself a small smile. Modesty forbids, but yes, they were. You were involved in creating them. Salter's surprise was evident in her tone. If you'd call translating Wattis's sketchy ideas into viable dance routines, working out the choreography and coaching the band on how to perform the moves being involved, then yes, I was. Essentially, those dance routines were mine, as are, I might add, the literally dozens of derivations of them I have seen other artists use over the years. Of course, it's much harder to prove someone copied individual dance moves as opposed to an entire routine, but there's no doubt in my mind that they were drawn from my original choreography. But Wattis Wright never offered to include your name when he applied for copyright for the routines. Wynne shook her head lightly. It really didn't seem to matter at the time. It was only after it became clear the producers of this new show were willing to buy them that I realised Wattis stood to profit from what was rightfully mine. Did you confront him about it? Good word, thought Salter. Confront carried the right connotation. It occurred to her how carefully DCI Jejeune had always seemed to word his questions. She recognised that it was one more aspect of the investigative process she was going to have to pay particular attention to. Jenny Wynne paused before answering the question. I admit we exchanged a few words about it. I felt I was entitled to a share of the income, even if I didn't hold any copyright. Wattis disagreed, of course. He believed since he had come up with the original ideas, the routines belonged to him. He pointed out, too, that I had no proof to back up my claims. The video footage only proves that the routines were designed exclusively for the Chamalars, not whose work had gone into developing them. She tilted her elegant neck for a moment. Wattis was always careful with money, even when I first met him. But he always had a core of decency about him. I wouldn't have expected this behaviour from him. Of course, he had seen a lot of lean years, and now that all seemed about to end. Does the prospect of money change a person's true character, I wonder? Or merely reveal it? He was unwilling to acknowledge what seems to be your perfectly reasonable claim to a share of the rights, but he didn't seem to have any great affection for material possessions. Salter paused for a moment. I wonder why the money was so important to him. Could his unwillingness to share be because he needed it for something in particular? Wynne nodded knowingly. Like Albert's investment, you mean? She didn't. But if Salter could just disguise her astonishment for a moment, she realised this might lead somewhere very important. She channeled her inner Jejeune and gave Wynne her best impassive face. You know about that? Wynne nodded. Indeed. I'm the one who introduced them. A couple of years ago. Having entered Wynne's garden with no clear destination in mind, Salter now had so many directions to follow, she didn't know where to start. The woman indicated the house. You look warm. We can continue our conversation inside, if you like. That is, assuming you have more questions, Sergeant. She did. The kitchen was meticulously neat, as Salter suspected it might be, but most importantly, it was cool. And there was a refrigerator with juice in it. She accepted Wynne's offer gratefully. A dog that looked like the sort of prize you might win at a coconut shy at the Saltmarsh Fete trotted up, and Wynne gathered it up in her arms and ruffled its ears. Forgive me, said Salter, but your relationship with Mr. Roy, it was purely professional. "It was," said Wynne, unoffended. "Back then, as now, I tended to prefer the company of friends like Fitz here. Less trouble than people, and a good deal more reliable. Isn't that right, Fitz?" she said, nuzzling the dog. "You've not asked me for an alibi, Sergeant. For the night Wattis died. Do I need one?" "Just in case, I was picking up Fitz here from the vet in Norwich. A neighbour saw me just as I was pulling into the driveway with him." "We said hello, didn't we, darling?" she said, nuzzling the dog again. "That's that sorted, then," said Salter. "Can I ask how you know Albert Ross?" For the first time in the interview, Wynne seemed to hesitate. She leaned back on the kitchen counter as if to consider her answer. "I'm Albert's sponsor," she said evenly. "I'm sorry, I thought that's why you were here. I assumed Albert would be a suspect given his condition and the argument he had had with Wattis earlier that day." Salter's mind was reeling with questions about how this woman knew of the argument, about whether Albert Ross might have talked to her about it, or other things. But if being on interviews with Domenic Jejeune had taught Salter anything, it was that sometimes silence asks the best questions of all. The dog squirmed in Wynne's arms, and she set him gently on the ground. "Go off and find your brother." "I have two," she explained as the dog scurried away. "Fitz and Starts. They're identical siblings." "So, was it you who brokered the arrangement between Wright and Albert?" asked Salter. "No, not at all. Wattis mentioned the possibility that he might be coming into some money. I realise now he was talking about the royalties from the Chamalars musical, but at the time I had no idea that was what he was referring to. He simply said, if he did, he might be looking for a worthwhile investment. And I told him about Albert's plans for his own plant nursery. Wattis seemed genuinely interested. As you've seen, worldly possessions weren't really his thing. Oh, he had loaded up on all the newest gadgets back in the day, when the royalties were flowing in, but that was more because he could, rather than because he really wanted any of them." "Did he already know Albert, personally?" "No. But he had suffered a similarly difficult upbringing. Little support, no encouragement. A person who'd never really had any faith shown in him. That, plus the fact that Albert was battling a debilitating illness, seemed to go to Wattis's heart. As I say, he always had that side to him in the old days, the decent, compassionate one. Based on my own recent dealings with him, I have to say I'm surprised it was still there. But, deep down, somewhere, apparently it was." A dog trotted briefly into the kitchen to drink from a steel bowl. Whether it was the one Salter had seen earlier, or its twin brother, she couldn't have said. She hesitated over her next step. Pursue the story first, or the suspect? She knew Jejeune would have wanted the big picture. Why Wright had changed his mind about the investment, how it all played into motive. But Salter was keen to hone in on the suspect. She sensed there was something important in Wynne's connection to both men, and she held an irrational fear that it might all disappear unless she seized it now. "When you say you're Albert Ross's sponsor, does that mean he is supposed to discuss his IED episodes with you in detail?" "If he can. Mostly, my role is to remind him that he can control the anger, and to suggest some other coping mechanisms, to counsel him how he might manage future situations. But yes, we do try to look at the triggers, the events leading up to the episode that brought it on. It might be in his best interest if you could tell me about any discussions you have had recently." It was clear from Jenny Wynn's expression that she didn't agree. The relationship between sponsee and sponsor is built on absolute trust. I'm afraid I couldn't reveal details about conversations without Albert's permission. Salter nodded in understanding. But if she couldn't get facts, Jenny Wynn's opinion might be almost as valuable. I realise it's a difficult question, Ms. Wynn, but do you believe that if Albert was in the middle of one of his IED episodes, he would be capable of killing someone? Wynn drew in a deep breath, gathering her thoughts before answering. Yes, she said finally, with the same certainty she had answered the other questions. She looked at Salter sadly. He normally calls me the day after one of his episodes to discuss what he can remember before he blacked out. As I say, what brought it on? The triggers. He hasn't called me yet about the day of Wattis's death. Salter understood the reason for Wynn's sadness. There was one very good explanation why Albert Ross had not called her this time to discuss what had brought on his episode. He was afraid of what else he might have to tell her. Chapter 22. Domenic Jejeune drew up his paddle and laid it across the oarlocks. He leaned to one side of the canoe and trailed his fingers in the water, creating a silver trail on the dark surface. The water was cold and as clear as any he could ever remember. Above him, clouds the colour of pale sand trailed across a blue sky like flecks from an artist's brush. Jejeune allowed the canoe to drift slowly as he rested, taking in the surrounding wilderness. The stillness around him was complete, and he let it wash over him. It seemed as if all of nature had drawn in its breath for the moment to join him in listening to the silence. A brown shape drifted in to investigate his outstretched fingers, flashing away back into the depths as he twitched them. The fish was the first living creature he had encountered since he began paddling. Although the forest on both sides of the banks must have been teeming with life, all he saw was a dense, unbroken screen of pine trees and vast swathes of open land on the hillsides beyond them. This was a raw, wild beauty, nature on a massive scale, and he struggled to come to terms with it all. The park seemed impenetrable. The spaces overwhelming. He was an alien in the midst of it, drifting along on the river, separate from this place and yet surrounded by it. Perhaps it was this sense of disconnection that he found so unnerving. The knowledge that even now, so early into his journey, his own world was out of range and unreachable. We had come to rely on our connections so much, he thought, those wireless umbilical cords that bound us to the rest of humanity, and we felt such a dislocation when they were severed. He looked at the tattered jacket on the seat beside him. Like the water, the air was cooler than he had expected, despite the sunshine, though it wasn't cold enough to require the additional layer of another coat. But that wasn't why he had brought it. That ugly tiger-stripe one? Why'd you want me to send you that beat-up old thing? Though the sky outside his hotel window was still light when he had dialed Roy's number, he knew that 3 time zones to the east, darkness would have already fallen. Roy had answered on the second ring anyway. Jejeune had expected his brother-in-law's question about the jacket, but not his follow-up comment.
If you need a jacket, why don't you buy yourself a new one? They must have an outfitter up there in Fort Smith. If you're short of a few bucks, have him call me. I can give him my credit card number.
He wondered why he couldn't find more affection for someone who was always so ready to step up to help him. Roy had tried for a surprised tone when Jejeune told him his plans, but he knew the man had suspected his intentions from the moment he had flown up there.
You plan on going into the park yourself? It's better to leave these things to the experts, Dominic. Besides, I'm sure your brother and this woman are both okay.
The park authorities won't initiate a search until they are overdue. According to the plan filed with the park offices, that's not for another 6 days. Even then, their first response will be to treat them as lost.
What makes you think they aren't?
I think Damien turned his tracker off deliberately. It went off 4 minutes after Pryor stopped working. If they had gotten into difficulties together, the devices would have ceased transmitting at the same time. Roy's silence had shown he now realized this was why Jejeune had felt compelled to head up there.
Why would Damien turn off his tracker?
Asked Roy eventually.
Annie Pryor applied for a permit for anthropological exploration.
But there is still ice around the edges of the sloughs where the whooping cranes are coming in. There had been a pause, and Jejeune realized Roy was trying to work out the birding reference rather than the obvious one. The ground up here is still much too hard to do any excavations. Whatever Pryor was intending to do in the park, it wasn't digging for artifacts. Roy had been quiet for a moment.
Domenic, if she was mixed up in something illegal, you need to let the authorities handle this. Let me make some calls.
I know Damien, and I think I can predict what he might do in these circumstances. They're both right-handed, so a search party will think they veered off the trails to the right, and they'll concentrate their efforts in that direction. But Damien will know this, and if he doesn't want to be found, he'll be heading the opposite way. Whatever they're involved in, I stand a better chance of finding them than anybody else. Even Domenic couldn't be sure whether he was making such tenuous claims to convince his brother-in-law or himself. But Roy had realized now that there would be no arguing him out of his course of action. He had agreed to FedEx out the jacket and wait before informing the authorities. But he had ended their call with clear instructions.
We filed a 3-day plan with the park. That's a day into the location where the transmitter was switched off, a day to search for them, and a day out. If you're not back by noon on the 4th day, I'll make sure they send in a search team. I'll tell them where to start, so if you need to look farther afield than the original site, leave a clear signal in which direction you went. And don't wander too far, Domenic. Out there, you need to make sure you know where you are at all times.
Drifting down the Little Buffalo River, thought Jejeune as his mind returned to the present. He began paddling again, his steady, industrious strokes seeming strangely at odds with the torpor of the early evening. A curious raven swooped in over the canoe, its plumage almost purple in the waning sunlight. Set against the wide landscape, even the bird's great size seemed diminished. The raven followed the river's course, flying low over the water ahead of him on slow, leisurely wing beats. If one's mind tended in such directions, it would have been easy to imagine it was Gaetan Robideau, in the form of a spirit guide, come to lead Jejeune towards his goal. His destination was 20 kilometres farther down the river, a 50-metre square grid identified as the area from which Damien's in-reach device had last transmitted a signal. Despite Roy's looming deadline, Jejeune knew he wouldn't be able to reach his goal today. He had made a late start, and soon the daylight would begin to fade as the sun dipped lower behind the trees. It would be necessary to find a place to camp before the darkness came. He eased the canoe in towards the bank, careful to avoid the sweepers, the graveyard of tree skeletons that lay just beneath the waterline at the river's edge. He tethered the craft to an overhanging snag and scrambled up the bank to assess the area as an overnight camping spot. He found a large outcrop of granite with a deep fissure running down the centre, as if some life force trapped within the rock had clawed its way out. The opening would provide good shelter, and he set about gathering materials to build a fire at its entrance, added protection against the dangers that a night in this isolated spot might bring. The fire brought him comfort that went beyond the warmth it offered. There was a satisfaction in having mastered this, the most basic of survival skills, and, in a strange way, it seemed to reassure him that he could exist out here until he achieved what he had come to do. Now, with his evening tasks complete and his preparations made, Jejeune had nothing to do but to sit and marvel at the solitude. He looked around him in the fading light, taking in the quiet forest that fringed the clearing and the stillness of the water below. There was no sound. No bird calls, no whisper of wind through the treetops, not even the leaves stirred. Just a singing silence that made his ears ring with its emptiness. From his spot at the top of the riverbank, he watched the last of the daylight fade. The sky began a slow glide towards darkness, taking him through shades of blue he had never seen anywhere else, deepening in their intensity as the world around him surrendered its features to the coming night. Tomorrow he would head deeper into this wilderness. He wondered how much farther he would be from the world he knew, how much more removed from his previous life. He awoke with a start, surrounded by silence. He had fallen asleep as soon as he lay down, exhausted by his exertions throughout the day. The fire had died down to glowing embers, yet it was still casting a strange, ghostly reflection in the night sky. But no. This was something more than reflected firelight. This light was draped across the heavens, moving in waves like billowing sheets. He watched, mesmerized, as flames of shimmering green leapt up, licking the night sky, morphing into deep neon and drifting out again to white, swirling, rippling, dancing on the winds that rode the wide plains of the northern skies. His mind struggled to come up with the scientific explanations he knew lay beneath the phenomenon. But the science didn't matter at this moment. This was a gift for the heart, the soul. The northern lights, the aurora borealis. From somewhere deep within him, sadness rose and settled in his heart. Lindy would have loved this. She would have held his hand and turned to him, her eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of it all. A wide swathe of light cascaded down, unfurling like a curtain of pale green silk. It curtsied and bowed, and then it disappeared, carried away by some invisible force as strange and mysterious as the one that had brought it. He watched until the show faded, searching the sky for answers it could not provide. Finally, he rolled over and closed his eyes again, inviting the sleep that he knew would not visit him again this night. Chapter 23. Cheyenne Bottoms must be about as far from any coastline as you can get in the continental United States, and yet it says here this place sees over 500,000 shorebirds during migration season. I suppose the reason I've never heard of it before is that I'm not a birder. Traz gazed around, taking in the building's elegant architecture. Behind them, a bank of large windows followed a gentle curve around the edge of a small marsh.
I'm betting there's a lot of birders who have never heard of this place either, said Traz.
He was willing to indulge Verity's interest in this vast freshwater wetland in the middle of Kansas's agricultural landscape, and even credit it as being genuine. But he was aware, too, that while they were standing at the displays in the visitor centre, surrounded by people who were also marvelling over this natural phenomenon, she wouldn't need to answer any questions about what had happened at the diner. She'd crawled into the back seat of the Buick as soon as they left Densley's roadside diner, claiming tiredness and mumbling a promise about filling him in later. She'd feigned sleep, or otherwise, until he had pulled up in the visitor centre parking lot. He joined Verity at a display of whooping cranes in a glass case.
You see them up close like this, said Traz, shaking his head, and you realize just what stunning birds they are.
Good job, too, said Verity. It's charisma that attracts the cash. If they looked like the Atwater's prairie chicken, no doubt all that conservation funding would have gone to other causes. She moved off and picked up a box holding what looked to be shell casings. Traz nestled in beside her. "Very," he said in a hushed tone. "We need to talk about what happened back there." She looked up at the wall map. "Let's take this drive," she said, tracing the route with her finger. She tapped the space at the end of the track significantly. "I think that'd make a dandy place for a talk." They trundled along the narrow dirt road in silence. On each side ran a narrow, water-filled ditch flanked by a stand of reeds. Traz pointed out a duck skulking in the shelter of the vegetation. "Cinnamon teal," he said. But before Verity could properly take in the bird's handsome, rusty plumage and bright red eye, Traz gunned the engine and began speeding over the uneven surface. "Something interesting down here. Man, you birders have good eyes." There's a group of people gathered around a scope, and they're all pointing excitedly. For us birders, that's sometimes a hint, he said, with an ironic grin. They pulled up at the edge of a large body of water glinting in the midday sunshine. A group of birders were gathered around two spotting scopes, murmuring between themselves animatedly. Even Verity could tell there was something different here. This wasn't just the suppressed excitement that accompanied a normal bird sighting. There was real tension in the air. On the far side of the water she saw two whooping cranes, an adult and a juvenile. They were standing just above the waterline, the light on their plumage like a faint sheen of dust. But Traz was not playing his bins on the birds. Instead, he was concentrating on a dense stand of narrow-leaf cattails that fringed the water. "See it? To the left?" asked one of the women, looking through the nearest scope. She spoke in hushed tones, although the birds were nowhere near close enough to be disturbed by human voices. Traz had already seen it, but he murmured his thanks anyway. His eyes stayed at his bins. "What? What is it?" asked Verity. "What are you looking at?" Traz handed her his binoculars and pointed to a stand of pale grass just beyond the reeds. "A bobcat. It's stalking the birds." Through the veil of grass, Verity saw a tawny shape. The bobcat's stare was focused on the young bird nearest the stand of reeds. The colt was still preening itself, utterly unaware of the danger that was approaching in such a deliberate, menacing fashion. "Well, we should go to see if there is a ranger nearby," she said. "Somebody needs to stop this." "It's kind of hard not to get emotional, isn't it?" said the woman at the scope. "But it's just nature taking its course." "It's not about being emotional," said Verity. "There's some pretty good rational arguments to be made for saving that bird, based on the costs of all the programs involved in restoring the wild whooping crane population. Each bird represents an investment of thousands of dollars. That's a lot of money to spend on something to have it end up as bobcat food." "People can't have it both ways, though," said the woman. "Even though they're a protected species, these cranes are wild, and that means they're subject to natural predation. But other prey species come from populations that already have viable genetic diversity. The world's entire population of migratory whooping cranes derives from 15 individuals. With such a narrow gene base, the loss of any one individual is potentially far more damaging to the prospects for survival of the species." She looked at Traz. "We have to do something to save that bird." One or two of the group had momentarily turned from watching the bobcat to focus on the discussion. Traz suspected they were as conflicted over the spectacle unfolding before them as the two women were, but no one offered a comment in support of either position. "Well, I'm sure there's lots of different points of view on these things," said the woman uncertainly. "Not so much," said Verity, letting her frustration rise. "The importance of genetic diversity to species survival is pretty much agreed upon as far as I know. I'm telling you, to allow the loss of such a valuable set of allele modifications when we could still do something about it would be a big mistake." The woman seemed to stiffen at Verity's tone. but a momentary stirring among the other birders diffused the standoff. The adult bird had wandered closer to the stand of reeds, but the watchers knew it was in no danger. The kick of a fully grown crane was formidable, and it was something the bobcat would be keen to avoid. It was the smaller bird that the cat was concentrating on. It had crept slightly closer, and now it was staring intently at the colt, frozen in position. The group watched in silence, but the bobcat showed no signs of moving. "I'm sure the professional researchers all know a lot more about this than you or I," resumed the woman pleasantly, still watching through her scope. "I'm pretty sure they'd all say this species needs as much genetic diversity as it can get," said Verity. "Each new generation represents one more round of a genetic variance. To lose those advantages, even for one breeding cycle, could be critical. There might be vital epigenetic changes being carried by those alleles. We can still stop this. Does anyone have the number for the visitor center?"
"It's moving."
The announcement snatched the group's attention away from Verity's request. They watched as the bobcat made its stealthy, deliberate progress towards its prey. It seemed impossible the predator could approach so closely without being detected. But, with each hesitant, hovering half-step it set softly down among the grasses, it closed the distance to the unsuspecting colt. A few more footfalls, and it would be in range to spring, to embed its needle-like claws into the young crane's neck and draw it in for a fatal bite from the powerful jaws. "I can't bear this," said Verity desperately. "I can't believe I just have to stand by and watch this happen." "I think it might be too late for any intervention now," said Traz, his eyes firmly pressed against his bins. "That bobcat's going to strike at any moment." The young crane had its head turned away from the danger, cropping at its wing feathers. There was a shimmer in the grass as the bobcat drew itself into a launch position. The action unfurled like a slow-motion explosion. As the bobcat burst from its cover, the adult reared back, wings flailing and calling loudly. The startled colt looked up in alarm, the action taking its neck fractionally out of reach of the bobcat's outstretched paw. A claw made contact, but the cat couldn't embed it into the bird's flesh, instead spinning sideways and falling to the ground. It recovered and sprang again, but by now the adult had moved in, kicking wildly at the cat and allowing the colt to lift off into the air. The cat leapt once more, a valiant spring-loaded effort that launched it high above the ground, but by now both birds were airborne, twisting to distance themselves from the cat's final lunges. Within seconds, the cranes had disappeared from view over the marshes, and the bobcat had melted back into the cover of the grass. Stillness returned to the scene, only the ripples on the water whispering of the drama that had just unfolded on its shores. There was a collective expulsion of pent-up breath, and even a smattering of relieved applause. Traz watched as the contented group packed their equipment and moved off. The woman with whom Verity had exchanged views studiously avoiding eye contact now. "And to think, there are people who say bird-watching isn't exciting," he said to Verity as the others left. "I can't believe that woman didn't pick up that you were an expert in this stuff, especially after you laid out your points so clearly." Verity shrugged. "She wouldn't have paid no mind to me. No matter what I said, not delivered in this country twang," she said, overextending the last word derisively. "Maybe if I'd fed my lines to you to say in that cute Canadian accent of yours." "Like a ventriloquist and her dummy, you mean?" "Thought never crossed my mind." The casual way Verity had brushed off the woman's dismissive attitude was in stark contrast to the passion with which she had defended her position. There were a lot of layers to Verity Brown, thought Traz. It was time to start peeling away at least one of them. "Now we talk about the diner," he said. She nodded and pointed to an observation point on the northern rim of the reserve. Up there. From their vantage point on the North Rim observation platform, the entire Great Basin of Cheyenne Bottoms spread out before them. The catchment area was a mosaic of grasslands and waterways shimmering in the distance like a mirage. You think about what habitat restoration must cost in a place like this, and you weigh that against the thousands of dollars spent to preserve a single species. Traz inclined his head. It does make you wonder. Priority threat management versus eco-pragmatism. That's the battle for the soul of the conservation movement right there. Verity shook her head doubtfully. The greater good argument might work for human society, but I'm not sure it applies with endangered species. There's a continuum of DNA variations down through the ages, vitally important information we can tap into. That would all be lost if we had let a species like the whooping crane go extinct. Surely in the case of whooping cranes, most of that information has already been irretrievably lost because the gene pool dipped so low. Verity hesitated, as if Traz's objections had knocked her argument off track. Seems to me, then, it's even more vital that we don't lose any more. She tilted her head slightly, as if to listen to the silence out over the reserve. Pretty quiet here now, huh? Guess it wasn't always that way. During the war, B-29 bombers used to fly practice runs over these lands. They drop bags of flour with detonators in them and fire off shells. Traz turned to look at her. I thought you'd never heard of this place. You should have paid more attention to the displays at the visitor center. Those 50mm casings I was looking at were recovered from the reserve. She nodded. There were 5 air bases in central Kansas back in those days. She paused and turned to look at Traz earnestly. This area has always taken its military responsibilities seriously. Those coordinates we checked out this morning, Traz, up around Salina, they're near the old Schilling Air Force Base. There is still a lot of military equipment up that way. He nodded. I know. I saw the signs when we were getting close. Those MPs at the diner were a little twitchy about what we were doing up there. What business is it of theirs? He asked sharply. We weren't on their land. They don't have any right to question the actions of people just driving around the area. Yeah, said Verity, shaking her head dubiously. The U.S. military isn't all that crazy about people telling them what their rights are, especially when it comes to protecting their facilities. I wasn't interested in their facilities. I was looking for whooping crane stopover sites. The thing is, she said cautiously, that compound we drove all the way around in Oklahoma, that was a military facility too. Vance Air Force Base. She looked at the tangerine Buick behind them, the metal flake paintwork glittering in the bright sunlight. This is a pretty noticeable car, Traz, and it's been spotted near 3 military facilities in the past 4 days. That first place we stopped in Texas, that was near Fort Hood. It's just where the coordinates took me, said Traz defensively. It's understandable, though. A lot of those military bases cover huge areas of open land. They're well protected, and for security's sake, they aren't going to be densely vegetated and overgrown. Cranes like that low, scrubby habitat, and if you throw in a couple of shallow ponds, you got pretty much perfect habitat for a stopover. Verity shrugged. All I'm saying is, the car is on the military's radar now. If any more of those coordinates are going to take us close to other military establishments, I'd give them a miss. Traz looked out over the stands of honey-coloured grass in the vast basin, swaying like fields of wheat. Above them, 2 northern harriers danced across the sky in courtship. Why didn't you want me to talk to them at the diner? I thought it was best if they believed it was an American who was driving around these places. You're traveling on a Canadian passport. Our countries are supposed to be on friendly terms. I mean, I'm sure they spy on each other all the time, but they have to at least pretend they don't. I'm not a spy, protested Traz. This is crazy. I wasn't doing anything wrong. He turned away in frustration. Damien's directive not to tell the authorities anything meant he couldn't even tell them he was innocent. But that didn't mean he was guilty. Of anything. To the west, the sun was beginning to set, casting a pink blush over the sky above the wide-open farmland of central Kansas. Clouds were piled high on the horizon like layers of grey cotton. Perhaps they would bring rain. Traz wouldn't be here to find out. They had to head north, and whether the next set of coordinates led him to a military base or not, he intended to check them out. Chapter 24. Danny Mike recognised the woman as soon as he entered the magazine's offices. He had met Caitlin long ago at the cottage when they had both been part of a gathering to celebrate some long-forgotten success of Lindy's. They hadn't spoken since, but Saltmarsh was a small enough community that Danny had seen her a couple of times around town. The woman's expression suggested she remembered meeting Danny too, though not where. In fairness, she probably wasn't searching her memory banks for one of Lindy's social functions. Danny hardly looked like someone you'd place in her circle of friends. She shook her head at Mike's question. "No, Sergeant, I haven't seen Lindy for a couple of days." There was an assured efficiency about the way Caitlin answered the question. The training of someone who made her living asking them, thought Mike. Based on what he knew of the office structure here, there was no official office manager, but this woman would have been the logical choice, and had clearly taken on the de facto role anyway. "It's not that unusual around here, you understand. We have people zipping in and out all the time. Nobody really keeps track of anybody else's comings and goings." There were 3 ways an interview usually went from here. People either squirmed uncomfortably and looked around for an exit, they stood blankly waiting for a follow-up question, or, when Mike was lucky, they reacted, as Caitlin did now. "Let me find you somebody who might be better placed to help you." She returned a few moments later with another woman in tow. "This is Claire. She seems to have been the last one in the office to speak to Lindy. That was the day before yesterday, you were saying, Claire, about 9 in the morning?" Mike lifted his eyebrows in admiration. If Caitlin had been able to determine all this in the short amount of time she had been away, there was a career awaiting her in the Saltmarsh Detective Squad. "Linz was talking to Jeremy," said Claire. There was hesitancy in her delivery. It might just have been nervousness, but it might have been something else. Whatever it was, Claire's timidity was heightened by the contrast to Caitlin's easy confidence. Whether she was simply being helpful, or had also picked up the other woman's reticence, it was Caitlin who supplied the details. "Jeremy is the guy who delivers our coffee orders every morning," she explained. "He's a bit, well, awkward, socially, has difficulty with personal space, appropriate comments, privacy. Nothing sinister, just a bit creepy." Claire looked around the office. "Oh, we all think so, but he's harmless enough. Fancies himself as quite the Romeo, but he's never tried it on with anybody here." Mike followed Claire's gaze around the office. Most of the female staff carried the same air of self-assurance as Lindy and Caitlin. Any man looking to make a nuisance of himself would undoubtedly have been given short shrift by these strong, confident women. But the fact remained that they were young, attractive, and, as far as Mike could remember, for the most part, unattached. That a young man, especially one as socially inept as Jeremy reportedly was, had not at least tested the waters, raised some questions. Like whether, perhaps, he may have had a particular target in mind.
Did this Jeremy pay more attention to, anyone in particular?
He wouldn't lead the women, though they would clearly understand where he was heading. Caitlin nodded. He did always seem quite drawn to Lindy. You know, heading to her desk first, lingering a touch longer. But Lindy's always been a bit of a one for strays and waifs. It's that kind heart of hers. So we never thought much of it.
Except a kind heart can get you in trouble in a lot of ways, thought Mike. Is Lindy interested?
Both women shook their heads.
Only in Jeremy's fantasy world, said Claire. He keeps telling me he thinks they're on for a date at the pub. Honestly, I don't think Lindy would go within a mile of him.
Mike had heard enough.
Do you happen to know Jeremy's last name or where he lives?
Caitlin shook her head.
No idea, really. I mean, he just started showing up one day with our orders, calling himself the coffee delivery service.
A service the owner of the coffee shop had failed to acknowledge when Salter had mentioned the idea the other day, Mike now recalled.
This Jeremy, has he been in today? Or yesterday?
I couldn't say. I don't order anything, so he never stops by my desk.
Caitlin looked at Claire, who shook her head.
Not today. I don't know about yesterday.
The hesitancy was still there. She seemed about to say something more, but she drew it back inside at the last moment. Another time, Mike might have tried to soft-pedal his interest, made some joke about the dangers of depriving people of their daily croissant. But unease was starting to rise within him, and he wanted answers quickly.
Is that unusual for him, not to show up?
I think he does come every day, doesn't he, Claire?
Again, Caitlin glanced across at the woman standing at her shoulder.
There was someone watching Lindy,
Claire said, releasing the news finally like an expelled breath.
I told her I'd seen him.
Beside her, Caitlin's eyes had widened in horror. Mike recognised the earlier hesitancy now for what it had been. Regret that she hadn't informed someone sooner, hadn't acted in some way. Mike's charged, urgent questions about Jeremy had shaken this other secret loose. It was obvious now that Claire didn't think Lindy's was a casual absence. She believed it was tied to this watching man, and Mike thought she might be right.
It wasn't this Jeremy,
confirmed Mike urgently.
Another man.
Claire nodded.
I told her she should call the police, but she said she knew who was watching her. It was a friend of her ex, a policeman named Danny Mike.
Caitlin's look morphed into astonishment.
Claire, this is Sergeant Mike.
No. Claire backed away, shaking her head. Her eyes were fixed on Mike's.
No, it's not. Claire, I can assure you it is. I've met Mr. Mike before. No, this isn't him, Caitlin. Lindy told me she had seen the other man following her, the one I saw watching. She said it was Danny Mike. But the person I saw wasn't this man.
She'd started to back away farther, even raising her hand slightly as if to protect herself, afraid what this imposter might do next.
Claire, for God's sake!
Caitlin moved forward, as if to grasp the other woman's shoulders, but Mike eased himself in to block her approach.
This man, Lindy thought, was Danny Mike.
He said calmly,
Could you describe him to me, please?
There was something about his tone that calmed Claire. He wasn't doubting her, trying to prove her wrong. He was simply clarifying something, and she could help.
He was small, and he was wearing a hoodie, but the hood was down. He had a shaved head. He didn't look like a policeman at all. I thought he must work undercover.
A slow paralysis seemed to seep outward from Mike's core. He knew already, but he needed to ask the question anyway. It was his penance for his carelessness, for letting his guard down.
Did this man have any other identifying features, Claire? Anything you noticed about him that was unique, unusual?
Claire nodded.
He had a lot of tattoos. On his neck. They stretched all the way around.
Mike turned to Caitlin. His calm voice gave no hint of the sense of alarm rising within him.
If you could show me to Lindy's desk, I'd appreciate it.
Heads throughout the office turned to watch the procession as the two women led Mike through the maze of desks to the one by the window. He scanned the surface quickly and then slid the drawer open. Amid the paper clips and mints and a half-eaten bag of cheese puffs was an item that made Danny Mike's blood turn to ice. With a red light blinking to indicate all those missed messages, Lindy's muted phone was resting on a charging cradle. Mike reached in and removed it. As he gently slid the desk drawer shut, he looked around. This desk was the one Lindy had vacated seconds before an explosive, set by Ray Hayes, had blown out the wall beside her. Danny had fought through the burning rubble to save her then, but Lindy had refused to be intimidated into giving up this spot when she returned to the office. Though she likely wouldn't have even recognised it herself, Mike knew somewhere deep inside she would have trusted that if there ever was another threat to her, Danny would be there again to save her. But this time, she'd been wrong. Chapter 25. The low sun seemed to light the stand of birches from within, flickering through the trunks like a strobe light as Jejeune rode past. Early morning mist hung over the river as if clouds had fallen from the sky and come to rest on the surface of the water. On the banks, the vegetation was still veiled in beiges and browns, waiting for gathering daylight to draw their green hues out onto this sepia-tinted stage. Jejeune's canoe sent a chevron of silver ripples scurrying across the mirror-calm surface as it carved its path through the dark water. It seemed impossible that a few days ago he had travelled through the gentle landscape of Rouge National Urban Park and felt so removed from the urban population nearby. Now he was alone in genuine wilderness, and he was beginning to realise what it meant to experience the true isolation of the north. But he was beginning to feel more at ease in this place too. Yesterday he had struggled to cope with the sheer overwhelming scale of everything. But today the disquieting vastness of the park had diminished, and in its place a sense of contentment began to settle within him. Almost as soon as he had begun his day's journey, he had detected movement, a banditry of boreal chickadees lisping their half-hearted calls as they flitted among the low branches of a spindly jack pine. Other sightings had come to him since: snow buntings, white-winged crossbills, and once a spruce grouse. They were familiar enough species, but they felt important to him anyway, as if the park was slowly coming into focus, the details that had eluded him yesterday now gradually distilling into place. His canoe rounded a long sweeping bend in the river, and he saw two birds standing in a clearing in the vegetation on the far bank, their reflections slowly undulating on the surface of the water. They stood perfectly still, tall and stately, black masks clear against their white plumage. The pale sun backlit the mist rising from the river, so that the whooping cranes seemed to hover behind a veil of light. He stopped rowing and drifted slowly past the birds on the current. He made no attempt to reach for his binoculars. He knew that even if the birds weren't flushed, the very act of moving would shatter the pristine moment. The cranes remained in the same position, silent and serene, until the slow drift of the river carried the canoe out of view. But, though the sighting had passed, the memory Jejeune knew would stay with him for a lifetime. An opaque, late-afternoon sun sat behind a film of cloud, bathing the river in its diffused light. The soft limestone of the karst landscape began to disappear as the terrain became dotted with sloughs and bogs, and the gradual shift of topography told Jejeune he was approaching whooping crane breeding habitat. He was tired. He had been paddling all day, stopping only once for lunch and to stretch his legs before pressing on again. He realised now he could have used at least one more day to reach Damien's site and find his brother. He should be deep into this area by now, not simply on its fringes. But he had agreed on 3 days only with Roy, and he knew his brother-in-law would dispatch the authorities if he failed to report by the deadline. He needed to reach Damien first, to find out his real story before any rescuers arrived. He thought about pushing on to reach his goal before nightfall, but night in this park, as he already knew, was overwhelming in its intensity. Trying to establish a camp in the all-encompassing darkness would be dangerous and foolhardy. It may be necessary to push his limits later on in this trip, but for this night at least, safety was the better course. Jejeune tied up his canoe and scrambled up a high bank that rose above the boggy terrain. He emerged onto the top of the rocky outcrop and realized he was on an esker, a ridge of sediment laid down by the retreating glaciers. A dense stand of mature trees and bushes had become established on the top, and the vegetation snaked away along the spine of the feature, a strange, elevated forest hovering 5 meters above the surrounding land. From deep in the trees, he heard a bird call. He didn't recognize it, and yet somehow it felt right that he shouldn't, here in this strange, otherworldly landscape. He pulled on his tiger-striped jacket and stood at the edge of the esker, surveying the terrain before him. Wide creeks threaded their way through the muskeg ponds and the spruce bogs, where the returning cranes would soon establish their nests. From up here, high above the surrounding land, he could trace the swollen waterways back to their sources, narrow streams that ran like silver tears across the low foothills. The messages from Damien's in-reach device placed his camp somewhere out there, in that wilderness. Domenic couldn't reconcile the features of this landscape to those he had studied so carefully on the map before he came out here. But it was often that way, between the abstract and the reality, he thought ruefully. The coordinates had fixed the location of Damien's last transmission on the banks of the Little Buffalo River, and in this place, where any human activity at all would stand out, Damien and Annie Pryor had been out here long enough to leave traces of their presence. Jejeune was confident he would recognize the spot when he came upon it tomorrow. As he took a final lingering look over the raw, savage beauty of this place, something stirred faintly in the back of his mind. But it wouldn't settle, and the challenges he faced in establishing his camp for the night soon drove it from his mind completely. The night sky curved over Jejeune like a diamond-encrusted dome. The stars seemed closer than any he had ever seen, glittering brilliantly and filling the vast, impenetrable darkness all around him. The Milky Way draped across the sky like a wide, rippling veil of lace you could almost reach up and touch. He gathered the tiger-striped jacket in around him more tightly as he huddled by the fire. The afternoon had seen the temperature drop, and with the darkness had come colder winds. The night wouldn't test the limits of his -10°C sleeping bag, but it would be cold enough that he'd need to ensure he had enough fuel nearby to build up the fire several times during the night. Beyond the space he had carved out of the darkness lay a place that had retreated into nocturnal stillness. The quietness still surprised him. He had expected the sound of creaking branches, of wind in the treetops, animal calls, wolf howls even. But no sounds carried to him on the night air, only the occasional crackle from the fire and the over-magnified noise of his own shuffling around the clearing he had chosen for his campsite. So, when the sound came to him so clearly on the cold night air, he started, turning his head quickly. He strained his ears into the silence to listen for further sounds, the low scuffle of foraging, or a repeated pattern of footfalls. But he heard nothing. Only that one single snap of a branch that had told him there was something out there, some creature to which this forest, this night, was home. He peered across the fire at the wall of darkness on the far side. From it, Jejeune detected a shimmer of movement. The orange flames of the fire would be visible for some distance, even through the dense stands of trees up here on this ridge. The animal would have been aware of his presence from a long way off, and would have had plenty of opportunities to melt farther into the forest and pass by undetected. If it was approaching now, it was because it associated fire with humans, and it was not afraid. Jejeune picked up his torch and shone it into the trees. He saw no movement now among the shadows. He lowered the light, slightly relieved that the beam had not picked up the sinister twin reflections of animal irises. But, in a way he couldn't have explained, he could sense the creature was still out there. He stood up and began to move around the fire, playing his torch into the base of the trees once more. If the animal was readying itself for a foray into the clearing, Jejeune hoped his movements might unsettle it. It would show the predator he was alert, ready, and it might be enough to discourage an approach. He bent and drew out a branch from the fire, its end glowing in the darkness. He moved closer to the edge of the clearing, armed with his dual light sources. But the sound he heard now stilled him with fear. It was behind him, to his right, from a place where a single move out into the clearing would cut him off from the fire, leaving him stranded between his attacker and the dark bank of the trees behind him. He turned slowly to see the shape silhouetted against the fire.
Relax. Not even a bear's gag reflex could cope with a coat that ugly, said Damien.
Damien had asked for food as soon as the extended hug of greeting was over.
Actual food sounds very good right about now. I've been living on fruit and chocolate for the past week.
Let's see, said Domenic as he dug in his pack. Chocolate-covered raisins, chocolate-dipped strawberries. Oh, hey, I've got a Terry's chocolate orange here, that do you? He flashed a grin at his brother and flipped him a package of ramen noodles. Damien filled a steel mug with water and set it on the fire to heat up. Domenic examined his brother closely as he worked. His unkempt hair and beard framed a lean face that sported a number of mosquito bites. He had several deep scratches on his forearms, but otherwise his backcountry skills had helped him to avoid the normal dangers of an extended stay in the wilderness. He wasn't sunburned or dehydrated, and he hadn't picked up any injuries, ones that were visible anyway. Domenic watched his brother eat the bowl of noodles, controlling his pace, not bolting the food down. When he had finished, Domenic fished in his pack once again and brought out 2 cans of beer. A new craft beer from Toronto. I brought them to toast when I found you, he said, tossing one to his brother. Damien sipped the beer and pulled a face, holding the can away from him.
You know, with all the giardia in the water around here, I wondered if my survival might come down to drinking my own urine. I think I'll keep that as my plan A and save this stuff in case things get truly desperate.
Your gratitude is underwhelming. Dominic's eyes went to the dark banks of trees beyond the clearing from which Damien had emerged. When he turned back, his brother was looking at him.
Just me, Domino.
You want to talk about it? Damien tried to put some nonchalance into his shrug, but it didn't really come off.
Accident. Okay if I fill you in tomorrow?
The same accident that left my brother without a jacket or backpack? Wondered Domenic. But he knew he would get more information if Damien volunteered it later than if he tried to prise it from him now. Is that when you lost your in-reach device? Damien looked up sharply.
Are you carrying one?
Just my phone.
Useless out here,
said Damien. But he didn't sound disappointed. He looked across the fire at his brother, his eyes glistening in the flames that licked light from the darkness surrounding them. He nodded towards the tiger-striped jacket.
You have some kind of psychic powers? How did you know I'd need a coat?
Domenic shook his head. I didn't. I just asked Roy to send this one up to me so I could bring it into the park.
What for? You already have a jacket. We don't really go in for evening wear up here.
Domenic smiled and shrugged off the coat. Damien stared at it again, and understood. That jacket, of all jackets, being worn by somebody standing out on the edge of an esker, even if a person in the surrounding landscape was too far off to make out who was wearing it, the coat itself would be instantly recognizable. And so would the message it sent. Help is here. Damien crushed the beer can and put it back into the pack. As he stooped, the firelight painted his skin a ruddy orange.
You have a spare sweater? He asked. I'm going to get some sleep. It's been a long few days.
Take the sleeping bag, said Domenic.
Damien shook his head. I'll layer up. With one more sweater and this lovely coat you brought, I'll be way warmer than I have been for the past few nights. I'll be fine.
He looked at his brother seriously.
Tomorrow we'll talk, okay?
Domenic watched as his brother bedded down beside the fire. It had been a long few days for him, too, but he could wait one more for some answers. He had found Damien out here in Wood Buffalo National Park, and he was safe. Not much else mattered tonight. Chapter 26. Lauren Salter liked walking through the streets of Saltmarsh after dark. The sound of traffic was all but absent, and apart from the reassuring lights from behind the curtained windows, there was little evidence of human presence. There was a sense that the town was at rest, safely tucked away behind its doors. But, as the daughter of a fisherman, it was to the water that Lauren always seemed inexorably drawn. During the turbulent times when her marriage was falling apart, it was here, along the quiet waterfront of Saltmarsh Harbour, that she'd found her sanctuary. The faint scent of salt in the air, the gentle lapping of the water against the seawall. These were the dressings for her wounded spirits. And now, when it seemed that she was facing another breakup, as her infant child gradually slipped away into boyhood, it was to the soothing waters inside the harbour walls that she once again found herself turning for comfort. The waterfront was as quiet as it always was at this time of night. The moon parted a veil of clouds just enough to quilt the dark surface of the water with points of light, but around her the quayside was in darkness. She sat on the seawall, mesmerised by the slow rise and fall of the water in front of her. The sound of a footfall startled her even before the voice came.
I've been looking for you.
She rose and turned to see Albert Ross filling her field of vision. The phrase carried many connotations, and Salter searched the great hulking figure for context, but found none. Ross was standing so close to her that she would have taken a step back if she had not been pinned against the water's edge. "Why is that, Mr. Ross?" she asked uneasily.
You think I hurt Waters, and that's a problem, see? A big problem.
She wasn't sure what Ross's agenda was, but there were a number of places they could have talked about what is right. There was no need to follow somebody to a dark, quiet waterfront, not unless you wanted to make sure what you said went no further. "I don't know what happened to Mr. Wright. Do you think you did it, Mr. Ross?" She eased into a casual sidestep and continued manoeuvring herself around until she had the reassuring mass of an old stone-built warehouse behind her instead of the dangerous uncertainty of open water. Ross turned his body as he tracked her progress. He made no move to stop her, but his breathing had become more rapid and his eyes darted warily. She had intended to continue circling until she had an open pathway to the street, but a large metal skip blocked her way. It was jammed against the wall of the warehouse, and to go around it, she would need to step out towards Ross. With him so close, it could easily be interpreted as a confrontational gesture. Salter eased back into a shallow doorway set into the warehouse wall. She felt behind her, keeping her eyes on Ross, but the door was locked.
It shouldn't still be inside me.
The man shook his head angrily.
It should be gone. It should be gone. Gone!
Behind Ross, the waters of the harbour glistened like black oil. The man's building anger was starting to emanate from him like a scent. But as much as she wanted to end this, to de-escalate things to a safe level, perhaps here, in the quiet darkness of the deserted harbour, she could unlock the secrets trapped inside him, if only she could find the right key. Is it regret, Albert? Is that what's inside you? Are you feeling remorse for what you did that night? For going to What's Right's house and hurting him? Ross was shaking his head now, a constant action in response to Salter's string of questions.
No more questions. My turn to talk now. My turn. My questions. Not yours. Mine!
But, despite her rising unease, Salter couldn't let it go. Do you have something to tell me, Albert? Your sponsor would want you to. You know she would. Why don't we call her, and you can ask her? Salter took out her phone and began to scroll for the number.
No calls!
Ross snatched at the phone from Salter's grasp with a lightning-quick grab and threw it violently to the ground. She heard it shatter, but she didn't watch the pieces skitter across the cobblestones. Her eyes stayed on Albert Ross, on the angry, heaving bulk of his body, on the flushed, wild-eyed face, now so close to hers she could feel the heat coming from it. Salter wondered if someone would hear her if she called out, or would her shouts of alarm be a trigger for him? Perhaps he'd feel he needed to do something to stop them. This is probably not the best place to chat anyway, she said with a light laugh that did nothing to hide her nervousness. Let's do this later, shall we? She made a move to brush past him.
No! No! We do it now!
He grabbed her arm and spun her around, jamming her against the rough bricks of the warehouse wall.
You don't ignore me. You don't walk away. You stay and listen!
He stepped forward and closed the gap between them until she could see the pores in his skin, smell the sweat.
You don't go anywhere. You stay here and listen to me.
He jabbed a giant finger into her chest, and she stutter-stepped back into the doorway to retain her balance. Assaulting a police officer is a serious criminal offence, Mr. Ross, said Salter firmly. You're going to go home now and try to calm down. And when you've got your anger under control, we'll hold a formal interview. But we are not, I repeat, not going to discuss anything more about this case tonight. Do you understand me? But Albert Ross was slipping away. She could see it in his eyes. Only this great heaving shell would remain, filled with an animal-like rage, coursing through it with such force it was already making his hands tremble. Salter swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear in her mouth. He was losing control. Soon he would be at a place where she couldn't bring him back. She looked around, but there was no steel table filled with potted plants, no chair, nothing to tether him to this world, this place of rational thought. All that stood between Albert Ross and the abyss of his rage was her, newly promoted Sergeant Lauren Salter. We are going to end this now, Albert, she said. Her voice sounded calm, confident. Would Ross hear the hollow echo of fear inside the words? We are both going to go home, and in the morning you can come into the station and tell me whatever it is you want me to hear. I'm going to leave now.
No! Listen to me. To me!
He slapped his chest with his open hand so hard he reeled back slightly. He clenched his jaw in frustration.
You want to pin this on me? Fit me up for it!
He hissed through gritted teeth.
Well, I've got something to say about that. Let me ask you...
No, Albert, I don't want to fit anybody up. I just need to know if you remember anything about that night. No! He shouted. He struck the skip with a violent punch, so hard it shuddered. A rat that had been hiding beneath it gave a shriek of alarm and ran out. No! He shouted again, louder now, lashing out with a kick that dented the metal. No! He bellowed, stomping down on the metal chain that secured the skip to the wall. No! 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 Salter moved towards him. Mr. Ross, Albert, you need to calm down. Stop now. No! 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 He roared again, kicking at the chain. I won't tell you again, Mr. Ross. Step back. The fist was like a hammer blow to her breastbone, sending her reeling back into the doorway. He bunched the front of her jacket and slammed her hard against the wooden doors behind her, knocking the breath from her. You stay here and you listen. You stay here and you listen. You stay here and you listen. His eyes rolled around in his head like marbles, wild, unseeing, filled with rage. She pushed back against him, and he started back, startled, as if she had just swum into focus in front of him. He lunged towards her again, grasping her jacket even tighter, clenching his other fist tightly at his side. You won't listen, he shouted. I tried to talk, and you won't listen. He shoved her back hard against the door again, raising his fist to eye level and drawing it back. She crouched back against the door, feeling her shoulder blades against the wood as she raised her arms instinctively. Words were her only defence now. Salter reached down inside herself and found a calm tone from somewhere. Stop, Albert. You're in control. She looked into the angry, burning eyes, trying to find some connection in there, some flicker of the person Albert Ross could be. But only blankness stared back at her. You get to say what happens here. That's a good thought, isn't it? Those feelings don't control you. You're stronger than them. You're the one who gets to decide that everybody goes home safe and sound tonight. Nobody else, Albert. Just you. The pressure of his grip had not lessened, but she felt the judder as he drew in a breath, and another, and another. He lowered his fist, letting his arm dangle limply by his side, and slowly released her clothing from his other hand. He stood before her, with his head bowed, his eyes focused unseeingly on the cobblestones at his feet. That's good, said Salter. Her tone was the one she used with Max when a dispute between them had run its course. No recriminations, it said, no lingering aftermath, just understanding and rebuilding. She was trembling, but in the darkness of the doorway she knew Ross couldn't see it. She needed him not to have any reminders of what had just happened, of what he might be capable of. He just needed to hear the normalcy of her voice now, the calm, measured tone of someone who was concerned for him. You must be tired. He nodded.
Tired. Yeah.
Your house is only about 5 minutes from here. Why don't you go home and have a lie down? You could get into your bed, Albert. You could rest. Does that sound like something you'd want to do?
Rest. Yeah.
He took in a deep breath and sighed it out with a low, mournful sound.
It's the words,
he said softly. His voice had a quavering edge to it now, as if he might burst into tears at any moment.
When I start like that, they're a sign it's coming.
He shook his head gently, as if he was trying to dislodge something. His huge face was still bathed in sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead. But his breathing had returned to normal now, and Salter risked a tentative question.
The words you said to Wattis, did they make you do something?
A portal.
He nodded at the description.
That's what Jenny says. They're a portal for my anger to come through.
He shook his head again.
Can't have that. Can't let it out.
He didn't move for a long moment. He stood there, hovering over her, still pinning her inside the narrow doorway with his bulk, but not threatening any more. He stared down at the cobblestones again.
But if I did it, why is it still here?
The words were so quiet, she wasn't sure he was talking to her. She wasn't even sure he was aware of her presence any longer. But when he looked up into her eyes finally, she could see that he knew she was listening to him.
Why haven't they gone, the feelings? If I had killed Wattis, shouldn't they be gone now? Shouldn't the anger be over? It should be gone. So why is it still with me?
Salter couldn't answer his question, but she knew any more talk of the anger trapped inside him could cause it to build again. "You need to sleep, Albert," she said softly. "Go home now. We'll talk later. We'll talk all you want. You can talk, and I'll listen. But now, you need sleep." He nodded mechanically.
Sleep. Yeah, sleep.
Salter listened as the heavy footfalls receded into the night. But she waited a few moments before she emerged from the doorway. With silence settling over the harbour again, the rat had returned, and now it began scurrying along the base of the warehouse wall towards her. But Laurence Salter didn't fear the creatures of the night. She had seen the rage inside a man called Albert Ross, and that held a terror all its own. Chapter 27. Damien was standing at the edge of the clearing, looking up into the trees when Domenic awoke.
"Coffee's on,"
said Damien, nodding towards the campfire. From the treetops, the short, rasping bird call Domenic had been unable to identify the previous day came down to him. "What is that?"
"Weston Tanager, but he's deep in. You didn't do your homework?"
A review of the park's species, Damien meant, of the songs and field marks of unfamiliar birds Domenic would be likely to encounter in the park. A pre-trip review was standard procedure for birders visiting a new area. At least, it was for those who had the luxury of prior planning.
"Why, I thought I might meet a good birder up here,"
said Domenic sardonically.
"Know any?"
He paused for a moment. "It's tomorrow," he said. Damien nodded slowly. He came back to the fire and sat beside his brother, cradling his coffee mug between his hands.
"The person I came in here with is dead,"
he said, staring down into the mug.
"Drowned. Her name was Annie Pryor."
"An accident, you said?"
Damien moved his head. "She took on some Cat 6 rapids with no equipment and no whitewater skills."
"You didn't try to stop her?"
"I was too far away."
He turned to face his brother.
"There was nothing I could have done to save her, Domino."
Domenic could see his brother believed it was true. So why was there this guilt behind Damien's eyes, a haunted look that went beyond regret, beyond sorrow even? If Damien had come to terms with the truth, what was it that he was blaming himself for? Domenic waited, but his brother had retreated into his thoughts. He seemed in danger of becoming lost in them. "What were you two doing out here?" Damien shrugged.
"She hired me to trap some cranes. She'd already filed her study plan and received clearance from the authorities, but her crew had bailed on her at the last moment. She said she'd asked around and heard I had some experience in that area. Couple of weeks, 3 at the most, premium rates.
Damien turned to his brother.
She was desperate, Domino.
Dominic shook his head. Money and a damsel in distress. Pryor couldn't have homed in on Damien's trigger points any more accurately if she were his psychiatrist.
I thought she was talking about catching chicks, drop from the copter, run 'em down, football tackle, measurements, samples, tags, and release. Under 11 minutes or you abandon the whole operation. But those flightless colts won't be around until July. Turns out she wanted me to trap adult cranes just arriving at the nesting grounds.
Isn't trapping a fully grown crane a big ask? Damien nodded emphatically.
Especially up here. In the winter down south, you can habituate them to a bait trap and spring lure them. But up here, they have all the food they need. Plus, you hardly have any solid ground to work with. It's all these swampy muskeg bogs, especially around the nesting areas.
But you told her you could do it. Dominic paused. In fact, you told her you were the only one who could do it. You convinced her that it must have been fate that had drawn you together like this. Damien gave a rueful smile.
I earned my money, Domino. It was hard work, dirty, cold, dangerous. Those birds kick hard and have sharp beaks. You get a hut on them as fast as you can, but they still land a shot occasionally.
He pointed to one of the long scratches on his arm.
But we got the 3 birds she wanted.
Dominic stood up and walked to the edge of the esker, looking out over the flat, still landscape in the distance. Beneath a mottled grey canopy of clouds, large outcrops of dark spruce and grassy tussocks dotted the land. In between them, algae had turned the water in the boggy pools into swirling rainbows of colour. Finding 3 specific birds out there, he said. That's some impressive tracking.
They'd been fitted with VHF collars.
Dominic turned in surprise. Not GPS or satellite tags.
Well, those are fine for telling you where the birds have been, or what their route is. But if you want to actually locate a particular individual, you need to go old school, boots on the ground. I felt like I was channeling my inner David Attenborough, wandering around the landscape, sweeping the antennae back and forth. You'd think a 5-foot-tall white bird would be easy enough to see, but they can be amazingly hard to locate when they don't want to be found. I'm telling you, without those VHF collars, we'd never have been able to find them.
Damien stood up abruptly.
We should get going. There's a storm brewing, and we got a long way to go. May as well get a few clicks under our belt while the weather holds.
It was Damien's way of saying he had revealed enough for now. There would be more to the story, far more. But Dominic knew it would be a slow process to get to it all. Between the brothers, it always was. He moved off to wash out the coffee cups, and when he returned, Damien was surveying the land in the distance.
Portaging across there is going to be no picnic, he said. There's no eskers or moraines running that way, meaning we'll have to slug our way through the mud. The locals call that stuff loon shit. It's like glue. It'll suck the boots right off your feet if you're not careful.
Why would you want a portage? Asked Dominic, puzzled.
Those aren't established waterways out there. It's a floodplain. Most of that water is barely shin deep. There are rocky outcrops and tree snags all over the place just below the surface. Run a canoe through there, and they'd tear the bottom out in no time flat.
Damien shook his head decisively.
Trust me. The only way to get this canoe safely back to the Little Buffalo River is to carry it.
Dominic looked shocked. We're on the Little Buffalo River.
No.